Hello, everyone. How are you? Today, I have the pleasure to have Roberto Martinez here. We will introduce the second day of the Global Digital Week related with the public policy and digital government. So, welcome, Roberto. How are you?
Thank you, Guillermo. It's a pleasure to be here with our audience, our English-speaking audience. And so we will talk about public policy. There's so much depth and breadth to talk about. So I'm afraid that we will never be fair with the array of experts that will be present during the Global Digital Week.
Yeah,
But never mind. Let's be strategic
yeah,
in our selection of topics and key issues.
yes, obviously, yeah. So, this day we have a lot of experts of different parts of the world. So, the idea here is talking about a little bit what is the importance of the public policy. For example, how Israel they achieve these goals with these policies that that government did in the past. Do you know a little bit about the story about that country?
Well, Israel is a paramount example of effective support and stewardship of innovation intensive entrepreneurship. And so I'm saying innovation intensive because it's not only related to telecoms or IT, but in a broader sense, it has targeted many different technology sectors that are pushing the frontier of competitiveness around the world. And so, in that sense, Israel is definitely a referent for every other country as to what it works in a small country with very ingenious population,
Yeah.
making the best of efforts to bring about solutions and products that become astonishing success stories
Yeah.
with global deployment.
Yeah. As well, there are another cases that are uh, really, really interesting. Like, for example, Switzerland. Switzerland, they and globally, we have several industries that they have clusters. For example, Switzerland, they have a blockchain associations. I didn't hear about a big ecosystem of blockchain, for example, in these fintech sectors. So in this matter, we have several experts. In your experience, Roberto, what do you see are some challenge for the governments in order to carry best services, best products, best quality of life for their citizens?
Well, if we draw from the Swiss experience, for to if we extract lessons learned from the Swiss experience, and I'm trying to be fair, but it's always difficult because the Swiss are in several domains. I think they're quite unique because not only are they a historically very stable, law-abiding country, but also they have a long-standing prestige as a hub of financial activity.
Yeah,
And so they have a muscle indeed. They're a remarkable country because they're small, relatively small, but they have a world-class financial muscle
yeah,
that they put to the service of corporate championship. And when you say corporate championship, that and not only includes big guys or big dogs of the corporate world, but it also includes new startups,
mhm,
new enterprises, and so the Swiss have at all times they focused on the right policies, ranging from education because they have a very high quality human capital, world class education, and also they have social policies that, in as much as possible, put everyone on an equal standing, no matter no matter their background, their socioeconomic background, but increasingly their ethnic and cultural background as well. So Switzerland is also, by definition, since its birth, a multilingual, multicultural country,
yes, yes,
and they
yes,
have set an example of what it means to cultivate and fortify an open, liberal, tolerant, democratic society.
Yeah, totally, totally. And let's continue because you will have a small panel related with artificial intelligence applied to government. Could you share a little bit about what we you talking about?
Well, artificial intelligence holds an enormous potential for governments.
Mm-hmm.
From the very simple opportunity of automizing routine tasks so that governments become more efficient, in a way leaner, more flexible, and therefore they can focus on the more important and pressing and strategic issues of policy making and policy monitoring rather than the red tape.
Yeah,
Through artificial intelligence, they can simplify regulations. They can also identify areas where regulation can become more intelligent, smarter. Regulation can be a heavy burden in some economic areas, especially when you talk about the opening, the establishment of new enterprises. And so, if governments use artificial intelligence to cut on the red tape and to know in real time what are the key drivers of entrepreneurial activity, they're doing the right job. And also, if governments also use big data and artificial intelligence to anticipate things, they can be dramatically more better performers when it comes to unforeseen phenomena
yeah,
like sanitary emergencies or drastic climate um, emergencies as well. So in that sense, governments are just starting to ponder and to realize the huge return on investment if they put artificial intelligence to the right use.
yeah. It's amazing the capabilities that this technology has. So, well, thank you very much, Roberto, for being here and for being part of the Global Institute for Digital Competitiveness. And we have a day full of experts of different fields, different countries. So, thank you very much for being part of this.
No, no, I'm feeling giddy as to the richness, and then I'm sure that there's room for surprise in terms of what's coming up in our Global Digital Week in the current edition. So thank you,
Thank,
Guillermo, and let's be ready.
yeah, enjoy the content, guys. Robert, ¿qué crees? Te voy a pedir otro último favor. No vamos a dejar el de Smart Cities y sustentabilidad en español nada más. 5 minutitos y nos echamos el
Híjole,
de
mano, no, adviérteme porque de verdad ya me estoy ganando un problema aquí doméstico, en
uno,
serio,
5 minutos, Robert.
en
Ya
serio,
cinco,
no.
cinco, cinco. Con
No,
este,
pero
sí.
sí adviérteme, por favor, porque sí es como una sorpresa de repente, pero bueno.
Sí, va. Hello, everyone. Today we have the pleasure to introduce the day number 1 related with sustainability and smart cities. And is here with me, Roberto Martinez, one expert in this field. Welcome, Roberto.
Thank you, Guillermo. Always delighted to share with our audience on key pressing issues of high impact.
Yeah, and this matter of smart city sustainability is something that the several governments they do efforts in several years. In your experience, Robert, what do you think about the nowadays we saw a lot of application, a lot of smart city sustainability solutions. But in your experience, how is the process to doing that? Because you have a long story in international organisms, in private sector as well. So share a little bit about your thoughts related to this.
So, simply, Guillermo, According to data and evidence, most of the world's population have um, migrated from rural to urban areas over the past 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of the world's population is now living in cities and macro cities or megalopolis, as we call them, and this is something that has caused enormous pressure on natural resources, and so
Mm-hmm.
the depletion of resources due to the urban lifestyle is huge. And without effective use of technology, we cannot expect cities to be planned and managed intelligently.
Yeah.
And that entails risk of catastrophic um, magnitude. So we better use technology effectively now,
Yeah.
so that we can prevent effectively our worst nightmares to become reality.
Yeah, yeah, totally. I remember, Robert, the book, The Limits of Growth. Do you remember that book that explore what is the limit in our society? Super, super interesting that book. So we have several experts of different fields, Roberto. Something that is interesting is how some manufactured companies or automotive companies like a Toyota, Tesla, or Samsung, Microsoft, they are creating a lot of solutions related with smart cities.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Guillermo. Although there's, as we speak, a big debate happening, because on the one hand, we see people who are developing amazing technology solutions, but based on the paradigm of people driving cars.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I'm not saying that's the you know that's a bad scenario. I'm not judging, but that's one view of things as to what comes to what can be done to alleviate the pressure on cities. And there's another paradigm that sustains that the solution to cluttering and to the pollution and to the pressure on resources due to the urban lifestyle lies in the effective use of public transportation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so in that sense, there's not a winning team, but there's a very, I would say, a very fertile ground to put to the test new technology solutions on both sides, so as to see what makes sense and what brings the best results in the least amount of time.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And there are several technologies that are related with this new developing in the smart cities, like Internet of the Things that are really, really close to us, like Alexa, okay, Google, Siri, and as well there are the several solutions.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hector Cardenas. I'm president and CEO of the Ergo Group and continuing lecturer at the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley. It's a great pleasure talking to you with you today. And thank you so much, Guillermo and Leonardo, for this kind invitation to be part of this important, Global Digital Week. I'm going to focus this talk on a topic that I've been passionate about for many years: how information technology and the analytical practices that it allows can be used to improve the quality of public services and therefore the positive impact of public services and on the lives of people who they're supposed to serve. I approached information technology from a very different trench than many who are dedicated to this and who maybe are, logging in with us today. I'm not an engineer, nor did I start a tech startup, nor did I work at a large tech company. It was my passion for public policy that brought me closer to technology already many years ago. In 1994, I entered the doctoral program in public policy at the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley. It was a time of a great revolution in technology. It was the year in which the first browser, the Mozilla browser, and the first internet search engines were launched. And many of us who were interested in public policy wondered how these technologies were going to affect the way governments acted and how they would seek to meet the demands of the population. In those years, I taught myself to program databases and web systems just a little bit later. Right at the time when those systems were just starting up, certainly they were just starting to make an impact on the way governments were run. It was this intersection between public policy and technology that encouraged me to create the company that I lead today, the Ergo Group, back in 1999. My ambition from the very beginning of the company was for Ergo to help governments make better decisions and offer better services to the public through the application of information in databases that they already held and the application of analytical tools to public policy problems. That, until then, had been prohibitively expensive, except for the wealthiest governments and agencies. I wanted that way of doing things to develop and be available to all governments, whether it be local or state or federal governments, or to different countries across different development levels. It hasn't been an easy road, but I want to tell you of an example of a project that I worked on that seems to me to clearly illustrate everything that can be achieved and how the government's work can be transformed with this vision of applying technology, modern thinking, analytic thinking, and the public policy lens. It's a story that I find interesting, but that starts from a topic that perhaps most of you will find boring, right? It's the issuance of passports and other official documents. I think we all know that passports are important documents. Sure, of course they're important. They allow us to travel, right? I mean, there's one thing that we all want to do now that we're in this pandemic is to travel. But they're also important for other reasons. They allow people to identify themselves and to do this with certainty. They confer on the holder the rights of nationality. They're therefore instruments of great value to citizens and also documents in whose generation you have strong national security implications. Therefore, if we approach them from the point of view of the quality dimensions that they must have, passports are indeed complex documents. You see, they must be safe. They must be accurate in the information that they contain. They have to conform to certain international standards so that they can be recognized and recognizable throughout the world. They must be affordable for citizens, and obtaining them must be easy, but without compromising their security. Now, in the case of Mexico, there's another important dimension that derives from a national peculiarity: the enormous number of Mexicans who do not live in Mexico. Now, all countries have mechanisms in place so that their nationals can obtain a passport when they're outside their own country. But these mechanisms are based on the exceptional nature of the phenomenon that a person needs to renew or obtain a new passport while away from their homeland. But for Mexico, with more than 12 million Mexicans born in Mexico abroad, right, and almost all of these in the United States, the issuance of passports abroad is a priority. So you can imagine that the great challenge for the government of Mexico is how the hell to get passports to a population of 12 million people that is scattered throughout the United States. In addition, with the aggravating circumstance that a little more than half of these people are undocumented. And when I say undocumented, I mean not only that they don't have a valid visa to be in the United States, but in many cases that they don't have valid documents from Mexico either. Well, I began to get involved in this topic back in 2009, 2010 through a series of projects that I led for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico. I'm going to give you a little bit of context. So Mexico has 50 consulates in the United States. There's pretty much a Mexican consulate in every state of the Union, although some like California, Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico have several consulates. California has over 10. It's these consulates that have the task of liaising with the Mexican populations that are locally based. And one of their tasks, not the only one, but one of the most important tasks, is to issue documentation, passports, consular registrations, birth certificates, and visas for foreigners. Well, that huge network of consulates, the largest that one country has in another's borders, in 2008 was almost completely collapsed. There were consulates that had a virtual waiting line of more than 6 months. That is, when you called for an appointment, it would take 6 months until you got your next appointment. Now, this is right now we're living this COVID pandemic, and sometimes government services are stretched just as thin. But this was not a pandemic time, and this was extraordinary amount of pressure on the consulates. On a day-to-day basis, the physical queues at offices were hair-raising. In New York, in the dead of winter, people lined up at 2 a.m. to get one of the coveted 500 daily slots that the consulate gave when it opened at 7 a.m. The line went around the huge New York block. And at the end of the day, for many, the feat of getting up early to see if this time they would get one of those appointments was just something that they had to repeat again. This problem was present across the country, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Dallas, in Houston, in San Francisco, among many other cities where there were Mexican consulates. So this is when the ministry asked me for help in solving this problem. What I did with my team, hand in hand with the excellent officials that at that time directed consular policy for Mexico, was to apply 4 elements to the problem. We started by applying operations research techniques. We used statistical analysis of the huge troves of data that the foreign ministry had in their possession. We applied novel information technologies, and we used user-centered design to come up with a good solution. And all of this, of course, with a vision, with a public policy vision or a public policy approach that would allow us to fully understand which were the important problems that had to be solved and for whom. In other words, having the problem at the center of analysis and action at all times so as not to lose direction. So what did we do? I'm going to try and make a long story short here. So we started by using operations research techniques, as I said, to understand how the service process was structured. We began by looking at the appointment system, which had been partially implemented. We looked at the specific steps that were carried out when people arrived at the consulate that corresponded to the jurisdiction to process their document. We went through an analysis of the technology that was used in each one of these steps. The main findings were that we had to eliminate waste, waiting times, and activities that did not generate any profit. For example, we decided that appointments would be given in periods of 15 minutes rather than 1 hour periods, and that these periods would be strictly respected in the offices. So people who arrived on time could be served immediately. That wasn't the case before with the 1 hour slots. People would just congregate in bunches because they had a 1 hour slot, right? And everybody was having to wait. The other thing we did is that the number of appointments had to be set in a way that it was related to the capacity of the consulate. I mean, it sounds like an obvious thing, right? But that wasn't done at the time. Nobody had bothered to figure out what was the real capacity. We wanted to stop them from doing what they had been doing before, which was filling the consulates with people to the brim and just kind of wait and see how the staff would respond and try and tend to everybody who was there. The other thing we did was to identify what requirements were in the process that didn't add any value. Why bring photos and copies if the documents were going to go into a digital computer system? So that was the application of operations research kinds of techniques. Second thing we did is we tried to use the data that was already available. You see, the foreign ministry had a lot of data. In 2010, they already had more than 10 million records of calls to their contact center. They had 14 million records of foreign issued passports since 2006, but no one used that data. We also decided to generate some additional data that didn't exist. We put in place a fairly rudimentary but really very effective system to measure the times that it took to process applicants in the consulates. And then we consolidated that information so we had a view for the whole consular system. With that, we were able to do analyses that revealed some very interesting things. First, the demand for passports and other documents was seasonal and predictable from year to year. Second, a very significant number of passports were renewals. Third, demand was changing geographically, and Mexicans were increasingly dispersed in the US territory. The consular districts no longer necessarily corresponded to where the demand for services was growing the most. Some very large and other medium and small consulates were losing demand, while others were seeing very significant increases. We were also able to calculate the times it took to carry out the different processes for the issuance of a document. We managed to have a system that, without a large investment, by using practically free software, allowed us to have information on service times in each consulate almost in real time. So with all this information, we were able to take advantage of operations research techniques to generate a new uniform standard process that saved time. We were lucky because we had a very close and fruitful collaboration with the officers who run consular policy. And the director at the time moved heaven and earth to modernize the ministry systems so that we could take advantage of the findings that we had made. She was able to change the system so that the paper application was eliminated. She was able to eliminate the photo that applicants had to buy and bring in to the consulate, often at a cost that exceeded $16. We were able to eliminate the need for copies of documents so that everything was scanned on the spot. And that way, the user just had to bring their original documents. In addition, the project happened at a time when the government was developing other significant projects that allowed linking the ministry system with other systems for birth certificates, for example. And this allowed that within months, it was no longer necessary to struggle with old paper birth certificates. These could now be verified from the operator's screen. Better machines were purchased to print the documents, greatly reducing production time. And with all this, we were able to launch what we call the integral window, or the single window, in which the entire process was carried out. So no more steps for the user. The user just arrived at the consulate. They reviewed the user's appointment. They gave him a turn. And when he arrived at the window, everything was done in a single service window. The user just had to wait a little bit for the document to be delivered to them. These innovations were largely the result of applying a user-centered design approach. From the very beginning of the project, we put ourselves on the side and with the user. We did interviews. We followed users on their customer journey. We carried out surveys. We found that users had a very good disposition towards the consulates. They cared a lot about the documents that they were going to get, but they hated some of the characteristics of the process. They hated uncertainty, useless waiting, disorder. Being charged for useless copies and photos outside of the consulate was something that they loathed. Or even worse, being charged by an intermediary to speed up the process. So once we had done that, we had our mission. Our mission was to improve the process for users, reduce clutter, queues, waiting, useless extra costs. It was indeed a very successful project. It was through this project, the ministry was able to reduce waiting times for an appointment from 6 months to less than 3 days on average. The physical waiting time went from several hours to less than 15 minutes. And the total time between when you arrived at the consulate and when you left the consulate with your document went down from between 4 to 6 hours to just 45 minutes on average. Now, I've told you this story because I think it's an example of how the application of modern techniques and technologies based on data, centered on the user, with a clear mission of doing things better, can transform what the user does and how he does it. It changes the way that government goes about its business. Of course, it's not the only success case. There are loads of very interesting case studies from around the world. Whether it's starting a business in Estonia, or getting food stamp aid in California, or delivering services to address the COVID pandemic in New Jersey. There are lots of very successful examples of, I would call it sort of technological entrepreneurship in government, where thought leaders in government are working with their users to try and make significant changes to the way that government does its business. I believe that these successful cases have some things in common. It's the will and the application of the factors I've described in this talk. But of course, much more needs to be done. We have to have more transformative projects. I hope that you, after listening to me today, get excited about participating in this great and constant challenge of improving the quality of public services around the world. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. My name is Carla Rodriguez, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the Global Digital Week for the invitation. And today I'm going to talk about Israel as a startup nation. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about my background in this sense. Well, I'm part of the Israel Economic Mission to Mexico. I overlook the sectors of cybersecurity, retail, fintech, and many others. But as we said, Israel as a startup nation overlooks the multiple levels and multiple industries. But coming back into my background, I'm an internationalist. I devoted myself into international relations and everything related to the part of international cooperation for development. However, I do have a background in what is innovation and the part of creating a startup. I myself was involved into that area, creating my own startup, especially into the digital health, trying to help migrants that were crossing Mexico from all the way Central America through to the northern border, going to the US to get a job also. So I was trying to do something related to mental health and providing them with a job for having economic independence while they were in transit. However, right now I'm part of the Israel ecosystem, a very innovative, always changing, and I would like to further talk about that. So in this case, as I mentioned, I'm part of the Israel Economic Mission to Mexico. We are a network of 54 different offices all over the world. I'm based in Mexico City, and we overlook the Mexico region. However, we have offices all in like South America, North America. We have 3 different missions in the US. It depends on the needs of the market that we will have a physical office. If not, different offices will be overlooking the needs of those markets. We work hand by hand with the Ministry of Economy and Industry and the main targets within the region. But what do we do? In this case, we have different objectives. We have 4 different verticals. We look for opportunities between Mexico and Israel. We identify them and we build based on it. In this case, we are creating networks between the public and private sectors among both countries. We work with the federal level, state level, and different private companies, regardless of the size. We also work with the small and medium enterprises, and we organize business events, business gatherings. Either if you would like to further know about Israel and you would like to physically go there, well, we organize that. We have conferences in multiple innovative segments, and we invite the international community to go to Israel to live what is developing when it's being created directly there, to understand what made Israel the nation that is today. And we aim to become the technological provider of the markets we work with. So in this case, we create synergies with the different entities and industries in Mexico to become their technological partner. And how do we do it? I mentioned a bit with who do we work, but what's our added value? So as I mentioned, we work with public and private entities. Also, we work with different clusters and associations. Depending on their needs is what we do. So for example, if you're an association and your different allies are looking to further know about a certain technology or segment that it's in trend right now, we provide webinars and seminars for them. Also, these delegations for them to go to Israel, we organize an agenda for them. And if it's not possible, we do everything virtually. We promote the free trade agreement between both countries, and for it, we provide webinars for the Mexican companies to know what is to be done in case they want to import from Israel, or in this case, if the Israeli companies want to export to Mexico, they know how to do business here. In the case of private companies or public entities, in this case the government, if they have a specific project, we provide a scouting. So everything that we do is suggesting which technologies will be more suitable to their needs. We create catalogs, and everything that we do is free of charge for them. We want to create this partnership and basically tight the relation between Mexico and Israel. And what's Israel? I mentioned a little bit what our office does, in this case, the Ministry of Industry and Economy. But what's Israel as a country? What made it to be known as a startup nation? So it was founded in 1948, just after the Second World War. If you are Mexican, you can relate to this example, but in Mexico, we have a small state called Hidalgo. So it's related to that size, and it has 9 million inhabitants, mainly young people. Tel Aviv, it's known as the main economic and business center, while Jerusalem is the capital. Right now, we have more than 7,000 active startups, of which 94 are known as unicorns. A unicorn is a company that is valued in more than $1 billion in this case, and the official language in Israel will be Hebrew, but you can do business there in English as well. As I mentioned, it's a very international and diverse community. Currently, we have more than 300 innovation and development centers, mainly related to large corporations such as financial institutions like HSBC, Santander, among others. IBM also has a research and development center, Bimbo as well. And Israel is currently known, or Tel Aviv, it will be known as the Silicon Valley of the Middle East. And we have multiple segments and sectors in which we are currently developing innovative technology. I mentioned that I'm focused in cybersecurity, retail, fintech, but initially Israel was known for agriculture, water technologies. Also, due to its background on security, HLS, Homeland Security, we have different systems and, well, not only software and hardware, but to prevent any situation that might be needed for national security. Also, due to the digital transformation that we have been living after this pandemic of COVID-19, cybersecurity has become one of the main targets, one of the main segments that has been adopted for the international community. If you do not have knowledge of cybersecurity, of different, even small tasks you can do to prevent a cyber attack, it's more likely you're going to suffer one. In Mexico, for example, industries such as the automotive industry 4.0, financial institutions and even the government has been affected due to the lack of information, or that their systems have been encrypted, preventing their use. So in this case, we have technology to either avoid this from happening, to prevent this malpractices within the company, like opening malicious email, and so on, depending on the main industry. But also, we apply technology in the retail segment. For example, what it will be 3D, virtual reality, metaverse, so that you can enjoy it more, you have a better shopping experience, but also for the retailers to gather data. You stay for a longer period of time within a certain website, the longer that you interact, the more data the retailer can have for them to expand to what you like and have a more personalized marketing, for example. Also, digital health, due to the pandemic, has been one of the trends. And well, referring to the Mexico-Israel economic and political, more to say diplomatic relations, they started in 1952, and right now we have free trade agreement among both countries, which was signed 23 years ago, after which we have had an economic exchange that is more than $1 billion. So it has grown around 300%, the commercial exchange since this trade agreement was signed. And also here we can see a bit more on the different trade agreements that Israel has signed and are currently viable with different latitudes. In this case, from the European Union, that is geographically very close, to markets such as American one or the Chinese market. In this case, we have economic and political relations with all latitudes. So the different companies or the different startups that want to expand, well, they have multiple options to do so. If we want to compare Mexico to Israel, it might be hard to do, but we can do it in a sense of economic reference and the part of commerce or international transactions. As mentioned, Israel is a relatively new country, has only 9 million inhabitants, while Mexico has over 100 million. But in this sense, the range of innovation is very different as well. Mexico right now figures as 56th place in innovation, while Israel is the number 11 worldwide. And this provides an opportunity for Israeli companies looking to enter an international market. That being said, Mexico is the gate either to South America or to the US. It's a market that allows this technology, the different startups, to adapt to a new market and to diversify, and then establish into another segment. So Mexico is the perfect scenario for all the Israeli companies looking to leave Israel and expand this international presence. And well, regarding the Israeli economy, it can be said that it's very stable and very reliable and keeps developing. Right now, it has relatively low inflation rate, only 44.6%, and its GDP is estimated to be in 481 million of US dollars. In this case, it can be mentioned that the Israel GDP per capita, it's around the average of the OECD members. Right now, it's estimated to be in $40.7 thousand, while the OECD is in $44,600 around that. And regarding the education, Israel is to be considered a very well-educated country. This also relates due to the military experience and that the different people who acquire higher education has. For Israelis, because if you're a woman or a man, you have to go into the military service. It's mandatory. So you have a certain amount of time that you devote to military, and eventually, due to this experience, you know more precisely in which field you want to focus. So most of them, they go to university, they go into the law school or any engineering and accomplish also a master or doctorate degree. Right now, 50% of the Israeli population has higher education, which ranks way above the average of the OECD member countries. And regarding the accomplishments on the Israeli innovation, right now Israel has 12 Nobel award in areas such as economy, chemistry, and the arts and literature, but also in peace. And Israel ranks 12 among the number of Nobel Prize winners per capita worldwide. The different challenges that Israel is undergoing also are part of their success. The fact that Israel has a relatively young population, a high number of migrants, a very diverse population, not only within geographic background, but cultural and religious background makes it a very rich country. The geographical position in which it is located that is very challenging due to security reasons, but also it provides the closeness to the European Union and also to Asia. But one of the main points, one of the pain points that in the end turned out to be positive is a lack of natural resources. Israel is in a desert, has no hydric or very small hydric resources, and for which a technology was developed, was it had to be done something to go and surpass these challenges. For which right now Israel is known as the third country with more public companies that are in the New York. So in this case, regarding to innovation, currently Israel figures to be the third largest country with more startups that went public and are currently part of the New York Stock Exchange market. Also, 15% of the GDP of the country is related to high tech. And as of 2021, Israel was the third country with a larger or more relevant innovative ecosystem, just below the US and the UK markets. Regarding to the different inventions that Israeli has given to the international community, they can be classified into segments such as agriculture, medicine, IT, automotive, among others. But if I may say, one of the main ones is to be Waze. This app that goes into a GPS that allows you to go anywhere with the best route possible is used in every corner of the world. Also, Mobileye, this company, installs video cameras in the back of your car, allowing you to park correctly, and in this case, preventing any accidents to happen. Yet, it will be another version of the Uber. It's also Israeli. In the part of agriculture, Netafim, it's one of the main best known ones, and Checkpoint regarding cybersecurity. And another interesting fact is that the USB that we all have used or we keep using was invented in Israel. The Google search bar was also developed in Israel. And among the different corporations that have either presence, an office, or an innovation and research lab in Israel are Intel, HP, Nestle, IBM, just a few of them, and they can be seen in this slide. And regarding the unicorns, we have heard a lot of them recently, or the startups want to be part of this ecosystem. Israel, as mentioned, has 94, of which a few of them are also part of the previous slide regarding the inventions that have in Israel, like I said, GET, or Cybereason in the aspect of cybersecurity, especially for ransomware attacks, Monday, that allows you to plan ahead and just be more organized and comply with your daily task. Pioneer in the fintech segment, Lemonade in the insure part. So a unicorn is a company that is valued more than $1 billion, and we have in different areas. Also, you can see in this slide the different expenses that have been taking place in the R&D area. The OECD has the OECD countries have an average of expenditure of 2.5 of the GDP, while in Israel it's almost 5%. And the aspect of investment and high-risk capital in recent years has Israel one of the main destinations for this investment, especially in the areas such as cybersecurity or anything related to IT. Is leading, as you can see, just below Israel, countries such as the US, even the United Kingdom, that can be considered a few of the most innovative ecosystems. And regarding high tech in Israel, the main segments will be fintech, food tech, artificial intelligence, and also cyber. Despite the fact that in the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic, the investment in high tech decreased significantly. As of 2020, it started, by the end of 2020, it started to rise again. So you can see that, for example, in 2019 was kind of a slow year for investment, part of uncertainty, and also in 2020 by the very beginning. But right now, this investment in high tech is bit recurring. And I'm going to talk about different segments of the Israeli innovation system. I already mentioned a few examples of either unicorns or companies related to inventions in Israel, but I'm going to refer more into cybersecurity and fintech, and also the area of water technologies. Regarding cybersecurity, I have commented that is one of the key segments worldwide, not only in Israel. Right now, due to this digitalization, everyone is subject of a cyber attack. Well, among the top 10 cybersecurity companies, 2 of them are Israelis, of which are Check Point, currently valued in more than $1.6 billion, and CyberArk, that it's valued in more than $1.8 billion. And in this case, Check Point is more into hardware solution, and CyberArk more into a software. Also, you can see in this graph on the right, the investment, the different companies that have been established during the last decade in the cybersecurity segment. Most of them took place around 2018. However, this segment is still very popular, especially in Mexico, the public entities for protection of private and very sensitive documents in the part of automotive industry and financial institutions. And regarding the investment in cybersecurity, you can see by the graph that by 2021, it diminished significantly. It shrinked due to the previous related to the pandemic. However, right now it's starting to slowly recover, and we can say that related to this technological digitalization, well, the aspect of cybersecurity saw that 11 new unicorns were included into this list of Israeli companies, for which 14 out of the 22 unicorns in Israel are related to cybersecurity. Regarding fintech, out of this 92 unicorns that are from Israeli origin, 17% are related to the fintech and insurtech area. Companies such as eToro, Lemonade from the insurtech sector are the ones to follow. Also, regarding to the global index on the startup ecosystem, you can see that Tel Aviv, the Silicon Valley of the Middle East, figures as 7 worldwide, being the lead Silicon Valley. And regarding investment into the fintech area in Israel, we can see that from 2020 to 2021, it increased significantly, 136% in the different rounds in which the companies from this segment were raising capital. And well, a few examples of success are these companies listed from Repit, Melio, Papaya, Pioneer. These are examples of success in the segment due to a constant reinvention and technological development, also due to the partnerships that they have established with international corporations that have include them as a partner for development of this technology, and they have sent a new technology to follow at international level. Well, as in this ranking shows, regarding the Global FinTech Index for 2021, Israel figures as the third most innovative for FinTech worldwide. And concerning water technology, there are 4 special segments or areas to take into consideration: the rise of the population worldwide, the climate change, the water pollution, and the acquisitive power of the middle class. These 4 aspects have contributed to developing technology that can be suitable for different markets. In this case, in Israel, right now, the country is leading regarding desalination plants, has the concentration and the most the most technologically advanced salination water plants based in Israel. Also, around 80% of the water that is used in Israel, it's been recycled. So in this case, any water that you might be drinking might be recycled. And the country that follows Israel regarding this water recycling process only recycles 12% of its water. Also, technologies such as Netafim have helped to not waste that much water, and also help the agricultural segment. And right now is one of the main points of reference, Israel into water and agriculture regarding this. And to finalize, I can mention 5 steps to success, 5 aspects that have made Israel the country that it is today, of which the first one might be the technology capacity and its development, especially the focus on technology, on high tech, the mathematical aspect, the promotion of focusing in engineering, for example, and in this case to export not goods but tech. Also, the educational system that is more into the experience and your professional development. So what you had as a military experience regarding security, regarding different areas in which you might have focused, well, in this case, you can put it into practice and develop something that might be suitable either for the industry in which you were based in during your service, or something that you see that now the society might be in need of. That's why we tend to say that they have a military background, because either this technology was developed by militaries, was used in field, or eventually was developed by militaries and used for social purposes. Also, there's no such a thing as being scared to failure. It's completely the opposite. If you fail, it's an example that you succeed, because at least you learn new ways of how to not do something. And eventually you will apply this knowledge to new, either like business, technology that you might be developing, or things in life, and you will succeed. There's also this support from the government. There's different programs that the government has been developing for the companies to be successful, either financially, they help them, or they mentor them as well. There's also an international vision. These companies are looking to expand into different markets. The closeness to the European market, to the Asian market, helps them to do not only stay in Israel, because as I said, it's a very small country. Their in their targets are very much a few, so they want to expand, they have to go out of Israel. So in this case, I would like to thank you for the opportunity, for having me, and for your interest in this workshop. Thank you again. And well, if you would like to contact me, this is my email, also my WhatsApp, and you can find me in social media on LinkedIn. Thank you.
my name is Robert from Iceland. I'm from the nonprofit Citizens Foundation. And today I want to tell you a little bit about our work in developing citizen engagement solution, how we can look at ways to bring democracy to the 21st century. And the foundation is 14 years old. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our work. So Iceland has a pretty old history of democratic experiments, being sort of a Viking country. We founded one of the world's oldest parliament that is still running in the year 930. And there's been more or less continuous sort of, democracy up to a point in Iceland all the way since then. And about 100 years ago, citizens could go and vote every 4 years for the representative, just like today. And they would go often on horseback, or even they would go and even walk. Some people walked for 2 days to get to the voting place. And they would often meet their representatives even in the street. And there was not a lot of people living in Iceland at the time, and there was more closeness, I guess, with the people who were going into parliament. And then time sort of flies. The car becomes popular in the 30s in Iceland, and technology, like everywhere. We have the first computers in the 60s, and access to the web and the internet opened in 1993. And that's actually where I started with my sort of entrepreneurial projects. I started the first internet company in Iceland in 1993, and the first internet company in Denmark in 1995. And but through this whole big technological evolution, which also includes mobile phones and social media, and now AI more and more, our democratic system hasn't evolved very much. We're still voting every 4 years. And in 2008, the financial crisis hit. And it hit many places pretty badly. But it hit Iceland uniquely in a very dramatic way, because Iceland is very small. And the Icelandic government had sort of been supporting building up a big financial sector in Iceland. So we had like a financial sector that was like 11 times the GDP of the whole country. So it was like a huge balloon, much bigger than the whole system of Iceland. And it all came tumbling down. Just in a matter of 10 days, all 3 commercial banks went bankrupt. I remember my grandfather calling me, and he was at the bank, and he was like with a black garbage bag, and he was going to get all his money out. I mean, he's a former taxi driver. He didn't have a lot of money, but he still wanted to get it out. He couldn't. People were afraid that, the ATMs wouldn't work. They wouldn't be able to get that. All the money for everybody was gone. And so people in the country really took to the streets, and with a very sort of strong message of, how could you have let this happen? How could you have sort of let us down in this way? Because, for many reasons. And so this is actually where we start our work. And as a civil society organization, basically with the idea of how can we use the internet to connect citizens and governments together with the aim of taking better decisions, to improving decision making, making it less likely that we'll have a rerun of the fiasco of the financial crisis. And we built open source digital democracy infrastructure that governments around the world and public sector use to connect the citizens. And our goal, obviously, democracy is one of our key goals, but more practically, we want to improve decision making and make government decisions and democratic decisions be up to speed of a world that's really, really moving very fast, with technology specifically. And we have a small office in Iceland, and we have a tiny office in the United States, Citizens Foundation here in Iceland, and then Citizens Foundation America in the United States. I mean, we call those offices, but those are actually two absolutely separate nonprofits. And our platforms and solution have been used in thousands of projects in 45 countries so far. Some of our key partners include City of Reykjavik, Scottish Parliament, City of Vienna, and many, many others. We have many open source solutions that we develop. And open source means that anybody can use the software, anybody can change the software, and it's very good as a democratic, sort of method of developing digital democracy, because we want our new digitally transformed democracy to be public and publicly owned. That's really important in terms of how do we increase trust in democracy, and our belief is that it should be as much publicly owned, and open source is a great solution for that. It means that anybody can review the source code, if it's a voting system, whatever. And we have Your Priorities is sort of our main solution, which is all about idea generation and then having a thoughtful deliberation about policies. And I will focus on Your Priorities in this presentation, but we also have Open Active Voting, which is like a gamified budget voting civic education app. We have Open Active Policy, which is sort of what we call a deep policymaking gamification framework, which has been used, for example, to create a game called Make Your Constitution, which helps citizens to understand the process of constitution making. And finally, we have the Common Crawl Scanner, which we can use AI to search for different items that happened on the public internet from 2013 today. But let's focus on Your Priorities. And so it is in its core an innovation platform, and that innovation through ideas and then deliberation. So this story in The Economist caught my attention last year. The missing pandemic innovation boom was saying society have become worse at finding new ideas, translating them into innovations, and then using those innovations. And one of the things that there are many reasons for this, but one of the things that we suspect is not helping is that how we consume most of our media and most of our information today. And I went looking for some good ideas, and yes, there's so many great ideas on social media, but they are like really all from today. Like old ideas that tend to drop down to the bottom, and the business model of social media, and don't get me wrong, I love social media. I use it every day. We use social media to connect to citizens. Love it. But if you want to talk about generating idea, generating innovation, and doing thoughtful deliberation, it's not a really well-designed system for that. And that's mainly because of the business model. The business model is basically to sell as much advertisement as possible. And how do you do that? You prioritize new content. You prioritize that there should always be new content flowing into the platform to sell as much ads as possible. So Your Priorities as a solution to help deal with those problems, and basically to help to take better decisions, build up trust, but it's also combines play and civic work in a meaningful context. Taking part in digital democracy, it should be fun. It should be a joyful experience. It should not be bureaucratic or boring. Because that's just not the way that regular citizens respond to things. And the platform is quite simple in the terms of that citizens can add ideas and points for those ideas. They can sort of like and dislike things. And here you see one example. And this is a project called My Neighborhood, which we've been working on with the City of Reykjavik since 2011, where a part of the budget of the new construction in the city is basically given out to people. And then people come up with ideas on what to build, and then people can have a deliberation about what should be built. Here's another example from our partner, the Scottish Parliament. which have used our Your Priorities platform to engage citizens on many different issues. This is an example of climate change in EU. And governments are more and more seeing the benefits of actually engaging citizens in this sort of a deep, meaningful way, because politicians, like we all are, faced with ever more complex decisions. There's a lot of technological decisions. There's societies are changing in terms of people expectations are changing and so on. And it's all happening very fast. So engaging with citizens in this way really helps to, sort of move information in the places where they are, can be used in a practical way. And this is another project in Iceland on a national level where the government was working on some changes to the constitution, or trying to make some changes to the constitution, and using an online platform, it gives a wide range of citizens the opportunity to take part. And but nothing of this would be very useful if we wouldn't have constructive deliberation. And when we did our first pilot project in 2009, the Citizens Foundation, we got a small grant from the Icelandic Parliament, and we implemented a project called Shadow Parliament, where we were getting laws from the Icelandic Parliament website, and we were giving people the opportunity to comment on them. And in the first evening back there in 2009, we had, some laws about fisheries policy, and we have this horrible personal argument that happens between the participants and about fisheries policy. And they were not even talking about fisheries policies anymore. They were just like, having a go at each other on our website. And I looked at my co-founder Gunnar Grímsson, and we sort of looked at each other and said, "Oh, great! We created one more place on the internet for people to argue." But so from that day on, our mission was, how can we solve this? How can we have a constructive deliberation online? So what we come up with is a solution that makes it very impractical to argue. For example, you can't comment directly on other people's points. You have to write standalone counterpoints, and it encourages a rational deliberation. And we have an idea, and then we ask people, help us to come up with the pros and cons of this idea. So we are sort of nudging citizens into a more of an evaluation mode. And actually, surprisingly, many people put both points for and against the same idea. And that seems to be quite a universal sort of way of thinking about things, is that you have an idea and then you weigh the pros and cons. That seems to be in our platform, been used in 45 countries, and that seems to be sort of resonate with people. But also we have the minority and majority views have equal weight in the user interface, which helps facilitate consensus. And here's just an example. You have points for, points against, and on mobile you have the points are interleaved. So you have point for, point against, point for, point against. So it's like maybe you've heard of the thing called echo chambers online, like with social media, which means that you only see content that you agree with, because that's how some of the algorithms work. This sort of deliberation system is sort of the anti-echo chamber. We literally design the software and the website to, so you have to see the points from the other side. You can't go through, you can't keep on scrolling. They're right there always. And also quite often we have minority viewpoints, even if there's like like hundreds or 1,000 people who support something and only few who don't support it. Often the information provided by the person who doesn't like it is important. Maybe only very few people see a critical flaw in an idea that then often can be fixed. So the idea gets better through this sort of a deliberation, because it's not about just having we should do this or we should not do this. It's also about sort of melding the idea, making it better as it sort of goes along. We have, over the years, focused quite heavily on artificial intelligence as features in our solutions, with the aim of empowering citizens democratically with artificial intelligence. And we started out almost 10 years ago with machine translations. So in the city of Reykjavik, in like 2013, 2014, we had a huge boom in tourism after certain volcanoes, made Iceland a big tourist, destination. So during those years, 2013, 2014, we had so many people, thousands of people moving to Iceland, like from the European Union area, for example, to work in the tourism industry. And they were all often here for years. So the city thought it was quite important that they could also participate in the local democracy. And obviously, we agree with that. So, for example, there's machine translations. People can take part in any language they like. That we can mix many languages together. And back in 2014, like machine translations, like Google Translate, I mean, they were not that great, but they worked. They got like the information to people. I mean, today, even Icelandic between English and Polish and many other languages is really, really good. It's almost flawless. There's like speech to text, so people can speak in their ideas, especially, important for some disabled people. And then we convert the speech to text using artificial intelligence. Even if the debating system has a lot of it produces very little toxicity, we still have AI that monitors everything. So if there's a personal attack or something like that, then an administrator gets an email and there's like a zero tolerance policy for that. But that happens very rarely due to the design of the debating system. And then we're working on an AI-powered chat system, which you can sort of talk to the information. And that's going to be released next month. So when it comes to governments using your priorities or other platforms like social media to engage with citizens. And so you have the public sector on the left side of this diagram, you have social media in the middle, you have citizens on the right, and you have this ad-driven business model that has the really, really big flaw is that if you want to do something bad, if you want to influence this discussion and you want to influence this in any way, the only thing you need is like bad intentions in your head and then some money, and you can have influence. And this is has been sort of a bit of a whack-a-mole over the years. There was a big article out in The Guardian last week, I believe, about how this is still going on. I mean, people have talked about, potentially this affecting Brexit election cycle when Trump and Hillary were facing each other and so on. But with open source and non-profit business models, you can create those engagement methods quite easily, between citizens and governments. We have a cloud solution that we use, but also governments can install the open source software in their own clouds. And this creates a much more resilient mechanism for influence campaigns and for bad actors, because bad actors have no special, they can't use any money to buy influence in a solution like this. And the decentralized nature of it being that governments can, in different places, can be running different instances. It also makes it more resilient. Our platforms have got really great independent reviews recently. We got the top score of 94% in the 2022 Digital Democracy Report. We were also listed at the top of the list of in the OECD guidelines for citizen participation processes. But many other great tools also on those lists. And we are certainly not the only open source sort of non-profit tools available for citizen engagement. There are many other great tools. And just a couple of projects here towards the end. So Better Reykjavik, this was our first sort of big hit, if you like, where we have now over 40,000 users that are registered. And the city uses it for participatory budgeting, like we talked about before, but many other type of projects, policy crowdsourcing, some more fund-related projects, and so on. This is sort of the front page of the participatory budgeting project, My Neighborhood, and where we have record-breaking numbers every year. This is actually from a couple of years ago. We had 1,300 ideas, and last year we had 1,700 ideas. And I really like this map of ideas. This is like the location of the ideas that citizens put in. because this sort of more or less draws out the boundaries of Reykjavik municipality. So there are ideas everywhere. It's so accessible. The city has used the platform for the Reykjavik city education policy until 2030, for example, and then allowing citizens to join the process of making the new policy in 2 stages. First, at the beginning of the process, to get sort of the high-level views, and then towards the end of the policy-making process to get some details on implementation. And this is very popular and really gave the public a great sort of interface to have real positive impact on the education policy. Obviously, education policies affect us all. And this is our Better Iceland website, where we have now 18 other municipalities, so including all the biggest municipalities in Iceland. So it's now our open solutions are now like population-wide, where over 90% of the population in Iceland has access to citizen engagement through those sort of tools. In Scottish Parliament, they have done many projects using our platforms, just depending on what's happening in the Parliament. City of Vienna uses the platform for all sorts of well, at first this project of participatory budgeting for young people. We do many projects with the World Bank. This is a Romania startup ecosystem project. This is actually our largest project in Kyrgyzstan, which we've been working on with World Bank, where hundreds of thousands of people have taken direct part and logged in to take part from thousands of villages across Kyrgyzstan, basically having a real effect on how World Bank grant money is being used on the ground in those villages. And you can see some of the villages. So it's by far our sort of there's literally tens of thousands of different sort of engagement groups, as a part of this project. And there's a great case study out on peoplepowered.org website, which goes into detail about how this digital platform has boosted participation in Kyrgyzstan. And the health ministry in Kyrgyzstan also is using the platform first to fight COVID disinformation, now for general health engagement. We've done projects in Africa. This one, for example, Multi-City Challenge Africa. And the same, the pros and cons, they're always working very well. It's a project in Sudan, which was called Get Back to School after the first COVID wave, where the platform helped connect the teachers and students and parents and the government together to come up with plans on how to safely restart the school system after the first COVID wave in Sudan. So the key outcomes, basically collective innovation for a more complex world. And we have increased civic knowledge and more public acceptance. People are working together. And what have we learned? So participation must be fun. I mean, you can't, nobody just will participate if it's like it's a huge form that needs to be filled out just with text. It needs to be accessible. The participation needs to be broken into sizable units where people can understand, so when they're taking part, like you can't put like a giant PDF document in front of them and expect them to give you comment on that. You want to break your information into understandable, sort of units of understanding, which is actually a great exercise in any case. And you need to reward citizens by actually using the output and from the participation. So we put a lot of emphasis on our government partners is to do the consultations and the citizen engagement at the right time, where there is actually space for citizens to be able to have an influence, where it matters, where it is helpful, where it actually does have a chance of making better decisions. And communication is key. The attention economy is quite brutal. You have to have realistic marketing budgets. So if people don't know about those projects, they won't participate. That's 100%. So this is often a challenge for government, but the benefits are great because you are, by reaching out to citizens, you are also, working with citizens, you are advertising the life of the civil sphere of life. So thank you. And I hope you took some understanding or new ideas from this. If you have any questions, always happy. You can write to me at robert@citizens.is, any questions or whatever. And yeah, that's it for me today, but I'm happy to take questions.
¿Cómo están? Yo soy Ana Sofía Ríos, yo soy socia del despacho Echeverría Ruiz Amarripa en la práctica de corporativo transaccional y de tecnología y fintech. Pues sí, así es, el día de hoy les queríamos platicar un poco lo que hemos visto desde la perspectiva jurídica, ¿no? Nosotros como despacho, pues que asesoramos en diferentes materias, ¿no? De manera integral a nuestros clientes, ¿no? Que muchos de ellos, y sobre todo Valentín y yo, que ahorita dejo que se presente, pues asesoramos en poder desarrollar sus negocios, ¿no? Estos negocios digitales disruptivos que van avanzando muy rápido y pues nosotros desde el punto de vista jurídico, nuestra asesoría es poder buscar la manera en la que pueden implementar ese negocio dentro del marco regulatorio que tenemos al día de hoy, que si bien no es no se mueve con la misma rapidez que estos negocios, pues se debe de tomar en cuenta para poder estar dentro del marco regulatorio y poder seguir adelante y seguir desarrollándolo, ¿no? Un poco como nos platicaba hace unos momentos Marco, cómo se fueron adaptando en Mercado Libre con las diferentes pues entidades y instituciones, ¿no? Reguladas y no reguladas para efectos de poder, tienen un valor muy importante, como si fuera el metaverso.
Hola. Oye, avánzale con el tecladito de tu computadora. Si estás en el celular, tiene un como joystick, entonces empújale y tienes que entrar a la zona donde están las sillitas y ahí ya se escucha completamente. Cuando estás fuera de esa zona, se escucha muy bajito.
Esto que nos expone ciertas expectativas y ciertos retos, ¿no? Existen pues ciertos retos en donde pues es determinar pues qué tipo de legislación nos está aplicando, ¿no? ¿Qué tipo de regulación nos va a aplicar y qué tipo de jurisdicción, ¿no? Por ejemplo, porque no hay una regulación específica, ¿no? Entonces, como no hay algo específico al día de hoy, pues tenemos que aplicar la legislación vigente. Y como decía al inicio, pues puede ser que no sea ad hoc o específica, ¿no? Porque no avanza a la misma velocidad que los desarrollos tecnológicos y estos modelos disruptivos que estamos viendo. Entonces, tenemos que adaptarnos a lo que tenemos hoy y regularlo correctamente. Y entonces, como decíamos, oye, plasmar correctamente lo que quieren entre las partes que van a estar involucradas en una transacción como las que platicamos hace unos momentos y decidir, pues, bajo qué reglas se van a regir, ¿no? ¿Qué legislación le aplica? Oye, ¿qué jurisdicción? Porque, pues, ahorita o en otros casos, pues, puede haber personas, ¿no? Detrás de esos avatares que están en México o en cualquier otro país. Entonces, entre más claridad tengamos desde el inicio de una relación jurídica, pues entonces su desarrollo y evitar cualquier controversia, pues va a ser mucho más factible, ¿no? Y si se da esa controversia, pues cómo podemos atenderla, ¿no? Entonces, eso va a ser muy importante y pues es sin duda, pues es un reto, ¿no? Ahora, ¿qué tenemos al día de hoy? ¿Cuál es nuestro marco regulatorio actual? Uno de los retos pues, más importantes que tenemos es la identificación digital y cómo expresamos el consentimiento en este mundo digital, ¿no? Fuera del metaverso, fuera del mundo digital, pues nos identificamos con identificaciones emitidas por un tercero, como autoridades gubernamentales que las emiten, identificaciones, pasaportes, etcétera. Y perdón, no me están escuchando ya. Ahora sí con el megáfono, ¿se escucha?
Sí, ya se escucha mejor.
Ah, perdón, qué pena, yo feliz así platicando. Y no veía el chat, perdón. Entonces, bueno, tenemos eso fuera del mundo digital, pero ¿cómo nos identificamos en el mundo digital y cómo expresamos el consentimiento? Porque fuera de pues llegas en una operación, ¿no? Con ciertos documentos, ciertos contratos, llevas a cabo una firma autógrafa y eso de manera escrita, pues se otorga el consentimiento y se celebran actos jurídicos. Ahora, en el mundo digital, pues tenemos otras herramientas, ¿no? Tenemos firmas electrónicas, ¿no? Que puede ser pues simples o avanzadas, ¿no? Con contraseñas o con tokens o con biométricos, si lo queremos hacer un poquito más pues fidedigna la autenticación de la persona. Y de esta manera podemos otorgar el consentimiento. Y esto ya se encuentra regulado en la legislación común y de comercio, por ejemplo, en México desde el 2000, nada más que ahora ha cobrado pues mayor relevancia con todos estos avances tecnológicos y pues con todos los retos que nos hemos estado enfrentando pues por temas de pandemia y por todos estos pues ya avances tan importantes, ¿no? Y se reconoce, tanto en México como a nivel internacional, pues que la firma electrónica produce los mismos efectos jurídicos que la firma autógrafa. Y entonces podemos contratar y otorgar nuestro consentimiento, ¿no? Esto ha ayudado muchísimo, como les decía, para que en estos medios digitales podamos realizar operaciones en el metaverso y fuera de pues empresas también puedan eficientar sus procesos, ¿no? Ahorrar y disminuir costos, tiempos, etc. Y ahora esto se los comento porque pues es uno de los retos que nos enfrentamos a nivel digital y sobre todo en el metaverso, y por eso se debe de regular específicamente para poder identificarnos de manera fehaciente, y entonces los que participen en esas transacciones, actos jurídicos, pues sea claro que están expresando su consentimiento y el sentido de y pues emitir cualquier riesgo que se vaya a desconocer pues ese consentimiento otorgado, ¿no? También una vez que pasamos la parte del consentimiento, pues también se tiene que definir exactamente pues qué tipo de transacción estamos haciendo, ¿no? Y su naturaleza, ¿no? Por ejemplo, si estamos llevando a cabo una transacción donde se utilicen activos virtuales, pues analizar si estamos ante una compraventa con pago en especie, si se trata de una permuta de esos activos virtuales. Y esto es importante porque tiene distintas implicaciones legales y fiscales, ¿no? Hay diversos tipos de activos virtuales y tienen diferentes características. Entonces, con sus diferencias, pues pueden llegar a tener diferentes implicaciones, diferentes consecuencias, ¿no? Entonces, es importante dejar muy claro qué estamos haciendo y qué se está intercambiando, qué se está pagando. Al día de hoy no hay una ley específica aplicable a activos virtuales en general, por lo que aplica nuestra legislación común. Platicábamos y se mencionó brevemente en la ponencia anterior pues, que existe la ley FinTech, que nos da una definición de activo virtual, por ejemplo, pero esta ley pues no tiene, tiene por objeto regular los servicios financieros que prestan las instituciones de tecnología financiera y no es aplicable a estas operaciones con estos activos virtuales. Entonces, es importante determinar los alcances y las implicaciones de operar con activos virtuales y de implementar estructuras de entidades con modelos de negocio que puedan llegar a operar con activos virtuales, ¿no? Porque pues existen ciertas restricciones para estas entidades reguladas en la ley FinTech, ¿no? Que derivan de la circular del Banco de México. Mencionaba brevemente Marco, y por eso la razón por la cual las diferentes entidades que tienen, porque pues solo pueden celebrar operaciones con estos que correspondan a operaciones internas, ¿no? Sujeto a ciertas aprobaciones otorgadas por el propio Banco de México, ¿no? Y pues existen pues otras operaciones que se pueden dar en el metaverso y dan origen a otros temas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, temas de ciberseguridad, temas de protección de datos, toda esa información que se da de las partes para celebrar una operación, pues estás dando información y datos personales de los que están involucrados, qué van a hacer con esos datos, cómo los van a tratar, si dentro de esa información o esas transacciones hay propiedad intelectual, cómo se va a regular, quién es el propietario, si tienen que ser registros o no, temas de prevención de lavado de dinero, ¿no? Donde ciertas transacciones con activos virtuales pueden ser consideradas actividades vulnerables, entonces, pues en ciertos casos debe cumplir con esa regulación, etcétera, ¿no? Hay muchas aristas que van saliendo de las diferentes transacciones que llevamos a cabo en el mundo digital, ¿no? Y en el metaverso. y hay ciertos riesgos de caer en actividades reguladas, ¿no? Esto, digo, anticipando un poco lo que decíamos de la ley FinTech, pues también podríamos estar llevando a cabo actividades que ya están reguladas dentro de las leyes financieras, ¿no? Decíamos hace unos momentos de las instituciones de tecnología financiera y de regulación que pues, no va tan rápido, pero pues, se tiene que aplicar la regulación vigente, pues hay ciertas actividades que ya están previstas en la legislación financiera, por ejemplo, llevar a cabo asesoría de inversión respecto a adquisición de ciertos valores, ¿no? ¿Qué tal que lo que estamos transaccionando cae dentro de la definición de un valor conforme a la ley de mercado de valores? Estamos dando asesoría de inversión o no, necesitamos estar registrados como asesores en inversiones o no. ¿Qué estamos haciendo con esos activos? Estamos haciendo, poniendo en contacto a las personas para realizar una compra o venta de esos valores. Entonces estamos haciendo una intermediación de valores. Estamos vendiendo esos valores al público en general. Entonces estamos haciendo una oferta pública de valores. ¿A cuántas personas lo estamos haciendo? ¿Es pública? ¿Es privada? Todo eso ya está regulado y se requieren, en todos estos casos que comenté, pues se requieren ciertos registros, se requieren autorizaciones por parte de las autoridades financieras, de la Comisión Nacional Bancaria de Valores, del Banco de México en algunos casos y algunas otras comisiones nacionales, por ejemplo, el caso que platicaba Marco de temas de seguros, pues Comisión Nacional de Seguros y Fianzas, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, hay ya ciertas figuras que están reguladas y que si caemos en esas operaciones sin tener una licencia o registro, pues vamos a ir en contravención de la legislación actual y pues tenemos sanciones tanto monetarias como pues de otra índole que pudieran llegar a ser mucho más graves, ¿no? Para los involucrados. Entonces, sin duda, revisar de manera oportuna las operaciones que estamos realizando, dejar muy claro qué tipo de operación estamos haciendo, y la forma en la que estamos otorgando el consentimiento, pues llega a ser fundamental a nivel digital, igualmente que como lo hacemos fuera de estos espacios, ¿no? Si quieres, adelante Valentín con otros aspectos importantes que debemos de tomar en cuenta.
Gracias, Ana. Voy a prender mi megáfono. Ahí deben estar escuchando, si no me avisan.
Ahí está, perfecto.
Gracias, Ana. Gracias. Como lo mencionaba Ana ya, nuestro marco regulatorio, pues hay que aplicarlo aunque no se haya diseñado específicamente para esto, lo cual es natural, lleva muchos años vigente. Lo mismo sucede con el tema fiscal, por ejemplo, ¿no? Esto tiene muchas materias que hay que analizar para dar una asesoría y para diseñar un modelo de negocio de manera adecuada, utilizando tecnología, el metaverso, etcétera. En el fiscal no hay un tratamiento específicamente diseñado para esto, lo cual no significa que no debemos utilizar las reglas fiscales vigentes el día de hoy, aunque no hayan sido específicamente diseñadas para esto. Hoy que existe sobre temas digitales en México, en materia fiscal. Bueno, pues hay un régimen para plataformas digitales que regulan ciertas descargas multimedia, actividades o servicios de intermediación, poner en contacto un proveedor de bienes y un adquirente de bienes o servicios, etcétera. Ciertos clubes y páginas de citas. Para este tipo de operaciones y sujetos que realicen estas actividades, hay una regulación fiscal específica y es relevante porque muchos de los modelos de negocio que se pueden utilizar con esta tecnología y en el metaverso implican este tipo de actividad y por lo tanto estarían sujetos a cierto régimen fiscal específico en México, implica retenciones, etcétera. Y algo muy interesante es que incluso eso sucedería si no son residentes en México. Esta regla fiscal, si tú llevas a cabo la actividad en México, te agarra, aunque estés fuera de México, incluso a los extranjeros, y tendrían que venir a darse de alta al SAT, etcétera. Incluso hay una disposición que permite al fisco mexicano ordenar a los proveedores de servicios de Internet hacer un bloqueo de esa página de internet, por ejemplo, en caso de que no se cumplan con esas obligaciones en México, que es muy cuestionable tecnológicamente que se pueda y se deba hacer, y también jurídicamente y constitucionalmente, pero ahí está la ley, ¿no? ¿Qué hay que ver también cuando hacemos una transacción con este tipo de tecnología en el metaverso? Que generalmente se realiza a través de criptoactivos, que hay miles de criptoactivos. Los metaversos tienen algunos sus propios criptoactivos, podemos utilizar otros, etcétera. Hay que ver qué operaciones, qué naturaleza jurídica tiene, qué activo virtual se está utilizando y cuál es su característica, cuáles son sus características para definir qué tratamiento fiscal debe tener. Pueden tener múltiples características que les da un tratamiento distinto. Habrá que hacer ese análisis ya muy a detalle en el caso. ¿Qué es lo que sucede con la legislación actual? Pues como no está previsto específicamente en una regulación para activos virtuales, se pueden generar muchas distorsiones. Por ejemplo, en materia de IVA, si nosotros llegáramos a considerar que un cierto activo virtual, por sus características tecnológicas propias, y pudiera ser considerado un bien mueble intangible, bueno, pues su enajenación o el intercambio de un cripto por otro cripto, por ejemplo, duplicaría el IVA en la transacción, lo cual pues es algo indeseable, por supuesto, pero conforme a la regulación fiscal actual, pues sería un riesgo, dependiendo naturalmente cómo se implemente la operación, etcétera, ¿no? Creo que todos estos riesgos, erosiones fiscales, etcétera, se pueden disminuir o evitar en ciertos casos con un buen análisis y diseño de un modelo adecuado de negocio conforme a la regulación mexicana. La receta aquí es, hay que analizar el caso concreto, no hay respuestas generales a estos cuestionamientos. Ahora, si el aspecto fiscal es relevante, la verdad es que este tipo de modelos de negocio tienen que analizarse desde un punto de vista multidisciplinario. Necesitamos ver desde el punto de vista transaccional cómo está operando, con qué contratos. A veces mucho de esto se opera a través de contratos inteligentes que utilizan blockchain como base, criptoactivos, etcétera. Hay que analizar también temas de propiedad intelectual, ¿no? Tampoco hay una legislación específicamente diseñada para esto, pero por supuesto que se puede hacer una protección específica de derechos de autor, marcas. Hay que ver cómo se registran, qué usos y reproducciones tienen, etcétera. Este análisis es muy importante cuando hablamos de este tipo de transacciones en el metaverso. Por supuesto, hay temas de vital importancia cuando utilizamos este tipo de tecnologías en materia de protección de datos personales. Las responsabilidades de las plataformas y empresas que adquieren o que manejan datos personales de sus usuarios o de sus contrapartes, de otras empresas, etcétera, requiere un cumplimiento normativo muy específico, y este es un tema sumamente relevante a analizar cuando se diseñan este tipo de negocios en el metaverso utilizando estas tecnologías. Hay otros también, como el tema laboral y de ciberseguridad. El laboral, pues claro que tiene implicaciones. ¿Ven ahí mi pantalla o ya no?
No, ya
El
no.
laboral también hay temas que por supuesto tienen que enfrentarse relativos a los empleados, si hay una relación de supra-subordinación entre la empresa y un trabajador, que deben de cuidarse a pesar de que se realicen con tecnología, etcétera. De todas formas hay que cuidar estos aspectos. Y por supuesto temas de ciberseguridad que también deben ser considerados al analizar este tipo de modelos de negocios. Hasta aquí tenemos este gran análisis del marco general de lo que existe en México, lo que no existe y lo que hay que analizar en estos temas.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Me da mucho gusto saludarlas y saludarles. Yo soy Julieta Brambila, soy directora general de Comunicación, Servicio Público de Información y Relaciones Institucionales en el Instituto Nacional de Estadística y Geografía de México. Y hoy estoy muy contenta de estar con ustedes conversando sobre algunos proyectos muy específicos que tiene el INEGI precisamente en los ámbitos de la innovación y la tecnología, y también para compartirles sobre todo nuestra visión respecto a la ciudadanización de la información, que es un concepto que hablaré de él un poco más adelante en esta plática, a la que también hemos puesto por subtítulo Aplicaciones para fomentar la participación ciudadana. La presentación, como pueden ver en la siguiente lámina, se divide en 6 puntos. Primero me gustaría compartirles un poco más sobre quiénes somos como institución, qué hacemos. Posteriormente, desdoblar un poco más la idea de la ciudadanización de la información, la apropiación de esta información por parte de las y los ciudadanos. Después comentaré otros puntos importantes sobre el INEGI y sobre una encuesta muy relevante que tenemos, que es la encuesta nacional de usos de tecnologías de la información, la ENDUTI, y posteriormente platicaré un par de aplicaciones, herramientas específicas que tenemos de 2 proyectos en donde creemos que el papel de la información, la innovación y los ciudadanos son fundamentales para que coexistan, para que surjan estos proyectos, y finalmente algunas conclusiones, digamos, de esta charla que espero sea de su interés. Déjenme comenzar por el principio, básicamente, que es un poquito platicarles sobre el INEGI. El INEGI comúnmente nos ubica a la población y las y los ciudadanos como una instancia autónoma del Estado mexicano que realiza sobre todo, porque es uno de nuestros programas de información más conocidos, el Censo de Población y Vivienda, que ustedes seguramente ubican muy bien, que se hace cada 10 años y que es cuando el instituto toca la puerta de cada una de los hogares del país para saber cuántos somos, y que lo ha venido haciendo desde hace ya bastantes décadas. Sin embargo, ese solamente es uno, probablemente el más conocido, pero solamente uno de los diferentes censos que levantamos como instituto, de las diferentes encuestas y también de otros programas de información que tienen que ver con levantamientos geográficos en el territorio y registros administrativos de diferente índole. El INEGI, por tanto, es una institución que es central en el Estado mexicano y para las y los mexicanos, en el sentido de que provee de certidumbre sobre datos fundamentales para nuestro día a día, no solo los más básicos, como pueden ser cuántos somos, dónde vivimos, las condiciones de estas viviendas, sino también de temáticas tan amplias como tendrían que ver temas, por ejemplo, de seguridad y gobierno, incluso a nivel estatal y municipal, temas que tienen que ver con encuestas sociodemográficas, para conocer un poco más diferentes aspectos de nuestra población en el sentido de la diversidad, en el sentido de la inclusión, en el sentido de los ingresos en los hogares, temas que tienen que ver también con encuestas económicas. De las más conocidas tienen que ver nuestras proyecciones de crecimiento, pero también nuestros indicadores del PIB, de la inflación y algunos otros que tenemos, como los censos económicos que estarán por levantarse el siguiente año. Y también, como decía, pues programas estadísticos y de información que tienen que ver con la parte geográfica. Para que se den una idea, en 2023 el instituto estará publicando un total de 172 productos o indicadores, y que estos productos e indicadores los publicamos prácticamente día con día. Hay veces que podemos publicar 3 o 4 indicadores al día. Y algo que nos parece muy, muy relevante es que estos programas que publicamos, los indicadores y los productos, pues son sumamente consultados por diferentes sectores para diferentes fines. La información que proveemos pues da certidumbre no solamente al gobierno, sino también da certidumbre a sectores como los financieros, los empresariales, diferentes sectores productivos del país, y obviamente son insumos fundamentales también para la generación de políticas públicas, para conocernos más en los ámbitos comunitarios, decía, en los diferentes niveles de gobierno, municipal, estatal, federal. Y además de todo esto, el INEGI es la unidad central coordinadora del Sistema Nacional de Información Estadística y Geográfica del país, en donde están representadas unidades de Estado de la más diversa índole, igualmente en los diferentes niveles de gobierno, y que es la unidad fundamental para la generación de estadísticas oficiales en el país. Por todo esto, creemos que la labor del instituto, que justamente este año cumple 40 años, es de gran relevancia para el país, pero también para sectores específicos como el de las tecnologías de la información y algunas otras de las cuales hablaré en un momento más. Pero antes de eso, déjenme comentarles sobre esta idea que hemos estado impulsando en el instituto desde el inicio de esta nueva administración con la presidenta Graciela Márquez, y que tiene que ver con acercar aún más la información que producimos y que difundimos a las y los ciudadanos. Esto es una idea central que guía nuestra labor de generación y sobre todo nuestra labor de difusión de información, porque es un esfuerzo por impulsar también una mayor participación ciudadana, pues en todo el ciclo de generación del dato estadístico. Muy particularmente en un momento voy a referirme a 2 proyectos en donde los insumos de las y los ciudadanos con ayuda de la tecnología son sumamente relevantes para, por una parte, mejorar algunos programas geográficos y por otra parte, generar un indicador que nos habla sobre el ánimo social en una plataforma digital específica. Pero esto es para decir básicamente que uno de los principales objetivos es difundir la información que generamos, hacer que se consulte y que estos datos también sean representativos entre los diferentes tipos de población. Obviamente hay un trabajo técnico muy robusto en todo el instituto, en sus diferentes áreas, para generar las estadísticas que tenemos a través de muestreos y una serie de cuestiones bastante técnicas en la parte de los levantamientos, pero también es representativa muchas de las programas y encuestas que generamos, pues de poblaciones que históricamente han sido marginadas en nuestro país y en otras partes. Nada más por mencionar un proyecto, el año pasado el instituto publicó la ENDISEC, la Encuesta Nacional de Diversidad Sexual y de Género, en su primera edición, que fue en se llama ENDISEC 2021, y por primera vez sabemos, por ejemplo, que en el país sabemos más de 5 millones de personas de la diversidad sexual o de género. Y estos datos son importantes, este en particular, pero en general los que va construyendo el instituto, porque claro que nos ayuda a conocernos también más como población y como país. Los datos que generamos, pues por mandato son accesibles y también gratuitos a la población. Nuestra principal plataforma de difusión, que invito a que la visiten también, es nuestra página de internet, que tiene una afluencia bastante notable todos los días del año, en donde diferentes tipos de usuarios, desde los más especializados, pensemos en investigadores, hasta los que llegan incluso por casualidad, que son, les llamamos turistas, ¿no? Que llegan simplemente a conocer algún dato específico, pero que encuentran en nuestra página un espacio, una plataforma en donde poder acceder a los datos. Decía que en algunos casos tienen un fuerte componente colaborativo, pero incluso yo diría que en el ADN mismo del instituto, en la forma en que operamos con un pacto de confianza, un puente de confianza con la ciudadanía, que funciona cada vez que vamos a tocar una puerta, que nos abren y nos dan la información que, hay que decirlo siempre, se guarda con los mayores estándares de confidencialidad. ahí estamos generando ese pacto de confianza, y la confianza va más allá de eso, no solo en recabar la información, sino también en que el dato es confiable ante los ojos de la ciudadanía, de los poderes del Estado y también de los diferentes sectores. Puede haber alguna disputa quizás sobre cómo atender una problemática pública a través de un dato, pero muy pocas veces encontramos alguna disputa sobre el dato en sí mismo, y eso creo que tiene que ver justamente con la forma en que está construido el instituto y la confianza que tenemos. Decía que atendemos diferentes temáticas. Aquí quise traer a colación una encuesta que publicamos anualmente y que seguramente ustedes conocen, pero me pareció un espacio muy apropiado para comentarla, que es la encuesta nacional sobre disponibilidad y uso de tecnologías de la información en los hogares, en DUTI, que se publicará también en su nueva edición este año. Decía que es anual, y este es simplemente para poner un ejemplo de la información que producimos a través de esta encuesta, y por esta encuesta podemos conocer, por ejemplo, que en 2021 había cerca de 88.6 millones de personas como usuarios de Internet en el país, que estos usuarios han crecido al menos en 10 millones desde el 2017 hasta el 2021. Podemos conocer que hay una brecha todavía que existe entre el uso de estas tecnologías, entre una brecha de género entre hombres y mujeres. Podemos conocer que también hay una brecha en cuanto a, por ejemplo, la parte etaria, que tiene que ver con los años que tienen los usuarios, obviamente mucho más marcado en las poblaciones más juveniles, pero esto es un ejemplo de la información que produce el instituto, que es una información que, como decía, pues es muy útil eh, y encuentra mucha utilidad en diferentes sectores, no solo para conocer esto, sino imagínense también, pues para tomar una serie de decisiones en diferentes ámbitos y demás. Ahora, déjenme enfocarme en la siguiente parte de la presentación, que tiene que ver más con un par de aplicaciones muy específicas de información que genera el instituto, y que son proyectos que encabeza el INEGI, pero que los hace muy de la mano con las y los ciudadanos. Son dos aplicaciones que me gustaría comentarles cada una de ellas de una manera breve en lo que sigue de la plática, simplemente como para tener esta idea en donde combinamos, decía hace rato, es una triada muy importante, ¿no? Que tiene que ver la innovación, el uso de las tecnologías y la participación ciudadana. Y esta es una parte esencial, creo yo, de lo que les vengo a platicar el día de hoy. La cartografía participativa es un primer proyecto del cual en un momento me voy a referir, que es básicamente cómo las y los usuarios ayudan a mapear, ayudan a generar, a refinar, a enriquecer diferentes aspectos de un mapa geográfico, que a su vez tiene diferentes aplicaciones y usos por diferentes sectores. En un segundo momento hablaremos del Big Data en redes sociales, particularmente del estado de ánimo de los tuiteros en México, que es un proyecto que igualmente tiene ya algunos años en el instituto, y que sobre todo lo traje a colación el día de hoy porque me parece que como experiencia por conocer el estado de ánimo de una población específica en una plataforma como puede ser una red social, en este caso Twitter, pues es un ejemplo de la información que se puede generar a partir de recabar esta misma información por parte, pues, de los tuiteros en estos casos, y las aplicaciones que eso podría tener otra vez para diferentes sectores. Pero si quieren, vamos por partes, comenzando precisamente con la plataforma de cartografía participativa. Es una plataforma que está vigente hoy en día, que pueden acceder a través de nuestro sitio de internet. En un momento ponemos también por aquí la página para que ustedes puedan verlo, y que puedan también conocerla de primera mano como un ejemplo de esta continua colaboración que puede existir con las y los ciudadanos, pero que además tiene una utilidad práctica muy específica, que es la de mejorar y robustecer y refinar ciertos, en este caso, ciertos mapas, y que puede tener diferentes aplicaciones hacia adelante. Déjenme platicarles un poquito más de aplicación, que como decía, es muy útil la forma en que las y los usuarios ayudan precisamente a mapear. El primer objetivo es pues mantener la información geográfica actualizada, a pesar de que el entorno, como ustedes saben, pues siempre es muy cambiante, ¿no? Vivimos en ciudades que están continuamente desarrollándose, en cambios que se muestran en el entorno por la creciente urbanización, pero también, como es natural, pues son ciudades y poblaciones vivas que se van dinamizando y van transformándose con el paso del tiempo. Entonces, siempre es un reto para la cartografía y en general para las unidades geográficas que tiene el instituto, pues mantener actualizados la parte geográfica que generamos, porque precisamente somos la institución del Estado mexicano que se encarga de llevar a cabo esta labor fundamental para una buena cantidad de temas, incluidos políticas públicas y muchos otros. En este caso en específico, la participación consistió en que hicimos una colaboración amplia con 37 instituciones de educación superior en México. El instituto, de hecho, continuamente tiene colaboraciones con sociedad civil, con los ámbitos académicos, universitarios, sociedad civil organizada y demás, para hacer diferentes labores, para apoyar en diferentes iniciativas. Tenemos algunas cátedras con universidades y en particular en este caso fue una colaboración con 37 instituciones en México y que se pretende en esta colaboración que, como digo, sigue vigente, pues es una innovación importante que básicamente es una plataforma web especializada que permite a los estudiantes mapear elementos geográficos. Por ejemplo, por decir una simple cosa, puede ser desde una escuela, un poste de luz o una caseta de algún buzón o teléfono que todavía estén por ahí. Y esto es importante porque claro que el nivel de desagregación de los mapas y las diferentes capas cartográficas, pues entre mayor especialización tengan, como sabemos, siempre son de mayor utilidad para diferentes propósitos. Y nos parece y le pareció al área, a la Dirección General de Estadísticas de Geografía y demás, pues que era un elemento fundamental también para poderlo lograr, sin menoscabar desde luego que es una innovación importante. El instituto tiene una vida de innovación muy relevante. Estamos siempre intentando estar en la vanguardia de diferentes programas de información y geográficos que tenemos, precisamente porque sabemos como instituto no solo de la relevancia que esto tiene para el país, sino de la utilidad para las y los ciudadanos. Entre los resultados de este proyecto específico, pues tenemos que más de 100 estudiantes, 130 y tantos estudiantes registraron cerca de 1.2 millones de nuevos elementos geográficos, que en un momento les platico cómo fue el proceso, y que ayudaron a enriquecer de diferentes formas estos mapas y estos insumos cartográficos. Entonces, ¿cómo funcionaba? Básicamente, o cómo funciona, básicamente, la sociedad, en este caso, las y los estudiantes reportan cambios en su entorno, nuevas vialidades, cambios de nombre en las calles, números exteriores, nuevas manzanas, fusiones y divisiones, camellones, nuevas localidades, elementos que están en nuestro entorno, de los cuales podemos ser o no ser conscientes, pero que están ahí, que impactan el entorno de cierta manera y que muy probablemente al reconocerlos y con esta participación, pues hacemos que estos insumos cartográficos sean pues mucho más enriquecidos. Entonces, esta es un poco la parte, del reconocimiento de estos elementos. Y después viene el otro punto que es básicamente que las y los estudiantes proporcionan esta información de los mobiliarios urbanos, como pueden ser también pues monumentos, teléfonos públicos, rampas, postes de electricidad, paradas de autobús y algunos otros. Y con estos elementos que tenemos, que se fueron capturando, se ingresaban al portal de cartografía participativa en la página del INEGI, que se accede en la siguiente liga por si alguien está interesado o interesada en conocerlo un poco más, y simplemente se capturaban de una manera muy sencilla a través de un formato que son básicamente las 1.2 millones de aportaciones que se tuvieron, de hecho más porque hubo un proceso de validación, y las y los usuarios deben registrarse previamente mediante la opción de ingresar y posteriormente se registran con los siguientes datos para ya poder hacer la aportación. Luego, a partir de esta parte, de este primer registro, pues ya los usuarios identifican, por ejemplo, en este caso, la falta de un poste de luz, se ubica el lugar geográfico donde se encuentra, se proporcionan los datos mínimos necesarios y se envía finalmente ya la aportación, digamos, al instituto. Lo que sucede en el instituto, como en muchas otras partes posteriormente, pues es una validación sobre la información misma, una validación que se hace a través de validadores o validadoras del instituto, que son personas responsables dentro del INEGI que revisan estas aportaciones ciudadanas y que básicamente tienen la labor de aceptar o rechazar las nuevas aportaciones y revisar la etapa actual que tiene cada una de estas, y después de la validación y del proceso de verificación pasa a un editor que hace también las veces de curador, digamos, de esta información y finalmente pues acepta la validación. A partir de ahí se integra la información de esta aportación cartográfica y personal otra vez del instituto realiza la edición en la cartografía correspondiente, ya sea al marco geoestadístico o de cartografía urbana y rural que tenemos en el instituto y que es consultable de libre acceso para quien esté interesado. Y finalmente ya aparecería el elemento que se edita y que se incorpora en este proceso, que creemos fundamentalmente pues una práctica pues innovadora en el sentido de la participación, pero también innovadora en el sentido de cómo a través de una plataforma que tiene el instituto se pueden ir actualizando datos que de otra manera, o información urbana o rural que de otra manera probablemente nos llevaría más tiempo hacerlo, y que finalmente también pues es un bien público la información y entre más actualizada y más completa esté, pues siempre es mejor para el instituto, pero sobre todo también para las y los mexicanos. Por otra parte, me gustaría conversar con ustedes brevemente el otro proyecto que elegimos para compartirles el día de hoy, que es uno que se llama El estado de ánimo de los tuiteros en México. Como saben, desde hace algún tiempo, pues las redes sociales se han vuelto en elementos fundamentales de nuestra vida cotidiana. Hay ciertas diferencias, obviamente, en el uso y penetración de estas plataformas y de estas plataformas en el país. Sin embargo, sin lugar a dudas, han hecho un cambio importante en la forma en que nos comunicamos como sociedad, en la forma en que se pueden entablar algún tipo de diálogo, debates, intercambios sobre las más diversas temáticas que puedan existir. Sí, es Twitter un lugar que es importante para las organizaciones, es importante para el breaking news, es importante por diferentes razones, como algunas otras plataformas que tienen usos y finalidades distintas. Pero en este caso, el instituto desde hace algunos años entró también precisamente en nuestra dirección general de investigación y algunas encuestas experimentales y programas de información experimentales, pues a analizar un poco más y a meternos un poco más sobre esta herramienta que tiene algunos objetivos específicos, ¿no? Medir y reportar automáticamente el estado de ánimo de los tuiteros en México. Hay una participación ciudadana evidente aquí, que básicamente es que los universitarios y personal del INEGI fueron alimentando el sistema con diferentes tweets, por ejemplo, de temas de entretenimiento, los cuales fueron etiquetando para ir generando categorías, diferentes estados de ánimo, y que además hay innovaciones digitales importantes. El sistema posteriormente aprendió a etiquetar los tweets, digamos, con un índice de precisión cercano al 80%, que es bastante más alto de lo que las publicaciones en la literatura especializada sobre estos temas comúnmente estiman o tienen. Y los resultados específicos es que también el instituto puede aprovechar el sistema para recopilar datos en tiempo real de diferentes campos. Esta es sin duda una herramienta experimental, pero que si vamos incluso más allá de esta sola plataforma del Twitter, podríamos entender también el valor que tienen todos los datos que generamos digitalmente al momento de estar interactuando en este tipo de plataformas y lo que esos datos dicen no solo de una persona, sino también de una sociedad, en este caso el estado de ánimo. Como sabemos, las redes sociales de diferentes formas, según varias hipótesis, pues pueden replicar las diferentes polarizaciones, confrontaciones, situaciones sociales que existen, digamos, en la sociedad, que no es digital, la sociedad real que nos movemos día con día de manera cotidiana, y por tanto es relevante conocer un poco más precisamente estas plataformas y el estado de ánimo de las personas usuarias de estas plataformas, que, dicho sea de paso, pues ha crecido consistentemente en los últimos años en el país, incluso en estratos, desde luego, urbanos, pero también rurales. Ahora, este es un ejemplo del estado de ánimo que se reporta, de hecho, día con día. Hoy también se reportó como cada día el estado de ánimo de los tuiteros. También se consulta a través de nuestra página de internet, que otra vez invito a que la conozcan si todavía no están familiarizadas y familiarizados con ella. Y aquí podemos ver básicamente una categorización dentro del coeficiente de estado de ánimo que tiene diferentes niveles. La parte de abajo, naturalmente, cuando es un estado de ánimo un poco más negativo, cuando es en la parte de arriba, pues un coeficiente, podríamos llamarle más positivo, en temas muy particulares, ¿no? Si vemos, por ejemplo, inicios o fin de año, sobre todo en 2022 y fin de año en 2023, pues el estado de ánimo positivo, vamos a llamarle de esa manera, crece al igual que en Nochebuena, días específicos como el que acaba de ser el día 14 de febrero, pero en otros casos, cuando es lo contrario, podemos encontrar ese estado de ánimo precisamente al revés, como en el caso de los sismos, por ejemplo, cuando ha habido reporte de sismo que se refleja de alguna manera en las redes sociales y la herramienta ayuda a capturarlo. Un problema que hubo en un partido de fútbol el año pasado, una caída, por ejemplo, de las redes sociales igualmente a finales, precisamente en noviembre de 2021 y demás. Y podríamos poner otros elementos más que tienen que ver pues con temáticas incluso políticas y sociales de diferente naturaleza y diferentes ámbitos. Esto es para comentarles también que al igual incluso que la plataforma anterior que platicábamos, pues también se genera con ayuda básicamente también de las personas usuarias de estas plataformas, en este caso del Twitter, pero que es justamente a través de una aplicación de una innovación específica de esta plataforma para medir estos ánimos, el ánimo social, que nos ayuda a llegar a este coeficiente, que podría tener diferentes implicaciones, incluso usos, pero también es un termómetro social. Es importante, creo yo, como sociedad, saber en dónde estamos, a dónde nos movemos, qué es lo que estamos sintiendo como sociedad. Hay todo debate académico respecto a eso. Y claro que hay diferentes herramientas para conocerlos. De las más precisas, por muchos años han sido las encuestas, el mismo INEGI es prueba de ello, pero claro que conforme los avances tecnológicos van encaminados y van haciendo diferentes cambios que no son coyunturales, sino yo diría bastante permanentes en nuestra sociedad, pues es importante también como instituciones pues adentrarnos a otras diferentes formas de poder acercarnos a conocernos mejor, digamos, en este caso a través del ánimo social en una plataforma. En esta liga pueden conocer a más detalle el estado de ánimo de los tuiteros, precisamente en la página, como decía hace rato. Y con esto déjenme ir concluyendo con un par de ideas que desde el instituto nos parecen sumamente relevantes. La primera tiene que ver con algo que he dicho desde el inicio, que tenía que ver con la importancia de las y los ciudadanos en la generación y difusión de estadísticas oficiales en el país y de programas de información geográficos. Es algo que nos queda muy claro, es algo que nos parece muy importante y que estén en toda la cadena de valor de la generación del dato, no solo en la difusión como tradicionalmente se reconoce, sino también en este caso, como lo vimos con 2 casos específicos, pues en la generación misma de los datos. Y por otra parte, estas 2 ideas. Por un lado, que el futuro, desde nuestro punto de vista, es colaborativo. El futuro de diferentes formas es colaborativo, no solamente en la generación de datos, sino también pues en la resolución de diferentes temáticas que nos conciernen como sociedad, pero en particular a las oficinas de estadísticas nacionales, como es el INEGI, nos parece relevante reconocer la importancia de aprovechar la participación ciudadana para mejorar, obviamente, nuestras capacidades de recopilación, y yo también agregaría aquí, y hacerlo más cercano también para que las diferentes personas, ciudadanas, ciudadanos puedan conocer y acercarse más a esta información. Por otra parte, la participación digital conduce a datos, como hemos visto, pues más desagregados, en diferentes formas más precisos. Me parece que el ejemplo de la cartografía participativa es un caso que podría caber en esta categoría sin ningún problema, porque se involucran los usuarios en la recopilación de datos que otorgan precisamente las Oficinas Nacionales de Estadística, en este caso al INEGI, y que nos proporcionan información que por diferentes razones cubre demandas y necesidades que por otro lado nos llevaría mucho tiempo probablemente hacer sin la ayuda precisamente de las y los ciudadanos, que siempre agradecemos también esa ayuda. Somos un instituto que se debe en buena medida a la colaboración y a la confianza que tenemos con los ciudadanos, y eso lo tenemos muy en el centro, digamos, de nuestros valores institucionales. Finalmente, hacia adelante, y un poco la idea que yo creo que podría ayudar también en las pláticas de esta Semana Digital a la que estamos participando con mucho gusto, pues es también cómo involucramos a más diferentes grupos en la producción de estadísticas y datos geográficos, como estos que acabamos de ver, es decir, un proceso de expansión, y también avanzar en ciclos de generación de datos, que quiere decir básicamente en las diferentes formas en que los usuarios y las usuarias puedan involucrarse en las discusiones posteriores, no solo, en este caso fue la generación misma de los datos, pero también hacia adelante, pues en la visualización de los mismos, en el uso que les damos a los mismos datos y demás. Desde el instituto, como decía hace rato, simplemente para terminar, nos queda muy claro que nuestra principal labor y nuestro mandato, que es la generación y difusión de estadísticas oficiales y también de datos geográficos, tiene también todo el sentido cuando se pone en el centro a las y los ciudadanos en las diferentes etapas de vida de un dato, desde la generación hasta la difusión de los mismos. Me gustaría terminar agradeciendo la invitación a nombre del instituto. Siempre es un gusto poder participar en este tipo de foros, los cuales también saludamos con gusto iniciativas de esta naturaleza, así que desde nuestro lado simplemente nos toca pues invitarlos a conocer más sobre el INEGI, a conocer nuestra página de internet que está aquí proyectada en esta última lámina, nuestro Twitter, que es uno de nuestros principales canales de difusión, y desde luego mi correo electrónico para lo que se pueda ofrecer, y pues mucho gusto en saludarles. Gracias.
gracias antes que nada a todos. Me presento, soy Marco Antonio Pérez Alcalde. A mí me toca estar como head del área legal de Mercado Pago para México, viendo todas las verticales de las que está compuesto Mercado Pago. Esencialmente está compuesto por la parte de Mercado Crédito, por la parte de Mercado Pago, donde tenemos varias verticales de negocio. Y les quería platicar un poquito, muy enfocado más que a nivel legal, un poquito a nivel negocio, cómo hemos logrado con distintas entidades legales poder enmarcar de cierta manera nuestros negocios que tenemos operando hoy en día a través de la plataforma de Mercado Pago y platicarles nuestras experiencias, ¿no? Creo que puede ser de utilidad para todos ustedes. Y bueno, antes que nada, la presentación trae el ecosistema de Mercado Libre, que Mercado Libre está compuesto por, obviamente, nuestro marketplace, que es operado por una entidad legal, que es una sociedad responsable limitada. Esta es el dueño del marketplace y de ahí se opera todo lo que es la app o toda la experiencia que puedes hacer también vía web de compra de bienes o venta de bienes o servicios. Dentro de esa plataforma también tenemos los productos como garantía extendida y mercado puntos, que son los puntos o niveles que tú vas subiendo conforme tu índice de compras, o también tenemos la parte de facilidad de dar toda la parte de que por un costo mensual puedas ser nivel 6 para que puedas recibir tus ofertas mensuales, y los envíos sean gratuitos después de compras de 300 pesos, ¿no? Por otro lado, tenemos toda la parte de Mercado Pago, y Mercado Pago es operado por varias entidades legales, que es MP Agregador SDRL, que es quien tiene la plataforma, y por otro lado tenemos ahí una institución de fondos de pago electrónico, que es operado por Mercado Libre, que lo consideramos Mercado Pago Wallet internamente, donde operamos esas dos sociedades. Y por otro lado también tenemos toda la parte de Mercado Crédito, para dar créditos a los consumidores o a los vendedores de la plataforma, y esta es operada por una sociedad anónima de capital variable y usa la infraestructura de la aplicación de Mercado Pago. Por otro lado tenemos toda la parte de Mercado Envíos, que es todos nuestros centros logísticos que tenemos en distintas áreas, también todos los vehículos o aviones que son propiedad de nosotros, para llevar toda la logística a cada uno de los clientes. Tenemos toda esa parte de negocio, y tenemos toda la parte de Mercado Libre también, la parte de Product Ads y clasificados, que son cuando das todo lo que sean advertisements, o quieres poner algo así como un tipo segunda mano y quieres hacer venta de vehículos o ventas de cosas usadas, también tenemos toda esa parte de ventas, ¿no? Ese es un poquito el ecosistema de Mercado Libre que tenemos hoy en día. Mercado Pago, al ser el brazo financiero, si quieren pasamos a la siguiente slide, que es toda la parte de estructura corporativa actual de Mercado Pago. Mercado Pago hoy en día es el brazo financiero de Mercado Libre, y es el brazo financiero porque cuando nació Mercado Libre en Latinoamérica, desde hace 20 años, 22 años, se tuvo la idea un par de años después de que necesitaba alguien que le procesara todos los pagos. No es una fintech nueva, Mercado Pago, esa es la realidad. Tiene ya muchos años operando en el mercado y siempre le ha dado el servicio a Mercado Libre, desde los inicios casi, de procesamientos de pagos. Ahora, ¿cómo está configurado en México Mercado Pago? Y cómo lo hemos podido, digamos, encasillar de manera que podamos operar. Y esto es mucho porque somos supervisados por la Comisión Nacional Bancaria, por Banxico, por Conducef, por Profeco, principalmente. Y entonces hemos tenido que usar una serie de vehículos o de entidades comerciales, entidades legales, para poder separar mundos, separar permisos y formas en que podamos operar a Mercado Pago. El punto es que tenemos a Mercado Pago estándar, que opera toda la parte del administrador de comisionistas, ve toda la parte de recaudación, depósitos referenciados, servicios de agregación, servicios de uso de plataforma, como todas las alianzas que tenemos con Western Union para hacer toda la parte de remesas, para hacer fondos de inversión, la alianza que tenemos comercial con Grupo Bursátil Mexicano, y de esa manera se puede invertir el dinero de los usuarios a un fondo de inversión. Tenemos una alianza comercial con Chubb, somos un agente de seguros también, y de esa manera podemos distribuir sus seguros. Tenemos por otro lado a Grupo Mercado Libre, que es Mercado Crédito y Mercado Libre, y tenemos también, que salió hace poco, el producto de criptomonedas. Tenemos una alianza con Paxos y lo operamos a través de la plataforma de Mercado Pago Estándar. Mercado Pago Estándar, les recuerdo, es una sociedad de responsabilidad limitada, no es una sociedad regulada, por lo tanto puede operar los criptoactivos de cierta manera como un pass-through, porque realmente nosotros no los administramos. Y luego tenemos toda la parte de tarjetas presentes, de MPOS, tarjeta no presente, el código QR, que es un código QR con nuestra propia tecnología, no tiene nada que ver con CODI. Tenemos toda la parte de meses sin intereses y toda la aceptación tanto de tarjetas de crédito, tarjetas de servicio y monedas electrónicos. Y por otro lado, dentro de la misma plataforma, tenemos otra sociedad operando, donde tiene un contrato de licencia para operar con Mercado Estándar la plataforma. Son los servicios relacionados con emisión, redención y administración de fondos de pago electrónico a través de nuestra institución de fondos de pago electrónico, que está pegado a la ley FinTech, y tenemos una licencia para poder operar. Es básicamente cuando tú tienes un saldo dentro de la aplicación de Mercado Pago de 100 pesos o 200 pesos, esa parte de captación, tenemos que tener una licencia para poderlo operar, y lo hemos logrado de tal manera con ese esquema. Si quieres, pasamos a la otra diapositiva y les puedo enseñar la parte de Mercado Crédito, que es operado por otra sociedad, que es Mercado Lending SADCB. No lo operamos alguna SOFOM o alguna institución de crédito, sino lo operamos con una sociedad anónima. Es lo que, pues ahora sí que fue lo más sencillo para nosotros y donde vimos menos riesgos y menos supervisión en su momento. Y dentro del Mercado Crédito tenemos muchos productos, que es el de cuota fija, Dinero Plus, crédito al consumo y préstamos personales. Cuota fija son préstamos que les damos a nuestros usuarios, que venden en la plataforma. Pueden ser préstamos desde 1,000 pesos hasta 2 o 3 millones de dólares. Luego tenemos nuestro producto de Dinero Plus, que son anticipos a nuestros vendedores dentro de la plataforma de Mercado Libre, y ahí nada más anticipamos las ventas. Y tenemos la parte de crédito al consumo, que es para cualquier comprador dentro de la plataforma de Mercado Libre, puedan tener una pequeña línea de crédito que puede ir desde los 500 pesos hasta los 20,000 pesos. Hemos abierto líneas de crédito para que puedan consumir en Mercado Libre, y de tal manera funciona a través de contratos de crédito simple, ¿no? Y luego tenemos los préstamos personales, que es que te abonamos desde 1,000 pesos hasta 20,000 pesos de manera inmediata a tu cuenta de Mercado Pago, para que puedas disponer de ese dinero, ya sea con nuestra tarjeta de débito, o si quieres mandarlo a tu cuenta de banco a través del sistema SPAY, también puedes mandar el dinero y te acreditamos un préstamo inmediato para lo que tú quieras, ¿no? Básicamente eso es como está formado el grupo de Mercado Pago, y es la manera en que podemos operar. También hoy en día, no lo tengo en esta presentación, pero hoy en día, que tendrá un par de semanas apenas, tenemos un agente de seguro autorizado por la Comisión Nacional de Seguros y Fianza, y estamos empezando a distribuir seguros con una alianza con Chubb. Son seguros de vida y seguros de robo y daño. Son muy básicos inicialmente, después tendremos una cartera más rica, pero bueno, estamos empezando a emprender también en la parte de Insurtech, y bueno, lo hemos encuadrado que es dentro de la aplicación de Mercado Pago que puede operar Insurtech, y también a través de la plataforma de Mercado Libre, a través de varias alianzas de intercompañía, y de esa manera podemos estar haciendo el uso de la distribución de seguros, ¿no? Es un poquito lo que yo les quería platicar como entidades legales. Los desafíos que hemos tenido nosotros a través de los últimos 5 años, primero empezamos con una sociedad que era una sociedad anónima de capital variable, que era Mercado Pago. Por las necesidades de los cambios regulatorios que hubo de la ley FinTech, nos tuvimos que someter al octavo transitorio para poder operar toda la parte de e-money, en lo que teníamos una licencia. Decidimos que tenía que ser así, porque no podíamos parar nuestro negocio de la billetera electrónica. Teníamos ya muchos usuarios operando, y por eso decidimos hacer una institución de fondos de pago electrónico. Y luego fuimos sumándole productos al ecosistema de Mercado Pago. Dentro de ellos está Mercado Crédito. Decidimos hacer una sociedad anónima, hicimos un análisis de qué tipo de sociedad nos convenía más, y definimos que la sociedad anónima era la mejor para Mercado Pago, porque era fácil de operar, sin tantos reportes, sin tanta regulación. Las cosas que perdimos versus algunas sociedades reguladas eran mínimas a nuestros ojos. Entonces, de esa manera escogimos operar con Mercado Crédito. También escogimos operar con un agente de seguros para la distribución, sobre todo por el manejo de la cartera. La cartera, al tener nosotros tantos miles de usuarios o millones de usuarios, queríamos quedarnos con la cartera de los seguros, para que en caso de que cambiemos de aseguradoras podamos conservar o cambiar esos seguros con alguna otra aseguradora. Ha sido parte de los acuerdos que hemos hecho con nuestras alianzas. También otro de los motivos era porque en un futuro queríamos enmarcar criptomonedas, que ya sabíamos hace tiempo que queríamos operarlas. Entonces, viendo hacia un futuro, vimos que también tenemos que conservar una sociedad anónima, que en un inicio iba a ser con Mercado Crédito, pero después hicimos una escisión corporativa entre la IFPE y Mercado Pago Estándar, que es el agregador, como se los mostré, y entonces ahí fuimos encasillando también otros productos, como el de inversiones de Grupo Versátil Mexicano, el de criptomonedas, que tenemos nuestra alianza con Paxos, el de remesas, que tenemos con Western Union, y tenemos también, obviamente, nuestra licencia de transmisor de dinero de la institución de fondos de pago electrónica, pero hemos decidido todavía no usarla. Y así es un poquito la historia o los desafíos que hemos tenido. Siempre hemos buscado el mejor marco. Nos fijamos en varias eficiencias, en eficiencias regulatorias, eficiencias de reportes, eficiencias de supervisión, eficiencias fiscales, y otra cosa que es muy importante de nuestra plataforma, las eficiencias que podemos desarrollar a nivel sistema. ¿Qué es más fácil? Si operar con una sociedad, con varias sociedades, cómo podemos conectarnos, cómo podemos hacer alianzas con partnerships. También eso lo evaluamos mucho. Entonces son como parte de las cosas que nosotros nos llevamos como experiencia, que hemos tenido que ir operando a través del tiempo. Les podría platicar 1 hora de todas las cosas que hemos tenido que hacer en los últimos 5 años para ir abriendo cada producto. Me ha tocado estar muy de cerca y todo, pero bueno, es un poquito la historia que yo les quería contar de Mercado Pago. No sé si alguien quisiera.
Hello, I'm Raf Buyle and I'm working at the Flemish government in Belgium. Also, I am a researcher at the Internet and Data Science Lab at Ghent University. Today, I would like to share our insights on the impact of 5G and edge on data. A study conducted at IMEC, the Internet and Data Science Lab at Ghent and Antwerp University. Now, as data-driven devices continue to permeate our society, we see new devices enter our homes, our company, and our smart cities at a lightning speed. Smart devices, such as those from Google Nest and Apple, are just a few examples of this phenomenon. Now, with this influx of devices, there has been a shift from centralized applications to decentralized cloud-connected devices. Also, the emergence of 5G accelerates this process. Now, this shift has caused two problems. On the one hand, we face a privacy and transparency problem because we lose control over our data. For instance, in this case, we have a vacuum cleaner in our living room that's in fact streaming all the data, not only of the sensors of the vacuum cleaning, but also the data of our living room, literally to the cloud of the vendor, in this case, Amazon. This is the case, in fact, for me as a citizen, an end user, but also the case for me as an entrepreneur. For instance, for farmers who have a tractor with many sensors, all their data about their crops, what they're doing, their planning process is streamed to the vendor. So on the one hand, privacy and also an IP problem, but on the other hand, we get lack of a level playing field because stunning local companies are not able to build upon our data because we cannot share it, and are not able to provide me with all the new applications that will give me benefits when I want a better temperature in my house, a better control of my temperature, or as a farmer, better information about how I'm growing my crops. So as mentioned, both privacy as well an innovation problem. Now, in order to better understand what's happening, so better understanding the impact of 5G and edge on data, it might be helpful to look at the history of cloud computing. Now, in the 2000s, cloud computing and decentralization increased. Can I recap this? Now, to better understand the impact of 5G on edge and data, we have to take a look at the past and look at the history of cloud computing. Now, in the 2000s, cloud computing centralization increased efficiency. By centralizing computing resources, both the costs and complexity were reduced, allowing many organizations to better align computing with business needs. Let me jump to the 2010. The Internet of Things emerged and everything became connected. but also became connected to the cloud. However, as we've seen, centralization raises questions about efficiency and control. Why control? Well, I lose control over my data. And also on the level of efficiency. When I would ask a edge device that's connected to the cloud, hey Siri, can you turn the light off? And 1 hour I would ask, hey Siri, can you put the light on again? In the overall ecosystem, I wouldn't gain any profit of energy. I even would lose energy because of the cost of the round trip to the cloud and the processing power in the data center. So we see in that case that cloud-connected devices, cloud-connected edge devices have a huge footprint. Now, nowadays, in the 20s, edge is becoming the new cloud. Cloud-connected devices, although create new challenges and opportunities for data management. Let's take this example of edge computing in the context of mobility. Of course, when something happens, we have sensors at the crossroads here, and the data doesn't need to travel to the cloud and back. So we have a faster response speed, which is an advantage because the data doesn't have to take the round trip. Also, on the level of data that's shared, you have a lower bandwidth because by processing the data at the edge devices, we don't need to send the entire data stream to the data center. And another benefit is the increased reliability. Imagine a failure in the connection or the data center. In this case, edge devices can continue to operate. Now, one of the challenges that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation is to create a level playing field where we put citizens and businesses back in control of their data and fix the transparency problem, but also fix the innovation problem. And in region of Flanders, for many years, we started to investigate how we can realize this challenge. We started our journey in 2010 together with Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web over 30 years ago. So we noticed on the web, but I can explain the similar story that I'm going to explain for a user. I can explain it for a business. For example, in the context of agriculture, that big tech companies are harvesting a lot of data. And we know in Europe and also outside Europe, there's a legal ceiling. So they are in kind of a rat race of gathering data, but laws in Europe eventually will tell them that this is not the way forward. This is the finite data race. And the problem is that because the data is locked in those silos, that current challengers, innovative local companies, they don't have access to the data. And therefore, we need a course correction. This is the vision of Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the World Wide Web, but also the vision of the Flemish government in Belgium. And we did a paradigm shift, shifting from data controlled by a company, which causes the innovation and privacy problem, to data controlled by the individual. This means that I become in control of my own data, for instance, the data of my temperature in my living room, my energy consumption. And I can share this data with who I want to share it, for how long I want to share it. This means that as I am in control of my data, I can share it with stunning companies that don't need to focus on gathering data, but can focus on the added value. In this way, we could say that the value of the data drops, but the value of the services on top of it raises. Now, how can we imagine this concept of putting users, both citizens and businesses, back in control of their data? Nowadays, when I use applications on the web or cloud-connected devices, such as for temperature, or devices when I go spotting about my heartbeat, or devices on my tractor when in the context of agriculture, all these data are streamed to the cloud of specific vendors and stored in their applications. So if I move from one to another application, my data and all my knowledge won't be there anymore. I will get a cold start. This is the current situation on the left hand of the slide, where data is stored by service providers. In the context of the paradigm shift, we shift to the right hand of the slide. There I will have my personal data vault. It will be also a data vault of my company. You could imagine it as an online memory stick where I choose what data I will share and for how long with which party. So the data isn't stored anymore in the different applications and clouds, but is in my data vault, something like an online memory stick. And this eventually will fix, on the one hand, the privacy and transparency problem, because I will always know which data I am sharing with who, and I can always revoke my consent and stop sharing this data. But also, as I'm able to share it with who I want to share it, I create a level playing field for all the companies that will build services on top of it to make my life more easy, cheaper, faster, and healthier. Now, what are the challenges of making data portable? So that's all about interoperability. Interoperability is the ability that my data can flow between different organizations and different applications. And therefore, in Flanders, we faced several interoperability levels using the European Interoperability Framework. On the technical level, we must be able to connect our data vault, where we are in control, our pod, to any application. That we can compare with the web. When the web over 30 years ago started, the clue was that we needed to focus on standards. Any browser, so the application that we use to surf the web, was able to connect to any server and also any website, we were able to put links to another website without having a physical handshake on beforehand. That's because of standards. In the context of the data vaults, we have a similar concept. It's also an invention of Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who did a course correction on the precious web that he invented over 30 years ago to put citizens again in control. And the idea is that any application, like any browser, could connect to any pod. It's a personal data server, just like browsers connect to regular servers. So the clue is really about standards, and there are we using the Solid protocol. So this is the technical interoperability. Next level is the semantic interoperability. In order to get a scalable ecosystem where I can give a fine-grained consent on my data, and I'm able to share my data, and it can be reused immediately without any technical people converting my data, analysts interpreting my data. So I must ensure that my data is machine readable. So there we built on the principles of the semantic web, which allow us to make the data self-describing. And in Flanders, we run an interoperability program, which builds upon international standards, and it's called Open Standards for Linked Organizations. OSLO is the acronym. It's the interoperability program of Digital Flanders with participation of public sector, private sector, and academia. Then on top, we have ecosystems. This is how different organizations within the public sector, private sector, or combination of public and private form an ecosystem and align their business processes. And the fourth level is legal interoperability. This is a legislation that creates the framework in Europe and beyond to be able to share this data within a legal context, with, on top of it, an integrated governance. So this cake or lasagna with different layers ensures that data can flow and can be reused. Now, I often use the concept of data sharing, but in fact today in Flanders, we are using the concept of collaborating data. This means that if I would like to apply for a new provider for my gas or electricity, that I don't need to share all my data. I can only share the insights. Better for privacy, better for transparency, better for bandwidth. So on the edge, an algorithm, artificial intelligence, AI, will process this data and will only share the insights. The data never leaves my house or never leaves my personal data vault, my pod. But the algorithm uses federated learning. This means that this algorithm is trained with other algorithms to improve it over and over without losing control of my data. Now, if we take a look of the current situation in Flanders, then I could definitely state that we are a frontrunner in this context. We have a lot of insights in edge AI and hardware because we have top-notch research institutes, including IMEC, who's doing research on semiconductors and nanotechnology, and was founded in 1984 in the context of Flanders technology and innovation. Also, we are a frontrunner in data tech, focusing on, as I mentioned, interoperability to be able to share this data in the new data economy, cross-sector, so cross data space data can be reused. We have the concept of the citizen in control, the Solid protocol, which allows us to have data vaults where any application can connect to my vault, my data pod, and I stay in control of my data, sharing it with who I want to share it, for how long I want to share it. And last but not least, we have the federated learning, which allows us to have AI on the edge in order to share the insights instead of the raw data. So from data sharing to data collaboration. And having all these pieces of the puzzle, we could say in Flanders we are in a perfect storm. We have the knowledge at the level of the research institutes. The government is ready and creates a spark, an impulse to allow to set up these initiatives. And last but not least, our companies are ready and are adopting these principles, as well as technology at a lightning speed. Now, as a wrap-up, we've seen that the key strengths of Edge are the responsiveness and lower bandwidth. Think about of the mobility example earlier. Second, we have a smaller ecological footprint because there's no need for a round trip to the cloud. Because we create a level playing field, allowing companies to provide new services on top of our data, we increase the innovation capacity. Now, cloud-connected edge devices create new challenges. We've seen that by merely connecting these devices to the cloud, we have the risk of having a vendor lock-in and a loss of transparency. Therefore, in Flanders, we focused on the concept of Solid to put users again in control of their data. So these users could be me as a citizen with the data of the temperature of my living room, my energy consumption, my data when I go sporting, such as my heartbeat, or the data from entrepreneurs, from businesses, such as farmers streaming their data to the cloud now. User in control. Second solution is the data portability through interoperability, allowing reuse of data without the need to transform it over and over because it's already machine readable in line with international standards. And last but not least, switching from collaborating data, sharing the insights, instead of sharing the raw data. This can be accomplished via AI and federated learning. So I'm looking forward to connect our edge strategy with you, and I'm looking forward to your question. Thank you for your attention.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Andrea Barenque, soy especialista en políticas de inteligencia de datos. Tengo más de 10 años de experiencia trabajando tanto en el sector público, en gobierno federal en México, también en gobiernos locales. Y en el sector privado fui parte del equipo de política pública y filantropía de Twitter y luego en una empresa de desarrollo de soluciones de Machine Learning en México que se llama OPI Analytics. Entonces, bueno, toda mi experiencia ha sido en equipos dedicados a resolver problemas y analizar datos usando nuevas tecnologías desde el sector público y ayudando a otros gobiernos y a otros tomadores de decisiones a cómo entender mejor los datos que generan y los datos que pueden obtener de otros actores o de otras instituciones públicas o incluso de otros sectores de la sociedad civil o del sector privado y datos que se generan a nivel internacional. Esto con el objetivo de entender mejor cómo analizar y, perdón, entender mejor cómo resolver un problema público, que los problemas públicos son cada vez más complejos, y cómo realmente diseñar las mejores soluciones al respecto. Entonces, bueno, el día de hoy les quiero platicar un poquito sobre este nuevo término que se llama inteligencia de datos, que cada vez es más común tanto en el sector privado y ahora más en las instituciones y las organizaciones de gobierno. ¿De qué trata? ¿De dónde viene? También cómo ha sido esta evolución en la agenda de datos dentro de gobierno y cómo desde Datamorphosis, que es la empresa que fundé y que dirijo, queremos ayudar también a los gobiernos a entender mejor cómo transformarse internamente utilizando datos y potenciando también su valor a través de estas nuevas tecnologías. Entonces, bueno, estamos en este evento que se trata también de exponer todos los beneficios del mundo digital y obviamente no se puede negar que estamos viviendo en un mundo digital, ¿no? Esta es una foto que me llamó mucho la atención del reciente Mundial de Fútbol, en donde, bueno, es una foto de un festejo de un gol, pero lo que realmente estamos viendo son muchas personas tomando una foto con su celular. Entonces, eso es lo que está pasando. Muchas de las personas que vivimos ese mundial lo vivimos a través de herramientas digitales y los que lo vivieron incluso de forma física estaban con un smartphone, estaban transmitiendo en vivo, estaban publicando historias, estaban tuiteando, estaban tomando fotografías que después iban a compartir en redes sociales. Entonces, esto es solo un pedacito de toda la realidad y de todo el espectro de momentos y de experiencias que nosotros vivimos en este mundo digital, ¿no? Sin embargo, también estamos viviendo todavía en un mundo bastante desigual y en donde los problemas se complejizan cada vez más, requieren de soluciones más pensadas, más analizadas, basadas en mayores cantidades de evidencia para realmente tener un impacto positivo en la población. Y esto ha generado también muchas demandas al gobierno para utilizar de mejor manera los recursos que tiene a su alcance. Las políticas públicas hoy en día no solo requieren del uso de solo un tipo de información o de solo un tipo de recursos, sino que más bien tienen que ser políticas integrales que utilicen muchos tipos de información. Y esto es algo que todavía genera un poco de confusión dentro de los tomadores de decisión dentro del gobierno. ¿Qué son los datos? ¿Con qué recursos de datos cuento yo como institución? ¿Cuáles son los datos más importantes? Y entonces tenemos que irnos un poquito a las bases de esta conversación, ¿no? De realmente cuáles son los recursos que las instituciones de gobierno o las instituciones públicas cuentan para diseñar mejores políticas públicas y para atender estas problemáticas cada vez más complejas. Y entonces, pues bueno, los datos se generan todos los días, en todo momento, en cualquier lugar. Estos datos muchas veces los pensamos solo como cifras dentro de una base de datos, dentro de un Excel. Cuando alguien nos habla de datos, pensamos automáticamente en eso, ¿no? En archivos digitales, en archivos de Excel, en muchas cantidades de tablas de información. Y la verdad es que eso es solo una siguiente parte de la transformación de los datos o del ciclo de vida de los datos. Nosotros tomamos decisiones basadas en datos todos los días a través de herramientas tecnológicas, ¿no? Nosotros antes de salir de nuestra casa vemos cómo va a estar el clima, antes de llegar a un lugar revisamos cómo está el tráfico, si hay alguna calle cerrada, si hay algún accidente. Entonces, toda esa información nosotros la utilizamos todos los días para tomar decisiones en nuestra vida propia. Y entonces, si alguno de estos datos, alguna de esta información nos llega a nosotros de manera errónea, estamos tomando entonces decisiones también basadas en datos que no son correctos y en una realidad que no existe. Por eso es tan importante reconocer que los datos tienen un ciclo de vida y que son importantes atenderlos y comprender la manera en que se generan y en que se transforman desde el momento en que, desde el inicio de una política pública, porque sabemos que esos datos van a repercutir y van a servirle a una persona a tomar decisiones en su vida diaria que tengan que ver con su salud, con su educación, con la forma en la que se mueven, con la forma en la que interactúan con otras personas. Entonces, estos datos deben de ser vistos no solo como una herramienta o como archivos de un gobierno, sino como realmente activos que sirven para la toma de decisiones de las personas y que sirven para tomar decisiones de política pública que afectan a estas personas. Y entonces es importante también comprender la diferencia entre datos, información y conocimiento. ¿Y esto por qué? Porque muchas veces este tema de datos desde el sector público se ve muy relacionado a temas de transparencia, a temas de rendición de cuentas, a temas de cumplimiento de obligaciones que tienen los gobiernos de abrir el proceso de cómo se toman las decisiones, de ser más incluyentes, de incluir la participación de la ciudadanía y de ser transparentes. Y no necesariamente solo es ese cumplimiento a ese tipo de políticas, sino que se tiene que ver como un activo súper estratégico para combinarlo con otros tipos de datos y para generar conocimiento. Entonces, en el nivel más bajo tenemos a estos datos que son una abstracción de la realidad, es el nivel más mínimo de abstracción de lo que está sucediendo en nuestro entorno y son representaciones simbólicas de atributos ya sean cuantitativos o cualitativos. En el momento en que nosotros combinamos estos datos con otros datos o le agregamos cierto contexto, regresemos, por ejemplo, a este ejemplo, ¿no? De ver cuál es la temperatura el día de hoy en Cuernavaca. Yo vivo en Cuernavaca. Entonces, un dato sería solo ver el número 21. Si nosotros solo vemos 21, no sabemos a qué nos referimos. Si nos referimos a algo bueno, algo malo, algo que está sucediendo en mí, algo que está sucediendo a mi alrededor, pero si le agregamos entonces este signo de grados centígrados, entonces vamos a saber que este 21 se refiere a 21 grados centígrados. Cuando le agregamos el elemento de la ubicación, de que en Cuernavaca, entonces ya sabemos que en Cuernavaca la temperatura de hoy es de 21 grados centígrados y eso nos va a permitir tomar una decisión y saber qué es lo que está pasando. Ahí ya estamos generando conocimiento para poder utilizarlo en nuestra vida. Entonces es así como la combinación de estos dos tipos de datos y la combinación de contexto a este dato empieza a generar conocimiento, que es en ese momento en donde podemos aprender, podemos comprender y podemos aplicar ciertas acciones para tomar decisiones acertadas y basadas en evidencia. Entonces, esta evolución debe ser reconocida también por los gerentes de datos, por quienes dentro del gobierno generan información y son responsables de cierta etapa en este ciclo de vida de los datos, ¿no? Ahorita lo voy a explicar un poquito más. Otra cosa que también se debe reconocer es todos los tipos de datos que existen en este espectro, ¿no? El Instituto de Datos Abiertos del Reino Unido publicó este espectro de los datos que da un marco de referencia sobre todos los tipos de datos que hay, desde los cerrados, que tienen que ver un poco más con datos personales, con datos privados, hasta los completamente abiertos, que son los que generan los gobiernos y que no tienen ningún tipo de restricción y que son un recurso público al que cualquier persona puede acceder. Y hay diferentes formas de clasificarlos y todos estos datos pueden existir en este espectro y es importante también reconocerlos a todos y ver cuál es la distinta regulación que existe para cada uno de ellos. Entonces, otra forma de verlos es desde los datos pequeños, desde pequeñas cantidades de datos, datos que se generan también o que se almacenan de una forma que son manejables, un poco más, o sea, grandes cantidades de datos, pero que todavía son manejables por personas, y ya lo que se conoce más como el Big Data, ¿no? Que son grandes cantidades de datos que ahora se utilizan justamente para, como insumo para estas soluciones de Machine Learning y de aprendizaje de máquina, ¿no? Otra forma de categorizarlos son desde los datos personales, los datos comerciales y los datos de gobierno, y cómo todos estos van desde los datos cerrados, los datos compartidos, que tienen algún tipo de criterio de licencia para poderse utilizar, hasta los datos completamente abiertos que tienen licencias abiertas y que cualquier persona puede utilizar, compartir y transformar, ¿no? Entonces, en todo este espectro de los datos, los gobiernos también deben de saber qué tipo de datos generan, qué otro tipo de datos se generan fuera de las instituciones de gobierno y cuáles son los diferentes criterios en los que debe tratar estas diferentes fuentes de datos, ¿no? Y lo que comentaba al principio también es entender cuál es el ciclo de vida de los datos, desde el momento en el que se generan o que se capturan por una persona, el almacenamiento, el procesamiento, cuando ya se empiezan a procesar, a juntar con otros datos, a analizar de cierta forma, cuando se empiezan a utilizar también para el fin por el que fueron capturados o para entender cierta problemática. Una fase de publicación también, cuando se comparten en portales de gobierno, cuando se comparten también a través de mecanismos de transferencia de información con otras instituciones al interior de gobierno o con otros actores y usuarios fuera de gobierno como sociedad civil, investigadores, incluso nuevas empresas, y hasta el final, en caso de que se requiera, pues ser archivados o ser eliminados, ¿no? Y entonces todos estos datos tienen un ciclo de vida y también existen diferentes actores que intervienen en estas etapas del ciclo de vida de los datos, y es un poco a lo que también se le llama, o también este nuevo concepto de gobernanza de datos, ¿no? Entender cuál es todo este ciclo de datos, cuáles son los actores que intervienen, cuáles son las políticas que se requieren entender y aplicar en cada una de estas etapas, y cuál es también la vinculación que existe entre todos estos elementos, ¿no? Entonces, en el centro de esta gobernanza, o de este modelo de gobernanza, tenemos a la infraestructura de datos, a lo que se conoce como los activos de datos, la tecnología, las políticas, los equipos, las personas, todos estos elementos que son necesarios realmente para entender cómo convive los datos en un ecosistema, ¿no? Y en donde realmente podemos asegurar que la oferta de datos se cruce con la demanda de los mismos. Y este modelo de gobernanza o esta gobernanza de datos es justamente el marco de gestión que garantiza que los datos correctos se recopilen, utilicen y compartan de la manera correcta. Entonces, bueno, aquí hay dos elementos resaltados, justamente los datos correctos por un lado y la manera correcta. ¿A qué se refiere esto? Primero, a que debemos ser también más estratégicos en el momento en el que se generan los datos y en el tiempo y los recursos que se dedican a la transformación de los mismos. ¿Por qué? Porque existen muchísimos datos en todas las instituciones de gobierno. Cada vez se generan más datos por un montón de actores y el formato en el que son tanto almacenados como utilizados depende completamente del uso. Entonces, cuando nosotros somos estratégicos en la forma en saber qué datos realmente necesitamos, estamos ahorrando tiempo, estamos ahorrando muchos tipos de recursos. Entonces, primero garantizar que estos datos correctos, que realmente los datos, entender qué datos necesitamos para tomar cierta decisión o para diseñar cierta política pública, realmente se utilicen y se compartan de la manera correcta. Entender quiénes son los usuarios, quiénes necesitan estos datos y en qué tipo de formatos los requieren. Entonces, realmente esta gobernanza es este marco de gestión que entiende todos estos elementos de tecnología, de datos, de equipo, de responsables, de usuarios y cómo se conectan cada uno de ellos para realmente tener una gestión estratégica y un aprovechamiento real de los datos para cualquier tipo de solución que se pueda pensar, ¿no? Hoy en día está es el uso de soluciones de inteligencia artificial, de machine learning, son cada vez más reales en las instituciones públicas y son muy beneficiosas también para ayudarle a los tomadores de decisión y a los policymakers a generar mejores programas de gobierno y atender mejor las necesidades de los usuarios. Sin embargo, si se desatiende esta parte tan importante de reconocer a los datos y de entender todo el ciclo de vida y todo el ciclo de gestión, es muy probable que no estemos entendiendo la realidad y que las decisiones y las soluciones que se presenten en estas nuevas, a través de estas nuevas tecnologías, no sean las correctas o no sean las suficientes para realmente cumplir los objetivos por los que fueron pensados, ¿no? Y entonces un poco de eso es la base para la creación de esta agencia de asesoría llamada Datamorfosis, ¿no? Nosotros reconocemos a los gobiernos y a las organizaciones realmente como organismos vivos. ¿Por qué? Porque detrás de cualquier proyecto de datos hay personas. Y este organismo, estos organismos públicos, los gobiernos, están compuestos también por sistemas y por personas que son seres vivos y que aprenden y que se transforman y que se están adaptando continuamente. Y es parte de su evolución, es algo natural. Y entonces la transformación de estas instituciones, la transformación pública, la transformación de los gobiernos, se debe dar también de manera orgánica y natural, pensando siempre que detrás de una computadora, detrás de un dato, detrás de una tecnología, siempre o detrás incluso de un algoritmo de inteligencia artificial, va a haber un equipo que esté entendiendo el contexto, que esté juntando ciertos tipos de datos, que esté dando mantenimiento a la tecnología y que sea también el contacto directo con los beneficiarios de estos tipos de programas sociales, ¿no? Entonces, entender a los organismos públicos, a las instituciones públicas como organismos vivos que se están transformando todo el tiempo, para nosotros es vital. ¿Por qué? Porque atendemos realmente la necesidad de las personas y cuáles son las herramientas y las habilidades, tanto técnicas como de liderazgo, de comunicación, de negociación, incluso de entendimiento del contexto, cuáles son todas esas habilidades necesarias para que estas personas puedan entender realmente de mejor manera la realidad a la que se enfrentan, ¿no? Entonces, nuestro equipo de especialistas está justamente pensando cuáles son estas herramientas, estas metodologías que ayudan a las instituciones a transformarse, a acompañarlas en esta evolución que ya es natural y que es inminente para todos los gobiernos hoy en día, pero pensado de una mejor manera, de una manera más estratégica, más inteligente, conectando estos puntos entre la política, entre la tecnología, entre los datos que se generan y entre los usuarios también que existen fuera de las instituciones públicas que también demandan datos de gobierno, y también reconocer que los gobiernos muchas veces se benefician de datos que se generan por empresas de tecnología y por muchos tipos de empresas en la industria, ¿no? Entonces, es ver a estas instituciones públicas como organismos que constantemente están comunicándose con otro tipo de elementos y de usuarios fuera de sus propios sistemas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, estamos también a sus órdenes, esperamos que podamos atenderlos, podamos entender también sus requerimientos en temas de transformación a través de estos datos. Estamos incluso muy emocionados por compartir cuáles son algunas de estas herramientas, algunas de estas metodologías que estamos ayudando para la creación de equipos expertos en datos dentro de las instituciones. Y bueno, pues muchas gracias. Bienvenidos también a esta semana del Digital Week y pues estamos a sus órdenes. Muchas gracias.
Swiss Business Hub. Entonces vamos a tener hoy la oportunidad de compartirles un poco sobre la innovación suiza. Y para ello, pues bueno, me gustaría empezar platicándoles que la innovación requiere la capacidad, como saben, de adaptarse, tener esta apertura para probar nuevas cosas, para pensar fuera de los prototipos establecidos o este término acuñado que se ha adoptado, es think out of the box. Entonces eso es lo que ha hecho Suiza continuamente, pensar fuera de la caja, ir más allá de sus propios límites y experimentar. Porque la innovación pues implica probar nuevas cosas, nuevos enfoques, tratar de hacer cosas que no se han hecho, aunque de pronto pudieran parecer ideas locas. Entonces, para ello vamos a presentar un video que les va a mostrar un poco acerca de estas innovaciones en diferentes ámbitos que la Confederación Helvética ha tenido en los últimos años.
Hey Siri, is there more to say about Switzerland? Sure.
Muy bien, pues este video tiene el objetivo de mostrarles un poco cómo han evolucionado las industrias en Suiza y cómo se ha insertado la innovación en industrias tan tradicionales como la relojería, la precisión, cómo la innovación ha jugado un papel muy importante en términos de presentar nuevos diseños con nuevas características que compitan en un mercado global. Entonces, en estos sectores Suiza ha destacado, pero no es el único. Esto lo menciono porque cuando pensamos en Suiza, normalmente llega a nuestra mente estos clichés, de alguna forma estos estereotipos que giran alrededor de la imagen del país. Y hablamos de los quesos, hablamos de los chocolates, hablamos de la relojería. Pero ¿qué ha pasado en estas industrias? ¿Cómo se han innovado? ¿Cómo es que se han mantenido como industrias líderes a nivel mundial? Pues es gracias a la innovación, gracias a la creación de nuevos productos y de nuevas experiencias. También lo podemos ver en la manufactura. Suiza es un país reconocido por el high-tech, por esta utilización de alta tecnología en los procesos de manufactura que también han permitido tener un manejo de recursos humanos adaptado a la tecnología. En otras palabras, han logrado reducir el número de personas y a través de la tecnología y de la tecnificación también de los empleados, se ha logrado obtener economías de escala. Entonces, podemos hablar también de lo que está pasando en la inteligencia artificial, en el AI. ¿Qué está haciendo Suiza en términos de seguridad de datos? Sabemos que la seguridad hoy en día a nivel de inteligencia artificial se ha vuelto clave para todos los países del mundo. Suiza ha desarrollado empresas de seguridad o de seguridad de datos o de cybersecurity también, que son reconocidas ahora a nivel mundial por las innovaciones que han realizado en términos de la encriptación de la información, el manejo y la seguridad que hay de los servidores para poder brindarles esta protección. Y si nos vemos o pensamos un poco en la robótica, que también vemos claramente que es una tendencia el sustituir la mano de obra por el uso de robots, pues Suiza también juega un papel importante, pero lo hace a través del talento. Suiza se ha vuelto un hub a nivel mundial para atraer talento de todo el mundo, porque ofrece una gran calidad de vida, por supuesto también sueldos pues muy competitivos, que han hecho que se vuelva un imán. Y por eso es que empresas grandes e innovadoras se encuentran actualmente en Suiza o tienen su HQ en alguna parte de Suiza. Si hablamos de blockchain, Suiza también es un pionero en términos de regulaciones, en la forma en la que se está transaccionando con ello, en la manera legal en la que se puede utilizar las criptomonedas. Sobre todo tenemos el cantón de Zug, que es donde se encuentra el Crypto Valley, que ha tenido un desarrollo sorprendente, que este Crypto Valley es el espejo un poco de Silicon Valley, de lo que ocurre en Estados Unidos, pero desde el punto de vista suizo, que también ha tenido grandes desarrollos en términos de ciencia, de tecnología, de brindar incluso laboratorios para lograr hacer investigación. Y finalmente, pues la Big Pharma, que es, yo diría también un ícono suizo, es una manera en la que Suiza se posiciona a nivel mundial y donde se identifica como uno de los países con un gran número de compañías farmacéuticas, pero también de registros per cápita de nuevas moléculas. Y pues bueno, Suiza lo ha hecho de tal manera que pueden convivir la farma y la química con el medio ambiente, protegiéndolo, cuidándolo y preservándolo. Entonces, estos son algunos de las innovaciones suizas que se presentan al día de hoy. Y vamos a continuar con la próxima lámina, por favor. Y pues de manera muy general comentar que Suiza pues es un país de un poco más de 8.5 millones de habitantes, con 4 lenguas nacionales, en donde por la ocupación territorial, las lenguas más habladas son primero el alemán, después tenemos al francés, al italiano y al romanche, sin olvidar que el inglés y el español son lenguas extranjeras que también se hablan a lo largo y a lo ancho del territorio suizo. Un país tan pequeño, desde luego, requiere generar exportaciones y gracias a las exportaciones es como logra tener un per cápita tan elevado. Suiza es el líder en patentes, lo había comentado antes, aproximadamente con 969 solicitudes por millón de habitantes per cápita. Es un líder mundial en innovación por el 12º año consecutivo. Es uno de los países que se caracterizan por tener patentes de origen en software, fabricación, producción de alta tecnología y complejidad también en las exportaciones. Esto es gracias al pool de talento que tiene por ser un imán de atracción de profesionales que van a Suiza a trabajar, a estudiar, a formarse o también a vivir, porque también hay un top management de muy alta calidad que prefiere trabajar en Suiza o vivir en Suiza pues por la calidad de vida que este país ofrece. Y como lo había comentado también, es un test country, en ese sentido es un país en el centro de Europa que normalmente hace las pruebas de productos o servicios y una vez que han logrado estos productos cumplir con las normas de exigencia suiza o con la calidad suiza, pues pueden ingresar al resto del mercado de Europa. Por eso es que se considera como un país test, un mercado de test. Por otro lado, contamos con instituciones suizas que promueven la innovación. Entre ellas existe InnoSuisse, que es una agencia suiza de innovación y especialmente para el sector académico y el mercado con proyectos de innovación. Es decir, esto es una alianza que hay entre el sector académico y proyectos específicamente de innovación, en donde a través de soporte que se dan a empresas internacionales que tienen proyectos internacionales, pueden dar asistencia y ofrecer un networking para estas empresas. Además de eso, también ofrecen soporte para las pequeñas, medianas empresas y para las startups. Es de tal manera que todo el ecosistema empresarial en suizo está cubierto y a partir de estas agencias de innovación se promueve que las empresas tengan componentes innovadores y que puedan hacerlos también extensivos o llevarlos a mercados internacionales. Hablábamos del Big Tech, que también es conocido en el mundo. Suiza es un país donde podemos encontrar empresas como Google, que se han decidido establecerse ahí por el talento. Y porque encuentran todas las condiciones para tener un crecimiento fructífero y poder expandirse no solo al centro y el norte de Europa, sino a nivel mundial, pues gracias a estos grandes institutos, universidades reconocidas como el ETH de Zurich, entre muchos otros. Y pues si vemos un poco en términos de por qué Suiza o qué hace Suiza ser un país innovador, hay un índice que es el Global Innovation Index, que mide diferentes criterios y a partir de ahí establece o determina por qué los países ocupan la primera posición en términos de innovación. Y bueno, Suiza se encuentra como uno de los países que tiene mayor conocimiento y outputs en términos de tecnología, también como uno de los países que más genera outputs creativos y que tienen las instituciones que están rankeadas en el número 2, que promueven esta innovación y que a partir de ellos se puede generar este conocimiento y esta creatividad. Entonces, aquí tenemos un poco cómo está medido, lo tenemos por país y por economía, y cada uno de estos criterios, cuál es el ranking que Suiza ocupa. Por 12º año consecutivo, Suiza ha recibido el premio al país con mayor innovación de Europa. Entonces es un país muy competitivo que justamente está buscando cómo ser innovador y eso lo genera a través de la academia, de las iniciativas que hay con el gobierno, pero también de la participación activa del sector empresarial y de la sociedad. Entonces, en este modelo en donde estos 4 elementos convergen y de alguna forma conviven, esto permite también que se desarrolle la innovación. Hay que decirlo también que esta innovación también se debe a que un porcentaje significativo, aproximadamente el 25%, proviene de extranjeros que van a vivir a Suiza. Entonces, tenemos una innovación que de alguna forma aprovecha esta cuádruple que hablaba yo entre el gobierno, la empresa, la sociedad y la academia, y también se nutre de los conocimientos externos que llegan de estos grandes talentos, y esto le permite a Suiza mantenerse como un país innovador. Hablábamos de los centros de investigación y de desarrollo, entre ellos podemos mencionar algunos de los de más alto nivel, como el ETH de Zurich, el EPFL, el CER o el Instituto Paul Scherrer. Las principales empresas eligen Suiza como un lugar de investigación. Tenemos algunos ejemplos como Roche, Novartis, Walt Disney, Google, entre ellos. Mayor densidad de empresas multinacionales por ciudadano. De las 500 grandes empresas mundiales de Fortune, 15 son suizas. Y el 95% de los empleados suizos trabajan para pequeñas y medianas empresas para dar un apoyo activo, crear empresas y establecerse en la región. Suiza es un país muy liberal en términos de comercio, por lo tanto hay un apoyo diverso para cantones, bancos, empresas, consultoría y contabilidad, así como abogados especializados que permiten que estas empresas, sean startups, sean pequeñas o medianas, logren ser escalables hasta que se puedan internacionalizar. Y cada vez los apoyos son de manera más expedita a través de herramientas que se proporcionan en línea, y esto pues permite que las compañías puedan llegar a lugares que quizá no, incluso no lo habían pensado. Pues lo que yo diría como conclusión es invitarlos a recordar que Suiza está alrededor de todos nosotros. Hay compañías que, aunque no son suizas, tienen su HQ, su headquarters en Suiza, y que son compañías muy innovadoras, que son compañías que están marcando la tendencia, que están siendo muy disruptivas en términos de nuevos modelos de negocios, y que se alimentan de todo el ecosistema suizo, tanto académico, profesional, gubernamental, y también, desde luego, con apoyos financieros. Los invitamos a conocer más acerca de Suiza, de cómo podemos ayudarlos también a generar vínculos de negocios y de comercio entre México y Suiza. Cabe destacar que al día de hoy Suiza es el 12º mayor investor en México. Es un país significativo en términos de inversión, que genera aproximadamente 40,000 empleos directos, y que, bueno, se vuelve un jugador estratégico también en la economía de México. Entonces los invitamos a acercarse al Swiss Business Hub, a platicar con nosotros y a ver cómo podemos apoyarles. Les deseo una excelente tarde. Muchas gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es José Quesada y soy el presidente ejecutivo de la Fundación para el Estudio de Lavado de Activos y Delitos FELADE y el fundador del proyecto World Compliance Forum, que se está desarrollando en diferentes ciudades en Latinoamérica y próximamente en Iberoamérica. ¿Cómo nace este proyecto de la Fundación para el Estudio del Lavado de Activos? Desde el año 2005 encontramos una necesidad de capacitación y formación a nivel local y a nivel internacional. Desde Costa Rica no veíamos opciones de entrenamiento y fue cuando empecé a hacer contacto con expertos internacionales y de organismos para poder desarrollar el primer Congreso Internacional sobre prevención de lavado de activos y delitos en Costa Rica. Y esto sucedió el 3 y 4 de noviembre del año 2005. A partir de ahí, los retos que hemos venido desarrollando han sido bastantes. Ha pasado, como decimos en Costa Rica, mucha agua debajo del puente, pero bueno, gracias al apoyo y al trabajo tenaz de muchísimos profesionales en Costa Rica y alrededor del mundo, hemos consolidado un proyecto realmente sólido. El gran reto que enfrentan los profesionales en el tema de compliance son muchísimos, desde temas de presupuesto, desde temas de poder tener accesibilidad a la formación, desde temas de desplazamiento y más allá, quizás el acceso a información novedosa y práctica. Es por ello que en esta primera edición del año 2005 nos dimos a la tarea de proyectar un evento realmente internacional, un evento que tuviese un impacto no solamente en Costa Rica, sino a nivel global. A partir de ahí, hemos desarrollado ya más de 30 congresos internacionales. Hemos hecho congresos en Estados Unidos, en México, en toda Centroamérica, en Panamá, en Colombia, en Paraguay. Y a raíz de todo ello, hemos desarrollado una red de expertos en la región de más de 28,000 profesionales ligados a la organización. Hola, mi nombre es José Quesada y soy el presidente ejecutivo de la Fundación para el Estudio de Lavado de Activos y Delitos FELADE y el fundador del proyecto World Compliance Forum, que se está desarrollando en diferentes ciudades en Latinoamérica y próximamente en Iberoamérica. ¿Cómo nace este proyecto de la Fundación para el Estudio del Lavado de Activos? Desde el año 2005 encontramos una necesidad de capacitación y formación a nivel local y a nivel internacional. Desde Costa Rica no veíamos opciones de entrenamiento y fue cuando empecé a hacer contacto con expertos internacionales y de organismos para poder desarrollar el primer Congreso Internacional sobre prevención de lavado de activos y delitos en Costa Rica. Y esto sucedió el 3 y 4 de noviembre del año 2005. A partir de ahí, los retos que hemos venido desarrollando han sido bastantes. Ha pasado, como decimos en Costa Rica, mucha agua debajo del puente, pero bueno, gracias al apoyo y al trabajo tenaz de muchísimos profesionales en Costa Rica y alrededor del mundo, hemos consolidado un proyecto realmente sólido. El gran reto que enfrentan los profesionales en el tema de compliance son muchísimos, desde temas de presupuesto, desde temas de poder tener accesibilidad a la formación, desde temas de desplazamiento y más allá, quizás el acceso a información novedosa y práctica. Es por ello que en esta primera edición del año 2005 nos dimos a la tarea de proyectar un evento realmente internacional, un evento que tuviese un impacto no solamente en Costa Rica, sino a nivel global. A partir de ahí, hemos desarrollado ya más de 30 congresos internacionales. Hemos hecho congresos en Estados Unidos, en México, en toda Centroamérica, en Panamá, en Colombia, en Paraguay. Y a raíz de todo ello hemos desarrollado una red de expertos en la región de más de 28,000 profesionales ligados a la organización de una u otra forma. A partir de ahí es que podemos, sin lugar a duda, poder crear programas de formación que realmente impacten, donde la parte práctica es fundamental. Es por ello que en el año 2014 nace la Fundación para el Estudio del Lavado de Activos y Delitos. Es la primera ONG en Latinoamérica dedicada a abordar el tema de prevención del lavado de activos y delitos conexos, entre ellos todos los que están ligados al cibercrimen, ciberdelincuencia, comercio ilícito, y de la mano de la Universidad para la Paz de las Naciones Unidas, donde en este momento me encuentro, estamos en sesión de desarrollo de trabajo y proyectos. Hemos configurado lo que es un evento que consideramos marca la pauta a nivel local y a nivel internacional, y lo hemos denominado World Compliance Forum. Es un foro donde, a través de paneles muy interactivos, donde vemos temas muy novedosos, la audiencia o los participantes pueden compartir en un espacio con expertos de renombre a nivel local y a nivel internacional, y donde puede darse esa interacción. Adicional a ello, un networking realmente provechoso, donde hay una interacción muy participativa, y donde el formato ha permitido que se dé una discusión sana, una discusión objetiva, y sobre todo una discusión que construya alrededor de estos temas tan complejos. El ciberdelito, la ciberdelincuencia, el crimen financiero, los ilícitos financieros, son problemas que de una u otra forma se deben abordar con expertos internacionales que permitan tener una visión global. Este foro precisamente acaba de concluir su edición en Costa Rica. El pasado 2 y 3 de marzo tuvimos más de 40 speakers internacionales. Tuvimos la oportunidad también de que nos acompañara el señor Guillermo Armenta, que es el director ejecutivo de HITCOM, y estuvimos hablando sobre perspectivas de todo el fenómeno del ciberdelito, el metaverso, la Web3, y qué podemos construir a partir de ahí. Este evento realmente fue una oportunidad única que tuvimos para conocer las últimas novedades legislativas y herramientas innovadoras que permitan a las entidades y a los profesionales que están dedicados a esta labor proteger a su organización de amenazas como los delitos financieros, el blanqueo de capitales, la financiación del terrorismo, la corrupción, el fraude y la ciberdelincuencia. Llegado al foro, hemos desarrollado a la mano con la Universidad para la Paz una maestría en prevención del lavado de activos e ilícitos financieros, que estará dando inicio precisamente en junio de este año 2023. Creo que lo que deja realmente evidencia del trabajo que desarrollamos en este evento, que se está perfilando a ser un evento único a nivel de Latinoamérica en primera instancia y luego a nivel global, es la participación y la interacción. Y ahí es donde considero que las imágenes muchas veces hablan o describen mucho mejor que las palabras. Y es por ello que este panel de expertos internacionales se dieron la tarea de acompañarnos en Costa Rica, y algunos de ellos en representación precisamente de organismos internacionales. Discutimos y tuvimos una agenda muy apasionada con temas realmente actuales y necesarios para el desempeño de los profesionales en estas áreas. Tuvimos el honor de contar con la presencia y la apertura de este evento con el doctor Francisco Rojas, que es el rector de la Universidad para la Paz de las Naciones Unidas, y nos dio una perspectiva realmente global de estos fenómenos, los retos que encontramos en este momento y cuáles son las posibles salidas o la ruta a seguir para poder tratar estos temas en los diferentes países y a nivel de la formación, que es realmente lo que construye en estos temas. Tuvimos también el gusto y el honor de que nos acompañara el señor Guillermo Armenta, que es el director ejecutivo del HITCO, con el cual estuvimos explorando diferentes posibilidades en torno al metaverso y a Web3 para trabajar en conjunto desde el punto de vista de formación. Tuvimos participación de expertos, de autoridades de México, de Colombia, de Perú, de España, donde estuvimos viendo desde diferentes puntos todo este tema de regulación. Es importante recalcar que en este tipo de formato la participación fue muy interesante y los asistentes pues tenían posibilidad de interactuar en forma directa con estos expertos. También pues utilizamos mecanismos de conexión y tecnología para poder acercar a aquellos que realmente no pudieron darse cita, pero que querían compartir un mensaje, y así fue como lo hicimos con algunas autoridades de algunos países que pues nos honraron con su participación en este foro. La conexión, el networking, el pura vida, como decimos en Costa Rica, estuvo presente los 2 días de este evento, y es algo que queremos también repetir en el resto de países de Latinoamérica, entre ellos Colombia, México y, ¿por qué no?, pues también a nivel de Iberoamérica, con una siguiente edición en España. Parte de todo esto es crear esos espacios donde los expertos realmente compartan, donde los expertos puedan intercambiar puntos de vista, donde los expertos tengan conocimientos técnicos, pero adicional a ello también tengan conocimientos prácticos. Y sumado a ello fue que como marca país también, desarrollamos todo un concepto alrededor del evento de destino. Entonces creo que algo novedoso del World Compliance Forum es que se va tropicalizando, como decimos en Costa Rica, a cada país, y va sacando aquello que es positivo de ese país. En el caso de Costa Rica apostamos muchísimo al tema de naturaleza, y sé que el resto de países vamos a tener experiencias realmente positivas en torno a estos desarrollos de estos foros que vamos a estar desarrollando. Un punto muy importante es que tuvimos una transmisión totalmente en vivo a través de un streaming muy profesional, donde los participantes de varios países, más de 1000 participantes de países de Latinoamérica, España, Europa, pudieron casi como estar en vivo viendo la transmisión de este foro. Entonces, realmente la utilización de herramientas tecnológicas fue muy positivo, donde había una conexión directa con aquellos que no estaban específicamente en el salón o en el sitio del evento, pero que pudieron seguir en vivo la conexión como si estuviesen ahí presentes. Bueno, nos quedan muchísimos retos por seguir. Tenemos eventos por abordar en Colombia, un gran reto con un evento en Orlando, Florida, el próximo año, y también visualizamos la posibilidad de una participación también con los eventos de México. ¿Qué vemos acá? Vemos una colaboración importante en temas estratégicos como el metaverso, la Web3 y, ¿por qué no?, el desarrollo de algún programa académico formativo en este sentido que permita realmente aprovechar la experiencia de expertos internacionales para poder capitalizar todo este esfuerzo, todo este trabajo y toda esta práctica, que es realmente lo que nos interesa, para tener profesionales formados y dedicados a estas áreas. De parte de la Fundación para el Estudio y Lavado de Activos y Delitos FELADE y de este proyecto, que esperamos tenerlo próximamente en varios países, el World Compliance Forum, sumamente agradecidos por este espacio para compartir qué estamos haciendo en esta materia. Muchas gracias.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, GitCon, for this invitation. Yael, Guillermo, Jesus, thank you very much. So my name is Olga Gualteros. I am customer advisor for the LATAM region, focused into verticals, education and government. And today I have a few ideas to share with you regarding digital transformation in government and more specifically in the LATAM region, how content services platforms are also providing governments with incredible tools in order to move towards not just digital transformation, but the evolution of their digital transformation plans. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I would like to share with you some information. I'm sure that most of you have seen these, like measures where different organizations track what is happening in the internet every single minute of the day. And this was quite interesting for me because if we compare what was going on in the internet in terms not just of social media, but like purchases and how citizens want to interact with different organizations and their governments, what we see is that everything has grown exponentially. Okay, so if we compare the data from December 2021 to the data from December 2022, that is what you see right now, this grew in a 30%. Amazing, right? And this is not just happening because we are in a digital era, but because new generations of digital natives, like the centennials and the millennials, are now also, like making us, the older ones, to be more prone and to need digital, use. So let's see some interesting things that are going on and that are making this possible. So in this January 2023 analysis from Global Overview Report, we see that in terms of internet adoption and internet infrastructure, governments in the world have invested so much, and more citizens today have access to the internet regardless of where they live. In many cases, for example, if we see that global average of 64.4, but if we kind of do a scope and check on the data for Latin America, we can see that the access ranges have improved. And even though the range is very, very wide, our LATAM average is 69%, which is interesting, being 41.4% Haiti, and Chile having a 92% of internet coverage for their population. And we can see the data from many other countries, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Brazil, Ecuador, Mexico, Colombia, just to mention a few. And why am I talking about this as an intro to this very interesting topic? Because given the actual internet adoption and access that citizens have, there's also an increased expectation from citizens that they would have more access to services and information from their governments in an ubiquitous fashion, from any device that they have in their hand. So this is possible because governments in Latin America and around the world have continued to invest in their digital transformation and in e-government, like development. So this is the latest FD score. This is done by the United Nations every 2 years, and this is measuring how e-government is evolving and is happening in each and every country of the 193 countries that are part of the United Nations. And what we can see here is what the top 10 governments in Latin America and Caribbean are right now. And why is this important? Because this is a measure that tells us not only how much procurement a government is making in terms of digital transformation and technology, but also if there is an institutional framework to support that digital transformation, if there is a strategy and an implementation roadmap that is coherent and that will provide some impact to citizens, some positive impact, of course. If it is aligned to what the United Nations call the future of digital government, which is mostly focused on citizens and providing efficient services and solutions to citizens themselves. If there are legal frameworks that are, supporting all these measures and strategies, and if there are measures to leave no one behind in order to connect with the SDG regarding digital access for all, So how are governments also thinking about digital transformation, not just in terms of providing these resources and solutions to the capital cities, but also to everybody, everywhere, and regardless of where they live or what their income is. Okay, so this is super important. And then also they measure whether or not there have been COVID-19 measures in the past 2 years in terms of e-government development. And this is the ranking that we have. And what's really important about this is not where your country is right now, but what the trends are in terms of continuous development of e-government solutions and frameworks in our Latin American countries, all right? So this connects with some trends that come from the world, but are kind of permeating what we expect to happen in terms of digital transformation in the government sector, okay? What are these trends? We continue to see governments in Latin America investing in open government, digital access for all, and data-fueled government. And let's see what this means specifically. In terms of open government, countries are very invested not only into providing transparency and access to information to all their citizens, but beyond that, we're seeing a trend towards more co-creation and participatory spaces and ecosystems that are moving towards a government that has more access to understanding what citizens expect from them, what citizens think about politics and policies, and also what the future of these policies should be. So these spaces, building these spaces of co-creation in terms of policies, citizen participation, and these collaboration systems between the public and the private sector are something that we're going to continue to see happening in the Latin region. In terms of digital access for all, we're seeing more and more investment in terms of optimal delivery of digital services. And this is super important because, again, we're not talking about just access to information, but how through different technologies like, like AI, like AI and RPA and other technologies, we can provide this very efficient delivery of services that will really make citizens' lives easier. And how these digital transformation roadmaps in government can be really impactful, can have a positive impact in the lives of citizens. And this connects a lot with what we were mentioning before, the SDGs for 2030 from the United Nations, where governments are seeing that these technologies can also help them build in terms of future of work initiatives and to be more competitive. So a digitally transformed government is more competitive because it has more opportunity into the global digital economy. However, if we're not able to pass all this knowledge and these skills to citizens, governments won't be able to reach their competitive, real good competitive standards. So this is something that we know now that can be done through digital transformation. And also we're seeing the power that data gives to each and every government. And in the Latin region, we're seeing more efficiency in terms of data management on the side of several governments like Chile, Colombia, Dominican Republic, just to name a few. And also how these advanced data integrations can also not just help governments to know their citizens better, but to anticipate and cope with risks in terms of public health, in terms of public security. We see that data and data-fueled governments are really activating these protocols in the best way, right? So this is super important. And also we're seeing more public sector agencies and even governments moving towards more risk management initiatives, and also improving their cybersecurity in terms of moving to the cloud. So this is something that is really, really going to happen more and more in our region. And also we will continue to see the importance of interoperability layers into all public sector ecosystems. Now, what are some of the capacities that we bring in these terms? In terms of open government, digital access to all, and data-fueled governments, there's so much that we can do through content services platforms, and to really help governments to reach and to increase their transparency, competitiveness, and efficiency. Because in general terms, this is what all governments are looking for. In this sense, digital services platforms offer different governments and agencies a real, like a unique way to grow, not only in terms of digital transformation, but to really build avenues of digital evolution that are aligned with their digital transformation roadmaps and with the real needs of each country and their citizens, okay? So this is our presence in Latin American governments right now, but the point here is how these content services technologies are really powering governments in terms of open government initiatives, digital access for all, and data-fueled government. And why is this happening? Because the only pain point of governments isn't paper. I mean, paper was a pain point a few years ago, but not anymore. So what we see right now is that even though paper and moving towards paperless operations in government is still a need in some cases, it's not the only pain point. Right now, we're really, even in the Latin region, moving towards digital transformation, understanding digital transformation as something that has a very different meaning for every person, and that should really work for the benefit of people and citizens. So, for example, if you are a public sector official, digital transformation for you may mean that some of the more operational instances of your work are now automated, and that, let's say, you can focus and more to bring more value and bringing more value to the job that you do on a daily basis. But for example, if you are a citizen or on the citizen side, probably digital transformation may mean that you now have access to certain services from the government or certain agencies digitally. And that, for example, some service that you used to do in a very difficult way because you had to go to a public office personally, and you had to make a line and wait for, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks, 8 weeks to have a response. You can now do from anywhere, from your device, and in some cases you can even have the completion and the completion of the service itself, even in terms of 1 or 2 days. So this is really transforming the power of the government to serve their people and their citizens better. So we're now understanding that data is really fueling digital transformation, but only if you make the right decisions. So something very important to understand when we talk about this back office, what happens behind each process that is automated or that is using different technologies. For example, when we have hyper automation of processes, that is already happening in the public sector, what we see is something very simple. And this is the basis of the solution framework that we have and discussed with each government that we work with at Highland. So there's a start, there's something initiating the process. Probably this is a citizen that is requesting access to some public benefit. We're going to collect some info from this person. Probably we do have some of the info through the digital folder of the citizen. We have some access to info, but probably we need to collect some more. And here, oftentimes, we still have different types of structured and non-structured information that is coming into the inbox. And then there's a need to evaluate this information and whether or not this person has access to this benefit. And then there might be an interaction with the citizen again, and then we complete the service, right? Now, what is happening then? We are combining different capabilities into the same platforms right now in order to really fuel governments with their data, because data is there. So from the most basic, which is digitalization of this information, to more complex technologies that will increase the or will serve the anytime, anywhere demands of citizens, with increased cybersecurity and data analytics and risk management and data protection. We are providing governments of what they need in order to be, like we mentioned before, not only efficient digitally, but also to be more transparent in terms of the data that they manage, to be more competitive, right? And also to be really, really providing access for all their services to their constituents, their citizens. So what are these governments looking for? Higher, increased data management with cybersecurity, equal access to services for all again, and more governance and transparency of data. And in general terms, this happened through 3 different types of cases that will always require a process analytics. We need to understand each and every process and microprocess that can support whatever we need to do in terms of services to citizens. And this needs to serve not only the government, but this will involve the people that we need there in order to provide the service, the assets and facilities, and the investigations and inspections. Oftentimes, this has a lot of case management, right? So how are we able to connect and to serve all these 3 different types of cases and let's say different types of needs that the government has? In general terms, is by using data into the same platform through different types of capacities and technologies, so that each office and each process in that public office or public entity can be not only automated, because I mean, automation is happening and has happened for a long time, but can really, really serve the people, the constituents, and also the public officials. We're talking about content services as a solution not only to hyper-automate and transform governments digitally, but also as a solution that is easy to use, is low code, is oftentimes open source, but it's really serving the digital evolution of organizations and the scalability and adaptability of these digital ecosystems, as it is not only providing these capacities of digital transformation, but it's also connecting all the different technologies and silos that digital governments have in their digital ecosystems, right? Just to finish here, I want to share with you some of the numbers that we have at Highland. We participated and we were leaders for more than 13 years in the Gartner's Magic Quadrant, as well as in other important measures. We have more than 1,000 native integrations to these systems that different governments already use. And right now we're serving more than 2,300 organizations, public organizations in the world. And we have about 30 years of experience, 31 years of experience, okay? So we are here to serve. Content services are a great tool and a great solution for governments, as we have demonstrated. And we do it in a way that we provide 360 intelligent records, intelligent automation of processes, including all different technologies in the same platform, adaptability and agility to every single need that your digital transformation ecosystem requires in order to reach its, maturity, and also through understanding not only what governments need, but also to giving them customized solutions for every need that they have. My name's Olga Gualteros. I work for Highland, and if you need more information, contact me directly. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Today we will have a conversation related with financial services and technology. And I have the pleasure to share this presentation with Talia, that is a tech analyst here in our institute. Hello, Talia.
Hi everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and today I would like to talk about financial services with technology and, well, the so-claimed fintechs. So let's show you the presentation.
Okay.
Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to talk about CaixaBank and Curve. CaixaBank is a bank that implements intuitive interface and facial recognition, as well as NFC interactions to make a more immersive experience with the ATMs. And they are trying to leave the the physical place of the bank to leave it to the ATMs, so you can do everything you do in your app on your web page of the CaixaBank, but inside this ATM. It's really, really innovative. And also we have Curve. Curve is an app of payment system, and you can actually use augmented reality. You can activate augmented reality with the app, and you can move the virtual.
Do you have some videos related with these cases?
Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for, because I almost forgot.
Okay,
but
don't worry.
Here we have the video,
yeah.
And here you will see what happens to these.
Ready, 3, 2, 1, okay.
Okay, so you move your card, your virtual card, and this card you place it where is the thing that is going to pay, and with that you can pay without any other thing. You don't need to click anywhere, you don't need to touch anything else. Just move the card to where that thing is. That is augmented reality, because only you can move it and only you can see it through the phone screen, because no one else can see it, because it's virtual, it's not real.
Yeah. It's interesting because you just point the with the terminal, and they did the transfer, right?
Yes, they did the transfer. They paid with this. They just place the card and they pay. They don't click in anything. They don't touch anything. It's really fast and really friendly platform.
Yeah. Interesting. What else?
Yes, we have other cases as Oracle, Desjardins. Oracles, we all know Oracles. Well, it's a company that wants to give more security to these transactions, and they want also to expand with a platform that supports financial payments. Right? Mm-hmm. Desjardins is a bank that has its own virtual assistant called Omni, and I have a video here that I'm going to explain to you how Omni is going to help you.
Hi, my name is Penny, and I'm your virtual assistant. With Omni, it's easier than ever to access your Desjardins Group retirement savings. At any time, find my icon to facilitate your experience. If you're curious, check out our Wellness Center for content and training on a wide range of topics, from finance to retirement. Over time, this section will evolve to better meet your needs, just like me. Log into Omni now to create your account or enroll in a plan. In just a few clicks, you'll learn more about your plan and discover many tips and tricks to help you reach your savings goals. Join me in your Omni app. See you soon.
Okay, super interesting. So she's like a kind of avatar?
Yes, she's a virtual assistant that if you have any questions, if you need to make anything within the company, you
Yeah.
can go to her, you can chat her, sending messages to her through the chat,
Yeah.
and well, she was going to answer you. She's going to help you with everything you need.
Yeah. Previously, we was talking about the advance of these the chats, the super chat, and we have the whole story about ChatGPT and actually right now ChatGPT it doesn't have a form, right? Right now it's just the text, etc. But the technology is here, and we know that there are a lot of avatars that they do these kind of services. It's the meta humans as well. They call, right?
Yes, they're called metahumans. We are already using virtual assistants, as you said earlier. We have Siri, we have OK Google, we have Alexa. We are using them. The only difference is that they don't have an image, a virtual image.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not a person. It's like these virtual assistants that are being developed by these great companies as Alibaba, as Samsung, that are using these metahumans to ensure a better experience for the customers.
Yeah. It's super interesting. I don't know what will happen in the next future, but I think that maybe a lot of brands we will have a lot of Alexas, right, for each brand, and physically with character and everything. It sounds interesting because as well it's in order to improve the client services and in general the customer experience. Or what do you think about that?
Yes, I think virtual assistants have been developed for a really long time from now, and they are going to still be developed in the future because what companies are looking for is to pledge these virtual assistants to any need the customer have without calling the company itself or having not their needs fulfilled. If they have any problem, this virtual assistant can help with it, and it can even with artificial intelligence fix it from a program that is not even close to the person, right? It's in another country or maybe in another far away, and it's really really interesting because it will find a way to make our experience more immersive, more dynamic, and maybe even easier.
Yeah, totally. I think that I think that is a great solution for bring better services around the world. Okay, let's continue.
Yes. Well, we have BBVA and Tencent. We all know BBVA. In its mobile application, we have all financial services from this bank, and we can make transactions, we can cash, we can send to our friend, to our family money, and that are in another country, change the money in a physical place
Yes.
of the bank. And we have
Yes.
sorry,
No,
we have Tencent.
I just will add something because here in America Latina, I think that BBVA, they did a great job in this matter of technology and financial services because they re-educate to the whole population, right? Whole the population they use these technologies, and I think that is a great that company because they teach every step, but as well the customer experience in this matter. I don't know if you use this application, but it's really easy to send money. It's really easy and actually really secure, right? Because you have the top global technology here, and actually the people they really enjoy and they feel really confident doing transactions. Because think, Talia, maybe 20 years ago, the people they say, oh my God, I don't want to pass my credit card in this website because I don't know what happened, right? 20 years ago. But right now it's something easy, enjoyable, and as well secure. What do you think?
Well, this company took an advantage from a daily problem. The daily problem was that in many cities it wasn't secure to have cash I mean, to pay with cash, have the money in your wallet, it is not safe at all. They took this disadvantage and reinforced an app that could actually make people cashless and they could still pay without any problem. They integrated other platforms as paying for medical service or for other companies that are allies to this bank, and they can actually make the pays with a more secure way, also using the cloud to make it even easier and more secure than what already is, right? So I think they made a difference and
Yeah,
they are making a change right now.
yeah. And actually, this company has a strong presence in our continent, and I think that it is a super great job. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue with the next case.
Well, the next case is Tencent. Tencent is one of the biggest companies in China. They integrated all their services, all whatever they sell inside this super app. WeChat is like saying WhatsApp in China. It's said that is not only to communicate with your friends or with your family, to make texts, or it also integrates media. You can buy to a company that is inside this other company, because Tencent is a corporation that is that composed with other many companies, and they have all types of services, and you can pay for all of those services inside this app with only a click, with make it easier, make it more dynamic. It's a very friendly app, and well, it's what Chinese is most used, you know.
I didn't use it, but I heard about the integration of all the application, and actually you can live your digital life there. Well, I think 1 billion, more than 1 billion people in China, they operate in this platform, right? Do you have the video?
Yes. Yes, I have the video of how you spend your daily life inside this app. Here it goes. Yes.
Great. Yes, I like it. And what do you think? Because definitely this company in China, they are pretty huge, but as well is I think that they are the main factor as well about this increase of economic growth in China. You know, because 20 years ago they have access to this technology, right? And they can do the digital life and pay digitally previously to any country in this part of the world. What do you think?
Yes, they have been developed this kind of technology for a quite long time right now, and they were the first one in implementing the payment with QR codes, and also getting rid of many physical stores. For example, we now know the term for virtual stores, and we now know that inside these stores we can use augmented reality or virtual reality with these big screens, and you can interact with and everything. And they were the first ones, I think, because they implemented first education.
Yeah.
And when you give education to the people, people will understand and they will use it because they see the benefits of it.
Yeah, totally. Super interesting because you say that the first of all the process of growth of China is related with uh, bring possibilities to educate the population, right? So the idea here is how the other countries they can learn a little bit about this process, because right now it's a huge case. No other country in the history they can achieve this goal, right? 1 billion people, in middle class. Oh my god, this is amazing. So definitely WeChat and all these platforms and super apps, they are doing the big difference worldwide. But what do you think in the next year? What will happen with these super apps, because they are integrating everything, right? Your payments, and actually as well the education in the platforms, everything.
I think they're going to get better. I think they're going to integrate more services and they're going to try to make it bigger. And maybe we can see more super apps, more companies or new startups that are trying to create this essence, right? Because at the end, the future seems a little bit hybrid, right? So we
Yeah.
are living in a virtual world at the same time in the real world. So maybe we are gonna see many, many super apps and with all their services integrated inside these apps.
Yeah. In this part of the world, do you know some cases of these super apps? Because, for example, I noticed that Rappi they advance a little bit in this matter because they have everything to send, everything to pay, right? With Rappi Pay, and they sell like it's everything inside of Rappi, right? But do you have another cases, Amazon or someone else?
For example, Mercado Libre that implemented
Nice.
Mercado Pay. Yes, they are trying to use this format for super apps. Also, Amazon is trying, they haven't developed it much, but Mercado Libre it has, and it has been trying to make it bigger. Rappi is a little bit more advanced in that topic.
Yeah.
Whatever company,
Yeah.
well, they are all trying,
Yeah,
right?
they are trying, but we don't have a super big app like this in this part, right?
No,
We
we
didn't
don't.
imagine, because actually something that is interesting talking about with China is that they are really really advanced. They several years, right? Advanced in technology and digitalization, and we didn't know this part of the digitalizations here. So, but we don't have a super app that with these capabilities here.
No, we don't. We don't have it.
Okay, let's continue. Let me know your thoughts related with financial services and technology, because we have several topics. Let's advance a little bit with these topics. For example, the word cashless, right? What is happening with the cashless world? Because talking about with China is so advanced since like 10 years ago. Is I think with a huge part of the PIB cashless, everything is in digital. So what do you think in the next year? So maybe in 5 years, what happened with cashless world?
I think that is going to sustain. I mean, we will have a cashless world in maybe 5, 10 years on this side of the world,
Yeah.
and because, well, cash cashless was born because of these cities that wasn't very secure to have the cash in your wallet or to use a wallet at all, right? So I think that in the next years we are going to use less cash and we are going to start using these virtual cards. We are going to start using these super apps. Maybe fintech is going to develop something very similar to WeChat, and we are going to start using this kind of financial services, but without a bank, right? For example, we are watching many fintechs like Ulala and others. Well, Nubank, that are trying to get rid of these intermediations, right? That you can actually use the app to make these transactions, to send money to your friends or to your family in another country without this intermediation. So maybe the future is closer than what we are looking for, right?
Yeah. And actually, there are a lot of trends for it because, for example, these fintechs around the world, they are creating amazing services. Right now, nowadays, we are experimenting the trend of buy now and pay later. Everything is happy with the payments, small payments. But actually, the innovation and the use of technology of the fintechs, they are doing a great job globally, right? Even though we have a big challenge because most of the 20% of the global population, they touch by this financial system, right? 20% of the global population, they don't have access nowadays to the financial systems. So what do you think what will happen in the next year with the technologies? Because, for example, fintech, they are open the door to have a dozen of services of the same service, and I think that this is super cool because you can work with one provider, another provider, and as you can say, as you said, there are several offers, and everyone need choose one, right?
They're going to grow. I think that they are going to grow. They're going to develop new services, maybe new way to use these services, and maybe new advantages for us to make this a better experience. For example, you are saying that we are going to use these apps, and I think that we are already using it. The problem is that these apps needs to develop a little bit more because they already exist. They just need maybe a better way to introduce the customer to this platform, right?
Exactly. Yes. Super interesting. And do you see another technology, so another tech trends we will see in the next years? Because, for example, right now they are using a lot of blockchain, and I think that they are using pretty great, and augmented reality for the payments, as you share with us. What else?
Well, many are talking about cryptocurrency. I'm going to be completely honest. I think cryptocurrency is the future, yes, but not in the way we are imagining it. I think that, for example, the dollar or the euro or the Mexican pesos are going to become digital, and we are going to be able to use them as a cryptocurrency because there are already startups that are trying to make that possible. They are trying to use these in a virtual way, right? So you can actually make these payment systems, but without the money in your bank, for example. You can actually have your own bank in your own app in this company that is trying to make you pay with this new experience.
Yeah, totally. And actually, I think that the fintech, since like 15 years ago, they are the pioneers using these technologies to create value. But right now, nowadays, I think that we will see this like innovation, mass innovation in another industries, right? Because right now everybody knows a little bit the effect of the fintech, but actually in other industries we will notice these advances, right?
Also, it's not only about payments, also about investment. They are trying to make investment in completely virtual. Also, I think that these companies that are already being interested or showing any interest in this type of platform, fintechs, are going to maybe forge an alliance and say we're going to use your platform and we're going to combine our services and we're going to sell here and we're going to maybe make it a little bit more advanced in this way, and it will be in all industries because you can use these super apps, we saw it in the video, for media, for payment, for companies that are selling a product, that are selling a service, even for movies. We don't need to go to a cinema anymore because we can use these super apps to that, or maybe we can even be using the new virtual reality lenses or maybe augmented reality lenses.
Yeah, totally. Could you share a little bit what you do with the tech intelligence team internally? Because all these cases that we are sharing with you guys is the research that we do, and we have several metrics. We do the exploration of several industries, and actually it's pretty enjoyable because we are every day, Talia, checking how the future is coming, right? Every day in our institute is like, oh my God, there are some huge robots, right? There are some interviews with robots, everything with robots. So tell us a little bit how you leave this research with the team internally, and what do you do to share?
What we do is go to the internet. We start looking for companies that are new tendency. Then we go to YouTube or to other platform that can show videos, and we start looking for a video that shows what they are doing. And normally they have their own YouTube channels or streaming channels, and they launch these videos as a promotional way. Some others don't. We have been found YouTubers that use these kind of apps and they're sharing it in these streamings, and they show you how they actually works, and that gives us an idea. Okay, we know how it works because this YouTuber is explaining it to us, so we are going to form a deck. So we go to PowerPoint and start a deck where we are explaining what we saw in this video, what we already understood, and then we extract a video that is interesting for us, and it can actually be easy for everyone that is watching us to understand. And after that, we form the deck, we finish and make the same thing again with different industries, and again and again and again.
Okay, and actually, you have a matrix, right? A matrix of several technologies, a matrix of several cases and trends of each technology. So we are really, really happy if you want to have this matrix. And Talia, we can share with the people that they saw this video. You just contact our team, or maybe you can send us a WhatsApp, and we can share this matrix because it's really, really interesting. How do you look like? How do you use blockchain, for manufacture, blockchain for human resources, blockchain for everything, right? Right now the technologies, they cross the whole topics, right?
Yes, all topics are related. It's like blockchain really means like a chain, and everything is related with everything, and anything that moves, it moves the other things, and it's really, really interesting.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your work, and it was a pleasure having this conversation with you, Talia. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
It was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today we have the pleasure to have a super interesting panel. Today we will talk about artificial intelligence and the challenge of government. And we have several experts here. So welcome, Robert. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Great. And we have another special guest, Roberto Martinez, that is a former head of Latin America of the OECD. Welcome, Robert.
So it's a true pleasure sharing my views in this panel on AI and the issues that are related to government policies.
Great. Welcome, Roberto. And we have another expert, Olga. And Olga is the head of government issues for Highland. Welcome, Olga.
Hello, everyone. Guillermo, Jael, thank you so much. Very pleased to be here with Robert and Roberto.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's start a little bit with a small introduction of one of each of you. Also, if we can share a little bit of your trajectory, Olga, we can start with you, like your background, a little bit what you do in these matters.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been working for about 27 years on the education field, mostly in regards with international high quality education. Mm-hmm. And part of that was several years working for the US government, supporting them to implement different educational projects in Latin America, mostly Colombia. So yeah, all of my life I've been on either side of the table. Sometimes I'm, like negotiating or trying to procure for different needs, and other times I've been, like on the more commercial side. Right now at Highland, I am the industry manager for Latin America, focused on education and government. And my job is to support our customers on the education and government verticals in order to make the best decisions for their digital transformation, like efforts. So we're not at Highland, we're not just focused on providing the technology and this content services platform to engine everything that is needed in terms of digital transformation, but we really want our customers to make their best decisions and to have optimal ROIs. So that's very important. So my conversations with customers are all about, processes, impact of digital transformation over those processes and over their general transformational goals as an organization.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much. Robert, can you share with us a little bit your background? How is your trajectory a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So my background, I'm an entrepreneur. I started the first internet company in Iceland in 1993, and first of two internet companies in Denmark in 1995, and spent quite a while outside Iceland in San Francisco, London, and other places, always working on internet technology. But in 2008, we had the financial crisis, which was hit Iceland really badly, all the banks in Iceland went bankrupt. All the big commercial banks went bankrupt, the three of them, as a matter of 10 days, and trust in society collapsed. And me and some good people, we actually decided to start this nonprofit called Citizens Foundation with the aim of using technology and the internet to help governments and citizens make better decisions together. Then and we've been quite successful of this in Iceland first with projects like Better Reykjavik. Citizen engagement has now spread across Iceland. We're working with the majority of the municipalities there, but our open source tools have been used in 45 other countries, and we work with the Scottish Parliament and the World Bank and many others in providing those essential digital public infrastructure for allowing citizens and governments to connect together. But in 2015, just really quickly, just in 2015, we started sort of a sub-project of our open source platform called, our platform is called Your Priorities, but this project we started in 2015 called Active Citizen. And the aim of Active Citizen is to create a suite of open source technologies to help empower citizens with artificial intelligence. Well, how can we use this amazing technology to actually empower citizens and governments to make better decisions? And recently, we've had a huge leap of, capabilities of artificial intelligence, and we are using that to our full, to the fullest. For example, we're launching in April. We're launching a ChatGPT, a GPT-4 integration with our platforms, where so governments and citizens can actually use a chat interface to submit ideas, to explore other ideas, and so on. So very exciting times. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's impressive what is happening with ChatGPT globally, right? So, and there are a lot of fears as well. Maybe we can talk about in a few minutes about that. Okay, so let's continue. Dear Robert, we are very, very glad to having you here.
All right, thank you. I'm very glad as well. So just to open the discussion, and since I have the experience of working for international organizations and with the benefit of this panoramic view of how artificial intelligence is now being taken advantage of and being used by the public sector, let me say that we need to take into account that as a backdrop, as a context within which governments operate, especially within the framework of the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, almost a third of, or less than a third of citizens in OECD countries are confident about the government's capacity to aggregate citizens' concerns. And then there's this mistrust phenomenon across OECD countries, regardless of the economic drive or the size of the economy or the size of each country. This is a common phenomenon. So there's mistrust on the part of citizens as to how governments take into account their true concerns. And against that backdrop, governments are painfully aware of this relative mistrust and see that artificial intelligence is indeed a very powerful tool with an enormous potential to redress that problem of citizen skepticism. And so in that sense, a very immediate and logical area of opportunity in the use of artificial intelligence is to make governments more agile, make governments more forward-looking, so that governments can anticipate different challenges that are logically related to their response capacity against emergencies, for example, or things that can put people's integrity at stake. And we saw that especially during the pandemic. And so the continuity of emergency services and healthcare services was of paramount importance. And so there were many lessons to be drawn from that. But in general, just right before the pandemic, nearly 50 countries around the world had already developed national AI strategies. So that's important to point out, because there's already a very important momentum in terms of how governments are harnessing the quick deployment of AI in order to develop governance frameworks. And so I leave it there, because that's the new frontier. So governments need to, and they acknowledge that they need to act within multilateral, in the framework of multilateral agreements and multilateral coordination, in order to have comprehensive and robust and coherent governance mechanisms that can address key areas of AI deployment, like data security, privacy, the ethical design of artificial intelligence, and because there's many challenges, like, for example, the risk of artificial intelligence compounding biases that can result in discrimination within the population of many countries. And so that's my opening statement, let's put it that way. But there's this really interesting momentum in terms of what AI is compelling governments to do in the framework of multilateral and collective coordination across the globe.
Yeah, that's great. Amazing.
Yeah, Roberto, I think you mentioned something really important about mistrusting. And I was talking actually with Robert from Citizens Foundation a few weeks ago about Mexico and different countries in Latin America, that we have these, we don't trust governments. And I think that's an issue we need to deal with for next generations. But I wanted to ask you if you think that artificial intelligence is going to help this, or at the same time we have this fear of the advances in technology, and in society we have this fear of being substituted by a robot. So do you think implementing artificial intelligence is helping reducing this mistrusting, or not at all?
Well, in general terms, that's a very important concern, that of the automation and the substitution or the destruction of jobs due to automation. And I think that that is not a minor concern, because indeed there's been to some extent a substitution effect. And then automation and artificial intelligence have indeed displaced a share of human labor, and so there's been an effect, a global effect of job destruction. But let me just say that happens especially in areas which are closer to the many branches of manufacturing. And so those low value, relatively more mechanical activities in manufacturing are most at risk, more exposed to this job destruction effect. But nevertheless, that's been happening for a while. So it to some extent it's related to AI, and to some extent it's just pure automation. But the key thing in terms of public policy is that governments have realized, and they acknowledge, and they know that never as today is so important to focus on the upscaling of people's skills. So the key question is how to make the labor force of any given country, especially those that are most dependent on manufacturing exports, how to make it possible for people and workers to upskill and to learn new things, and to develop new capabilities so that they can stay at the top of automation, doing things that are higher value, that involve critical thinking, which is something that AI is still evolving and grasping. There's still a lot to see in terms of the capabilities of AI in what we call critical thinking. So that's a whole different game. And the key question is, labor policies need to make it possible that people accumulate new and more higher value skills, so as to stay abreast of the rapid pace of AI and the AI deployment and automation.
Great. So, Robert, can you share with us what do you think about this? Because Jael is a new generation, but as well is a matter that the young citizens, they can have spaces to build the future society, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the things back in 2008, when we had the global financial crisis, I think that sort of, put this idea, into, some citizens' mind, is the government really in control? Do they really understand what they're doing? And clearly, like in Iceland, where the whole system collapsed, and everybody would have lost all their bank account monies. Even my grandfather, he was at the bank with a black garbage bag trying to get out his saving. He was a taxi driver. He's not a rich man. But, I think that, technology has been hugely challenging for governments, just in the past 2 decades, and I think like the financial crisis sort of laid that out, in a pretty, clear terms. I think it put this doubt in citizens' mind that, do they really know what they're doing, And I think that, we've had globalization, has had so many good benefits for societies, we can't even count them all. But it has sort of, in a way, taken some of the power away from the local politicians, and, limiting the options. And then the technology is just moving so fast, like we had the iPhone, obviously we had the internet, the iPhone, all of it, I think governments are sometimes sort of, sort of trying to catch up a little bit, what's going on. And obviously, as they are the stewards, we trust politicians and governments to be the stewards of our societies, to help us to pull together the resources we need to function and so on.
Yeah.
So it is really important that government is on top of things. If they are not in control, if they are not on top of things, then it's basically, big corporations and so on that are, in control because they have the money, they have the technology and know-how and so on. So I think now we're at a really, really critical point. I think we are at the point where governments can, either, go behind much more, that they are going to be left behind, totally behind the powers, because, with technology, with AI, it means power, in terms of, in so many dimensions. So we have those two options. Either governments are going to be even more behind and even losing, I think, more trust of citizens, or governments, as Roberto, happy you mentioned that, it's like, to look at it as an opportunity to actually get back on track, to be, again, understanding what's going on in the societies and giving them, the power they need to be the stewards of our societies. And I think that, there's so many amazing opportunities for artificial intelligence, especially this new, just this recent 6 months ago AI that can help us to run governments better. It can help to create a more sort of symbiotic relationship with citizens. And we also believe that, and as we've been doing over the years since 2008, getting citizens at the table with governments to help make better decisions, we really think that bringing also in artificial intelligence, into this, on the side of being with every citizen. So we have this collective intelligence. We have the citizens who want to help participate, want to help make better decisions. What our vision is that each of those citizens is going to be having access to very powerful artificial intelligence. So we're merging together the idea of artificial intelligence and collective intelligence. So opposed to governments trying to build like this giant AI brain in their basements, that's going to take all the decisions, we think that's quite a dangerous path,
Yeah, definitely. So super interesting. So let's continue with you, Olga, because you are in the front line with the government, right? So here is something that we're talking about artificial intelligence, but there are several layers, right? Because artificial intelligence is the top right now. We need to start to build a public sector and bring services with digital, the basic ones, right? The license, the passport, everything. Could you share a little bit about your thoughts about this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, right now, artificial intelligence has become like the buzzword everywhere, and it's understandable that there are so many concerns on the side of the population. However, I think that governments, little by little, and this is not new, this has been happening for a while, they've been, like thinking and developing the criteria and policies in order to move towards a more ethical use of AI, and I think we really need to get there. However, I don't think that the issue here is artificial intelligence. When it comes to content services, what we see it's so much potential of this technology alongside other technologies. It's not just about whether or not governments can, for example, grow so much with AI in terms of open government, which is quite important right now, like activating citizen participation, not just in terms of sharing information transparently with citizens, but rather in co-creating policies and moving towards a more, policy ecosystems where collaboration is the main driver, collaboration as between citizens and governments and the public and the private sector, right? So this is how we see AI as having a great potential in terms of government, how with AI governments can also have these data-fueled decisions, how we can, as Roberto was saying before, we can help so much in terms of anticipating, for example, health crisis within certain, populations, and just use AI as one tool. I think that the problem here in the discussion and what causes a lot of distress amongst workers and citizens in general is that there's so much to learn about the potential of AI and understanding that it is not AI transforming the world and the industry, but it's actually AI as a tool that we can use in order to, drive transformation in a more human, at a more human-centered capacity. I think that is where, policies need to go, and also education. Robert was mentioning something about, upskilling and reskilling of workers. And I also think that that's like one of the very important layers that we need to drive in societies, especially in Latin America. We're not there yet, but it's not just about creating these policies for ethical development and use of AI, but it's also making sure that citizens are really moving and becoming upskill and reskill in terms of being productive in a digital economy that we cannot change, that it's there, and it's not only giving us so many challenges, but also opportunities for the different governments. And I talk specifically about Latin America. I was just in La Paz, Bolivia, sharing with different, agencies and public organizations and governments. And what we see there is a lack of understanding in terms of the potential of these technologies as a part of something bigger, as bigger digital ecosystems and not just the center of them.
Yeah, it is great. And actually, it's a pretty sensitive topic because right now we are, if we check the news, there are several protests around the world, right? Because the cost of life is increasing in several countries, in France, in UK, in the US. So could you share with us, Robert, some cases that you saw related with how the governments create value with technology? Maybe one example, because many people, they want to understand the basis, right? Okay, so how the government create value with digitalization, Robert?
Well, a couple of things, examples from Iceland, and you also mentioned that before. Like one of the key focus of the government of Iceland the past 10 years was to get electronic IDs into the hands of everybody, and it's been such a huge enabler. I mean, it's not like AI or any fancy technology. It's just like a simple electronic ID. I mean, it's relatively simple technology. It's like, actually in Iceland, the ID itself is kept on the SIM card of the phone. It's very secure, but it's quite old-fashioned. So I think that's been one of the enablers. But from our foundation, we are focusing on citizen participation. We can take an example as a project of Better Reykjavik started in 2010 with the city of Reykjavik, where we are working with the government in the city and with citizens on co-creating policy, like education policy until 2030, the democratic policy of the city, many, many, many other policies co-created, but also participatory budgeting, where a big part of the new investment budget of the city, about 7 million euros, is actually put into the hands of citizens, where they can come up with ideas on how to spend it. Then the government evaluates those ideas, and then citizens can vote on those ideas, on those projects in the end, using their electronic IDs. And it's created huge value. It's been going on now, since 2010, and it's made the city better, more interesting. It's the public money is better spent. It's more transparent. People feel more listened to, and they really are. And for governments that actually really get into engaging with citizens, some look at it as like this duty, or we have to engage them because we're a democracy. We have to engage them, and it's like a bit of a chore, or we need to do participation. But most governments look at it as an opportunity, because in the end, a lot of decisions we are taking together as communities, they're not ideological, they're not like left-wing or right-wing ideas. It's just problems that need to be solved. And governments really, really see the value of engaging, and especially with large groups of citizens that come together with all sorts of solutions. It simplifies their lives and helps them make better decisions. And for a politician, it helps them to be voted in again, so that's a huge benefit.
Yeah, definitely. So, Roberto, could you share some cases that more like tangible cases, like how the people, they can use, the services with digital tools?
Sure, definitely. I was looking into cases, and then I saw that in different key areas, there's examples. The most common example of the use of technology in the public sector is the use of chat boxes. And so chat boxes, they are very useful to interact with citizens on things that are repetitive. So it's like the frequently asked questions section of different government agencies that are now managed through chat boxes. And so there's, for example, if I may quote, so we have virtual assistants in Latvia and Portugal. So in Latvia, there's a register of enterprises, and it has developed a 24/7 virtual assistant chat box that provides answers in writing to frequently asked questions posed by current and future Latvian entrepreneurs, including status updates, about submitted registration documents. And for example, in Portugal, there's the Portuguese government launched ePortugal, the new portal of public services that was accompanied by Sigma, a 24/7 virtual assistant chatbox that provides answers in writing to frequently asked questions posed by Portuguese citizens. So Sigma can be accessed at ePortugal either by unregistered or registered users, in which case it will be increasingly tailor its responses through NLP. In the event that Sigma recognizes that its response is not adequate, it will ask the user whether they want to speak to a human and connect them via telephone or email, depending on the user's preference. So, and then in Israel, for example, there's a very interesting use of AI. So they have put in Israel, they put in place systems for the online monitoring of pollutant emissions from industrial facilities.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, so the potential of machine learning techniques is now being explored in conjunction with online pollutant monitoring to predict and ultimately prevent future pollution episodes. So that's really amazing, yeah. And so in Australia, for example, there's the use of AI for regulatory functions. So that's the case of Australia Securities and Investment Commissions. And so the agency has explored AI in the following areas, including piloting the use of natural language processing to detect misleading internet advertisements, monitor financial market trading, and detecting disclosure issues in financial advice statements.
Oh my God, you are using ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
Because you have all the information. So it is so great. So let's continue with you, Olga. You have some cases that you can share with the audiences how the government create this value?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, right now, we have different content services and solutions for around 2,300, government agencies in the world. But I will focus a little bit on LATAM, which is my region. So I cannot mention specific names, but we are seeing a lot of, like content services implementation in the region. And what I mean about content services implementation is not just what we used to call ECM services or just, like content services, but the implementation of different capacities and different technologies in order to optimize what happens in the back office. So I think there's so much potential in terms of digital transformation with content services, not just because we are providing a set of different capacities in a more, like in a more horizontal display, but because different organizations in government require different things. So I think that content services technologies provide that platform so these needs can be addressed in a more simplified way, oftentimes just by, like implementing one of the different capacities. And this is where AI comes very handy in the conversation, because what we are seeing that is really fueling governments in Latin America and different agencies that work with us is a process automation in the back office. So everything that it's more operational stuff, that it's very repetitive, that you don't want your knowledge workers, your public workers to be doing, but that things that can be automized. And with the combination of different technologies like RPA and AI, we can move from basic digitalization of information towards more hyper automation of processes. I think this is very important, because it's not like governments and organizations taking away jobs, but it's rather giving your workers, your public office officials, the time and like the opportunity to focus their knowledge and expertise on real value, like work, and leaving like content services and automation technologies to do the rest, everything that can be done in a repetitive way, and that can really, I think that this has a lot of potential in terms of citizens, not just co-creating policies and understanding what they want, but rather on giving citizens the access to more efficient services, digital services. And one layer here that we're seeing that is happening a lot and that will continue to grow, for example, in the LATAM region, is all of these interoperability, like capacities, where we see all of these technologies converging and supporting those ecosystems, because it's not just about having access or giving access to citizens to, like efficient digital services, but it is also about how we can have a 360 view of the citizens' information and use it in the most efficient way. For example, if I am applying to some government benefits in my country, that I can do this, not just uploading my information digitally, but that I can have a response in, like in a more rapidly, and that I can be also granted the access of this, because the government already has these little pieces of information that belong to Olga Walteros, and I don't have to provide these pieces of information like several times, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like today, I need to be granted access to this platform, so I have to upload my information and my documents supporting that I am Olga Walteros, for example. But then in a week, I need to, like request some services from the government, and then I have to, provide the same information again. So interoperability, like layers are helping governments in LATAM also to be more efficient in terms of having that 360 vision of each citizen. And it's not just the power that this data fueled, governments has for themselves, and the impact that this has over politics, but also now they can be used in a very positive way to provide efficient, optimal, transparent services.
Yeah, great.
I think you all like always mentioning artificial intelligence to optimize data and make it efficient. And I think you mentioned how artificial intelligence can help our lives.
So sorry, do you listen correctly to Yael?
I couldn't understand it. The sound is breaking.
Yeah, it's not working your microphone well. Could you repeat, please?
I think it was Olga, but now it's me.
Yeah.
Hear me well?
Yeah. Yes.
Great. So I think Olga gave us the point of view of artificial intelligence as a tool to optimize data and making it more efficient. And each of you have mentioned how artificial intelligence can help our lives in different points of view, different areas. Like Robert mentioning citizens and how artificial intelligence and government.
Jael, I think that we cannot hear you correctly. So let's
There's a feedback, with some of this. So if you all turn our mics off while Yael is speaking.
Yeah, but no worries. Let's do this exercise to end this super interesting panel. Let's in 1 minute, let's do this. In 1 minute, share with us what are, in your point of view, some opportunities using artificial intelligence, okay, for citizens. Let's start with you, Robert. If you can, in 1 minute, share what do you think in the next year can help to improve our lives, this technology?
Well, what we're doing right now, is using the amazing power of sort of large language models to help citizens understand complex issues, ask questions about complex issues. And in our open source platform, we've developed this way where we use a large language model like ChatGPT to actually think about the data that is in our databases. So we're not using like ChatGPT in some abstract way to chat about some things, but we're actually, when the user is using the chat and ask a question, when the user has asked a question, we're actually bringing in data from our databases. We're bringing in data from open sources, So then the answer that comes to the citizen is actually very rich, and it's not like subject to the AI hallucinating things, as we've heard about the ChatGPT sometimes just making things up. When you bring your own data to this artificial intelligence, you get some amazing results. So I think that's one thing in terms of helping citizens to understand better what's going on, but actually also helping politicians understand what's going on, helping everybody understand and analyzing the situation. And we can see companies, sort of really jumping on to this idea of using those really powerful new AI models to help them to run their business better, to run their business in a more automated way, in a more efficient way, in a more cost-effective way. And I think this is the huge opportunity for governments, as Olga was saying about automation. And I mean, automation has been going on for obviously decades, and a lot of repetitive jobs have been, thankfully automated. But what happens with this new breed of AI, those large language models, for example, is that we can actually automate things that we could not dream about automating just 6 months ago. We can automate quite complicated things, but obviously all of this is in the service of us, the humans, and our governments and our fellow citizens. AI must always be a tool to help us to achieve our goals.
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much, Robert. And let's continue with you, Olga. In 1 minute, share with us how do you think are the opportunities for the coming years?
I think we have several challenges, but many challenges. So in terms of AI implementation, like I said again, we can do so much in everything that happens in the back office of public offices. And I think that there's a lot that we can do right now in terms of continue to build, like co-creation spaces between the public sector and citizens. I think that's going to continue to grow, and it's going to be huge in terms of open government and how AI is supporting this to happen. I also believe that there's so much still to be done, especially in Latin America, in terms of digital access for all. And when I talk about digital access for all, I'm specifically talking about governments being able to use these technologies, including AI, to hyper automate some processes that we couldn't do before with the technologies that we had before AI, and in order to provide more efficient services to citizens. I think this is an area where there's so much to be done in LATAM. Still, there's a lot of advance in some countries like Chile, Colombia, some of the Caribbean countries. You also see things like this in Dominican Republic, for example, but there's a lot to be done, especially in terms of equity building, right? So we need to make sure that these digital services are being efficient for everybody, not just for the people in the bigger cities. That's where we're going to see this growing, and possibly in terms of data-fueled governments, I think that we need to continue to build the policies to provide for an ethical use of these technologies, not just on the side of the private sector, but also on how governments are using all this data that they're accumulating and that they're able to use in such an advanced and integrated way. I think that's what we're going to see in the next few years.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let's continue, Roberto, with you. And if you can help us sharing your thoughts about that.
Yes, I definitely. Olga has just made a very important point in terms of the concern on, and I mentioned that already, the concern on ethical design of artificial intelligence. And in fact, there's significant milestones that have already been that have already happened. For example, UNESCO, an international organization, is actively promoting its ethical AI framework. So that's the new touchstone against which all governments can refer to and can contrast their strategies individually, so as to make sure that that AI, particularly AI design, acknowledges the risks and actually puts in place some measures to prevent that biases become the norm, or that biases contaminate the design of artificial intelligence to the to the detriment of fairness or accountability or transparency. And so those are key questions that are being addressed globally by governments in order to avoid phenomena such as racial discrimination or gender inequality, or the unfair processes of recruitment, both in the private and the public sector. And so those things, those governance issues that are so important, the governance frameworks that I talked about initially, are now being put to the test by this within this very useful framework that UNESCO is now promoting globally. So there's good news, because now there's not a void like 2 or 3 years ago, the start of the pandemic, but there's an instrument already in place that needs to be widely understood, disseminated, so that all stakeholders, not only governments, can in fact take advantage and can give feedback. In this case, feedback to UNESCO and the UN in general. And the other thing is that AI has a very important or enormous potential to resume the pace, the rhythm of retaking the Sustainable Development Goals, the 20th, the United Nations and the World Sustainable Development Goals, so that we re-emerge stronger, and then of course that we build back societies better than before the pandemic. And so because of the pandemic, there was a slowdown in the rhythm of advancing towards the SDGs. But now AI can indeed be a powerful instrument, a powerful vehicle in order to address those problems that are now part of the SDG agenda, and to move again for faster than ever before in building or reconstructing better societies and a better planet.
Yeah. Thank you very much for everything. It was a pleasure to have this conversation with you. We have a lot of challenge, but as well, I think that artificial intelligence, it can be a super ally in order to solve several problems that we already have. So thank you very much, Olga, Robert, Yael, and Roberto.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed it.
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you very much. A pleasure. It was an amazing experience, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue and to see each other, to see you again in every opportunity that we have ahead.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
had a chance to talk about this groundbreaking technology and how you think it's evolving. We'll continue the conversation with this incredible audience at the Digital Development Week that's basically gathering experts on a range of emerging technologies. Okay? They asked me to give them some thoughts around how can we incorporate a more inclusive approach to AI. And if AI is going to extend our ability to create concepts and link ideas and to share insights, how do we ensure that those insights are respective, responsive, and inclusive of persons with disabilities? So I'm going to talk a little bit about how this particular project, It's Our Story, can be applied and will be applied to develop one of the world's most comprehensive AI natural language models that, in a sense, elevate the lived experience and the cultural understanding of disability. Now, this particular project is very personal to me because I was born in Venezuela. And when I was a child, there wasn't an active disability community in Venezuela that had activated major legislative changes. In fact, at the time, I was denied an education because I was not able to walk, because I was not a standardized student. And so the teachers and the principals and the school system itself basically relegated me to a second-class status. But at the same time, an ocean away, in the United States, leaders like Judith Heumann and others had changed the laws here and mobilized people and really developed a cultural understanding of disability rights as a human rights, because she was a civil rights issue. Now, how do we take that knowledge that was not only developed at one location, but spread throughout the United States, this movement of disability rights and advocacy, and capture it in a language model that really provides insights that are culturally relevant, that understand both the emotional and empirical, phenomenological, as well as legal context within which we experience disability. And how do we create new insights that are truly empowering communities with new knowledge? So here at the Digital Development Week, it's really about understanding what are the data sets, the archives, the insights that already exist, and how can we get those digitized so that they can be assessed through artificial intelligence and natural language processing. Now, the It's Our Story archive has been a massive undertaking that's been supported by my foundation to basically capture the lived experience of 1,500 people throughout nearly 200 cities and 50 states in the United States. That means that we have people of every age and demographic and geographic location sharing their own story and lived experience. What's unique about this archive is that it mirrors congressional testimony that was collected in the late 1980s by Justin Dart and Yoshiko Dart to bring to Congress and show the lawmakers how endemic discrimination was against persons with disabilities. And so these testimonies form part of the legal record that helped pass massive legal changes in the United States. And those changes were extended around the world through the development of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I am a professor of urban planning, as well as a two-time presidential appointee to the US Federal Access Board, but I'm also an innovator, change maker, and technologist that understands the lived experience of disability and the need for us to somehow leverage technology to ensure we don't get left behind. This archive becomes a really interesting case study to adapt and adopt the experiences of marginalized communities into more specialized modules that can sort of leverage ChatGPT and other language modules to ensure an adequate representation and insights from a large and diverse data set of people that might have difficulty seeing, hearing, remembering, moving around. And it's not just a medical file, it's really a social file of files of social education, employment, advocacy, politics, access, transportation. Now, how can these archives really be leveraged? How can these large data sets and big data projects really provide a platform for people with disabilities not only to share their stories verbatim, but to create sort of a new sort of collective intelligence or collective subconscious that could be attached to, insights into public policy or insights into education programs or insights into after-school activities that can be really inclusive. So you could think of running specific queries based on this language model that really is nothing about us without us, which is a phrase for the disability community, but ultimately could really inspire future leaders within the community to bring this knowledge to the forefront of these new AI engines and these new personal assistants and these new agents of intellectual, conceptual, and data processing tools. Now, the Interstory Archive currently does not have all of its data sets digitized. A lot of these archives have been filled over the last 15 years in audio formats and video formats. So there would have to be a massive transcription initiative to be able to get all that content together. And then the transcription needs to be structured in a way that these voices and these individuals, their identities can be protected and anonymized so that you wouldn't be able to track down individuals' lived experiences to a specific person. So obviously there are other questions about what is the best way to take these archives in a way that's ethical and secure and safe. But ultimately the challenge, the insight of these archives is to really challenge ableist stereotypes. And by ableist, I mean there exist racist notions, sexist notions, ageist notions. These are notions that prefer one type of person or lived experience over another. For people with disabilities, there are ableist notions that indicate that people without disabilities have a preferred place in society versus people with disabilities. So this archive tries to challenge that notion and really normalize this lived experience. Now, when you think about this archive, you should think about how can we apply insights of these archives. What could researchers do by querying or requesting insights from this archive? How can you put in a city council resolution and see whether the disability community, right, would be in favor or opposed. What kind of critiques could this AI module provide to a new city ordinance, or to a new Netflix show, or to a new after-school program? What kind of insights could this diverse range of sources provide when we try to understand the nuances and trade-offs between, digital access, physical access, sensory impairments, physical impairments, people on the spectrum, neurodiversity? What could some of the trade-offs be that we could identify through this incredible resource of perspectives? And how could this module inform public policy that really accelerate positive change towards a more equitable and just society? Now, I'm not saying that this archive or this AI module would replace community workshops and feedback, but it could accelerate those, engagements with communities, so that when you meet the community, you can already meet them, halfway. You can meet them understanding what their needs could be, and then you might validate those needs and perspectives. Now, when you think about corporate accessibility in companies, and the way companies or governments that are really responsible for large public engagement efforts, could this content perhaps be licensed to companies in a responsible way to really even advance software and have software be more inclusive and accessible? Could this accessibility tools developed through these insights help build better interactions? Let's say through your interaction with an Alexa device, or your interaction with automatic captionings in order to understand slurred speech and different speaking impairments. Could this archive potentially train other algorithms that relate to medicine, or relate to law, or relate to urban planning? So you might have different modules that interact together, like an urban planning module with all kinds of specifications on urban planning, with the module from this archive called the lived experience and disability. So this is a very interesting idea of how could this massive big data project that my foundation has been advancing really help us better serve the needs of persons with disabilities. Now, none of these approaches are set in stone, but they do hold promise to advancing our goals on sustainable development. When I was involved in negotiating the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we knew that there was only 20 countries or so that had these national laws. And we realized in developing this UN treaty that the world had to sort of come together around a basic set of principles. So now there's 180 countries that have signed and ratified this International Human Rights Treaty. These archives, in a sense, help capture those experiences that shaped that International Human Rights Treaty, which is the lived experience of people with disabilities. And we took that knowledge when a lot of activists engaged in the negotiations of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and ensured that the Sustainable Development Goals also had inclusion targets that would identify that people with disabilities could also benefit from mainstream international development. So, for example, Goal 3, the archive can help healthcare providers understand the needs and experience of people with disabilities, leading to improved health outcomes. The archive could help provide insights and recommendations into how educational institutions could differentiate curriculum for learners in different levels of learning styles, whether it's auditory, visual, sensory, and others. So there could be ways that you can use these archives and principles of universal design for learning to really do customized learning experiences. And in terms of decent work and economic growth, could a commercialized or an open source version of this algorithm help advance jobs, in the care industry that really allows people to get training and sensitization on home care, or perhaps allows, specialist doctors to really refine their bedside manners or how they interact with people with disabilities. Understanding reduced inequalities, could this archive produce strategies that can really increase awareness and targeted communication campaigns that would really mobilize communities to be on point? And ultimately, goal 16, to really strengthen institutions, including the rule of law, so that if there is a Black man that might be on the spectrum and is, unjustly be, incarcerated, as is the case with the high incidence of prison and criminalization of disability in the legal system, could this archive help provide insights into accommodations or understanding that could really change the course of that legal proceeding, almost as an expert witness in some of these cases, to help build better outcomes in institutions? In general, my friend Kat Holmes says that there is a mismatch. Disability isn't just a medical condition. It's a mismatch between the individual and their environment. And by creating a tool like this, we can really lower the mismatch and sort of, decrease the gap between the challenges and the failures of existing policies, programs, and designs, and rebuild societies and cities, companies, programs, services, laws that really respect the needs of everybody. I hope that you will join me in continuing this journey towards building a more inclusive, accessible, and resilient future, and connect with me at Victor Pineda, and look me up online in the work we're doing, so that you can take action on ensuring that AI and these emerging economies are not reinventing the wheel or taking us backward, but taking everything we know and compelling us forward without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Martinez, and I have the pleasure of participating. And then I would like to make an overview of the latest developments in terms of public policy to harness the digital transformation. And to that end, I am acting today as sort of a correspondent, a news correspondent of the Global Institute for Digital Competitiveness to just to highlight the key points behind a recent event that was I think that's really important if we want to understand like the dashboard of policy issues and challenges, and therefore I am entitled this presentation as making the most of digital transformation, global government policy coordination to unleash the digital promise while minimizing risks. And so recently, in last December, there was a summit, an intergovernment summit hosted by the OECD. And so the OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. I had the honor to be part of the OECD until recently, and I was a representative of the OECD for Mexico and Latin America until a year ago. But I'm still close to the organization and my former colleagues. And so I commend their efforts to bring about and to pull off this digital economy ministerial meeting that took place last 13th through 15th of December 2022. And the theme of that summit was driving long-term recovery and economic growth by building a trusted, sustainable, and inclusive digital future. And so that ministerial that happened recently had four key areas of debate and analysis. So those are first, we have as the first theme, digital enablers of the global economy. Then as the second theme, we have building better societies. The third theme is putting people first in digital transformation. And the fourth theme is that of harnessing the power of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. And so going to the first theme. So I'm going to go quickly because then, of course, this is just an overview. We'll have a lot of richness in the several presentations that will be carried out by other experts. But this is just to put the policy flavor into the wide discussion, far-reaching discussion. And so when we say that when we talk about digital enablers of the global economy, we have three key areas that take most of the attention of policy shapers and policymakers around the globe. And then first we have online platforms. And so as we know, online platforms have experienced an incredible dynamism over the past few years. And they have enabled a very wide ecosystem, a business ecosystem, a technology ecosystem. They have transformed lives, and they have created indeed new markets in the digital economy, but of course, not only the digital economy, but the worldwide economy in general. Nevertheless, when we see this spectacular deployment of technology around online platforms, we also see that there's always the concern of governments to minimize the risks and to harness the benefits of these new markets. The problem with that is that we see that online platforms are driven by global economic business models. I'm sorry, and then those new markets are not easily compatible with fragmented policy responses. So national policies are not sufficient, and sometimes they may raise uncertainty for businesses, but also from the standpoint of consumers, there's always the risk of over-regulation or just partial regulation in any one given country. And that's why it's very important to see the development of a harmonized trans-border international governance models for the digital economy. And so one of the key things when we see the deployment and the development of online platforms is that there's a tendency in the economics of the growth of online platforms to favor the concentration of players. And so there's always the issue of whether competition might suffer from market dominance or from the concentration of online platforms giving a premium to a few happy dominant players in the marketplace. And so that's of course a paramount concern that's always a challenge for the authorities that are dealing with antitrust and competition policy, and also for those government entities that are responsible for the protection of consumers. And so that's one trend that calls for more coordinated public policy action when we talk about enablers of the global digital economy. And then as a second enabler, we see the cross-border data flows. And those are driving complex value chains. We know about how there's already a global, let's put it like a global factory in many industrial sectors. We saw that during the pandemic, the global value chains were transformed because there was, of course, difficulty in transporting components and coordinating different segments of global production chains. But nevertheless, the data that enables the coordination of these value chains worldwide, of course, the data flows as for the most part seamlessly across borders. But even as they flow relatively seamlessly, governments are always on the watch, identifying, particularly in the case of certain concerns like privacy or data security, they have to be the watchdogs of cross-border data flows. Yet, what happens today is that there's also the tendency of, or the temptation of sorting out new regulations which might inhibit these cross-border data flows to the detriment of entrepreneurial activity or to the detriment of even international trade, because increasingly even the exchange of physical goods across borders is definitely enabled by an array of services that are supported by cross-border data. And so that is one of the most dynamic areas of government policy, but I would say not only national government policy, but multilateral government policy coordination. And then as another key enabler of the digital economy, we have digital security. And that's a permanent area of very intense policy work, insofar as there's not a starting or a finishing line when it comes to protecting security throughout the digital economy. And so that's a permanent effort, and that's an international global effort. So, so because, as we have talked about, there's not such a thing as unilateral national regulatory effectiveness, then governments have to rely on international or multilateral policy coordination mechanisms in order to deliver the new formulae and the new tools that can better support the robustness and the and trustworthy data flows based on more robust digital security standards and policy guidelines. And so those are that's part of the discussion that took a lot of effort during the last ministerial summit hosted by the OECD in this first or related to this first theme. And then we have the second theme of the recent summit, and that's building better societies. And that's when we say building better societies, not only do we mean building back better after the pandemic, the recent pandemic, but we mean thinking out of the box in terms of how the digital transformation phenomena can better serve the purpose of making societies more centered and more focused on well-being, and on of course on those things that are collectively essential in order to keep generating economic growth as well as social well-being. And so we have as a key mandate that of bridging digital divides. And then we've been talking about the digital divide for over 3 decades, almost. It's almost, when that's easy to say, that's almost 3 decades that the world has been debating as to how to better cover all of the world, or the world's population with better connectivity. But not only it's a matter of digital divides, it's a matter of fostering quick adoption of technologies that can translate in a more just and a more equal society. And so that's why when we say digital divides, we talk about bridging the gender gap, bridging also the age gap, redressing income inequalities, and that's still a permanent mandate. And again, when we say building better societies, we also refer to combating the effects of harmful content online. And that's an increasing challenge, because as we know, there's the never-ending phenomenon of misinformation, disinformation, other untruths or fake news, which polarize communities. And that's no minor problem, because as we see, in as much as societies experience social or and then even political polarization, then the problem is that institutions are weakened, and the consensus around the value of democratic participation is put into question, and that's something very, very serious that we need to address, so that liberal societies based on participatory democracy become more robust, and then also win the trust and the support of the whole population and citizens in every country. And then when we when we say building better societies, we talk about leveraging digital technologies in the fight against climate change. So that's something that that's part of the digital transformation dividend. The one of the key returns on the digital transformation is that global problems can be addressed more effectively, and that's the case of environmental sustainability, but particularly climate change. So, for example, I was recently talking about one of the very promising uses of artificial intelligence in a country such as Australia, where AI is becoming very effective as a tool, as a powerful lever to better monitor emissions, of pollutants into the air. And so, with the help of big data, it's now possible to forecast emission trends. It's now more possible. It's become a reality that you can develop foresight in order to better plan ahead, and also to better regulate, and so as to curb the emission of pollutants into the air. And therefore we have a very promising deployment of AI in a policy area that concerns the world, the entire world. And so we go to the third theme now, and that is putting people first in digital transformation. When we say putting people first, we mean people in three dimensions of a meaningful life. And so people as citizens, people as consumers, and people as workers. So digital technologies, we know that, have transformed billions of lives, but they can not only transform our day-to-day lives, but they can empower us to be better individuals, to become better citizens that can contribute to communities and to society in general. And when people are at the center of the development and the deployment and the adoption of digital transformation, they are more empowered consumers. And so there's better products that are accessible to people. There's more efficient marketplaces, more choices for consumers at more competitive prices. Nevertheless, there's always risks. such as people being vulnerable to online scams and frauds, or being exposed to unsafe products, or the people being exposed to being deceived, exploited, or discriminated against. And so that's why putting people at the center means empowering consumers and looking after consumers. And then when we say people at the center, we also mean that people as workers can have access to better opportunities to fully realize their productive potential. And so in that sense, technology is indeed very powerful lever, but there's always the need also to be careful, because, for example, when we see the quick deployment of artificial intelligence in labor markets, we know that the way that AI is designed is follows unintended, most of the time is unintended biases that may be that might be or that might be reflected in the way that algorithms are constructed for new AI solutions. And so the risk is that for example, in recruiting processes, people might be discriminated against. And so, for example, there might be recruiting processes with the help of AI, which might reproduce gender biases or even racial biases. And so that's something that needs to be avoided. And that's why governments increasingly coordinate amongst themselves to bring about a more ethical approach to the design and the deployment of artificial intelligence. And then putting people at the center of digital transformation means that individuals, every person can fully realize his or her personal potential, and of course the set of skills that can contribute to personal self-fulfillment must be fostered, and then that's something that needs to become part of several public policies, from education policy to employment policy or employability policies. But then again, there's always the need to draw a line as to what is lawful or ethical content online. There's always new ways to protect privacy, again, and then there's always ways to, as we said before, to protect consumers and individuals from digital scams. And then we go now to the fourth. Before we go to the fourth topic, it is important for governments to make sure that whenever needed, laws and policies reflect the interdependencies of the digital environment, and that new legal regimes, new legal changes are based on evidence in order to bridge policy gaps and provide responses that are fit for purpose. And to that end, there's new tools in the policy arena at the service of governments that are mindful of the need to put people first in digital transformation. And so, for example, there's what is called soft measures. And soft measures need not be laws or strict regulations, but those soft measures are important as well. And they can be they can imply ethical standards, and new approaches for the design of AI, for example, technical measures and education, and of course awareness campaigns for people to be more ready in order to diminish their exposure to digital risks. And so in that sense, we as you can see, there's 4 pillars of government action. And if we need to identify a common denominator for those 4 pillars or those 4 themes, is the mandate, the imperative of coordinated international government action. Because since by nature, by essence, the impressive evolution of digital technologies is a global phenomenon that definitely calls for converging policy action, convergent policy action across countries, across governments, but with the key enabler of these mechanisms that are the bread and butter of international or multilateral organizations. And so that's why multilateralism has become more relevant than ever as a way, as a mechanism for governments to better coordinate, to find new evidence, to harness new methodologies in order to cooperate, in order to coordinate, in order to harmonize their sets of policies and tools in order to, again, maximize the benefits of digital transformation while at the same time minimizing the risks. And then one key final point that I would like to make is that when we say putting people first in the digital transformation, we also have to bear in mind that people, individuals, through the use of technology can better express what is important to each one of us. People can better express what is relevant in terms of the ways in which governments operate, and that has an ultimate impact in something that is of paramount importance, and that is the trust that citizens have in their governments, and the way in which governments can better serve citizens, but also increase their credibility and their support throughout society. And then now that we go to the 4th theme, and that is harnessing the power of AI and emerging technologies. And so, as we said, this is something that I have talked about already. Artificial intelligence is something that will bring about radical change in the way that people live, in the way that people can have a better quality of life, but also in the way that governments are effective in generating public value. And so we are just seeing the beginning of a very profound revolution brought about by artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies such as immersive virtual environments. But something that needs to be put to the front is that this spectacular evolution that we have ahead of us is not immune to critical risks. As I said before, the risks range from social biases or the generation of new gaps, new social gaps, new inequalities, but also new exposure of individuals to personal harm, to personal risk. And so that's why there's a whole new field ahead of us in terms of discussing the rights of individuals, the rights of citizens, the responsibilities of businesses that are pushing the frontier of artificial intelligence, so that artificial intelligence follows a healthy path of trustworthiness, and then of course artificial intelligence will have to be trustworthy but also ethical, and that's no minor concern. For example, in the multilateral sphere, UNESCO, the United Nations agency that focuses on education, science, and culture, has developed a framework for ethical artificial intelligence that will definitely stimulate more effective, coordinated government responses in the today and in the near future. So the key point is to develop and to foster a robust and more responsible and more trustworthy artificial intelligence ecosystem. And so we already talked about immersive virtual environments, but we also have as an area of intense public policy work, that of data access, sharing, and governance. And so, since artificial intelligence is fueled by big data and the exchange of and data in immense volumes, then again the imperative of developing more effective governance frameworks, and so that again needs to be put to the test in key sectors like healthcare, in the development of technology, in making governments more effective, and so that's the domain of public administration, even in the sphere of justice procurement, and so in the world of more effective judicial systems, artificial intelligence will play a pivotal role. And that's why the development, again, of artificial intelligence needs to be understood in the context of human rights, in the context of democratic participation, and in the context of the rule of law and the enforcement of the rule of law in every country. And so, with that, I would finish this quick, large, generic overview of the state of the art in terms of government coordination and the key areas where government policy will indeed make a difference in the spectacular evolution of digital technologies to the benefit of people, and of course to the benefit of more business that bring about value for for every one of us to lead more fulfilling lives. So thank you for this opportunity. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Martinez, and I have the pleasure of participating. And then I would like to make an overview of the latest developments in terms of public policy to harness the digital transformation. And to that end, I am acting today as sort of a correspondent, a news correspondent of the Global Institute for Digital Competitiveness to just to highlight the key points behind a recent event that was I think that's really important if we want to understand like the dashboard of policy issues and challenges, and therefore I am entitled this presentation as making the most of digital transformation, global government policy coordination to unleash the digital promise while minimizing risks. And so recently, in last December, there was a summit, an intergovernment summit hosted by the OECD. And so the OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. I had the honor to be part of the OECD until recently, and I was a representative of the OECD for Mexico and Latin America until a year ago. But I'm still close to the organization and my former colleagues. And so I commend their efforts to bring about and to pull off this digital economy ministerial meeting that took place last 13th through 15th of December 2022. And the theme of that summit was driving long-term recovery and economic growth by building a trusted, sustainable, and inclusive digital future. And so that ministerial that happened recently had four key areas of debate and analysis. So those are first, we have as the first theme, digital enablers of the global economy. Then as the second theme, we have building better societies. The third theme is putting people first in digital transformation. And the fourth theme is that of harnessing
Hello, my name's Rita Arrigo, and I'm from the National AI Centre in Australia. And today I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey around responsible AI, the opportunity to usher in a better future responsibly, and how we're thinking about that in Australia. So as I said, my name's Rita Arrigo. I'm a Strategic Engagement Manager at the National AI Centre. And today I'm going to share with you a little bit about myself, my background, my expertise, how AI is helping improve our lives today, how Australia is activating AI, and a bit about the Responsible AI Network and how we're really using that to drive this new way of having responsible AI. So a little bit about me. I started my journey in '88, and my first job was to help some amazing secretaries move from typewriters to PCs. And it was an amazing era where women were innovating in such a great way in technology, but it actually even helped me to start to think about the other ways that we could innovate with technology. And it helped me to join a organization where I was working with a whole lot of other kind of engineers and technical people to start to enable their digital journey. At the same time, I realized that there was a lot of techno fear around technology. Not everyone is as enthusiastic as me. So I actually did a radio show on our community radio station to help bring in this kind of, reduce techno fear, make it more exciting, and really start to bring in some of the benefits of technology. And at that time, the internet was born, and we all started using browsers, and it was so exciting. And I ended up joining our telco when they used to call the internet the big pond, because it was like a big pond where you could fish. And it really helped me to understand more about the web. And of course, as I got into the web and we learned about, what's possible with the internet, I started working for digital agencies, and I really started to learn a lot about user interface and how to make technology more human and easier to use, and, the user experience. And that led me to end up working for Microsoft, which was really exciting era, because during the era of Microsoft as a digital advisor, where I'm helping a lot of organizations on their digital transformation journey, I became an AI ambassador. So I learned about AI, and I learned about the ways that we could use machine learning to really improve what we were doing with our environment and with our banking and with our health and with our infrastructure. And that led me to work for the Center of Industrial AI Research and Innovation at RMIT. And I also rekindled my roots as an engineer and worked for an amazing engineering company called Fraser Nash Consultancy. And it's through this experience that led me to be part of the National AI Centre, where we have an objective to really uplift AI in Australia. I just want to talk about some of these funny photos over here. So this is actually me at Australia's first internet cafe when PCs were so big. This is COVID in Melbourne, where we had the world's longest lockdown. We were locked down for 100 days in 2021, 2022. And Satya Nadella actually came into my room right here where I'm doing this broadcast. And this is me as part of the work I've been doing in, demystifying holographic computing. And I actually do have my own HoloLens. So you'll see that I'm very passionate about new ways of being able to use computing and how we're going to move from, the phone to these new technologies. So let's talk a little bit about AI in our world. So right now, AI touches so many things that we do. These are like my personal experiences with AI. So I first really got into it at Microsoft when we were involved in a hackathon to use computer vision to improve the lives of people that were low-sighted. So Seeing AI is actually an app that you use on your phone, and it takes photos of people around you and allows you to understand their gender, their age, and their emotion. And this was groundbreaking for people who were low-sighted, because it also allowed them to read, to check barcodes, to be able to make sure they weren't wearing checks and stripes, all these kind of things. So the possibilities for computer vision were so exciting, and we're seeing it a lot at the moment. This is actually really interesting, this human body. It's actually a holographic human body where some anatomy students are analyzing all the different layers in a human body using a HoloLens, and they see a 3D object. And this has really been expanded down to left-hand corner, where now not only are you able to see 3D objects when you're together in the same room, but you can be in different places, like you can be in Mexico or Argentina or New York, and you can actually come in as a hologram, or in this instance, like you can holoport in, and you're able to look at this 3D images together. And that's really revolutionizing healthcare. And we've seen that really happen during our pandemic, where we weren't able to travel as much and we needed to get specialist work. Of course, we've had GPT chat has exploded this year, but prior to that, in my role at Microsoft, I worked extensively with chatbots, to the extent that we used to talk about Toby, who's in Europe, who works for Vodafone, and he takes 1.6 million contacts per month, and it's super successful. People like HP, who are using chatbots to solve some of their customer service challenges, and of course Microsoft, that has, you don't call Microsoft anymore, you actually talk to a chatbot that's been trained by 1 million chatbot logs and a range of different articles, and it's actually getting much better penetration than being on the phone and waiting to speak to someone, because you get much better data. I've also done a lot of work in the environmental space, actually taking a model that came from South America and moving that model into Queensland to protect an endangered species known as the tinker frog. So what this model allowed environmentalists to do is to be able to use the sound, the audio from the forest, to be able to calculate how many tinker frogs, and therefore be able to know how to protect them better. So the world of environmental protection and biodiversity is really being supported by AI at the moment, and there's so much we can do as we enter this, really scary time of climate change, to protect our biodiversity and also to manage our climate. It's also really big in sport. So this is actually an app here that you see where students are practicing their sport, and the app will give them hints on how to improve the way they're playing. So that's from Google. Also, here you see this amazing Nerf. So this is an AI technology known as a Nerf, where you're actually able to take a 2D image and it turns it into a 3D image. And this kind of stuff is so exciting as we start to bring in, all the stuff around us, and we want to be able to have a better idea of what's going on with it spatially. And we really go into this spatial world where we can use AI to really improve what we're doing in the physical space. And a great example is this one over in the middle here, where you have two guys and they are laying bricks, but they're not using string to figure out how to lay the bricks. They're actually using a HoloLens, and the HoloLens is providing a digital grid for them to be able to construct things that are very difficult to construct. And this is an amazing innovation in construction. And I'm really seeing a lot of these kind of, the challenges that we have being reduced by being able to use these new technologies. So that's a little bit about my AI in my world. So let's talk a little bit about what are some of the challenges that we're seeing, and what is Australia doing in activating AIs and in activating Australia's AI capability. So we're broadening our skill base and really making effort to uplift the skills of Australians and that they need to succeed in this AI-enabled world. We're working really closely with business to build values, principles, practices and tools around responsible AI, diversity and inclusion, and AI at scale to really implement AI going beyond the prototype and into a more at-scale situation, and also amplifying Australia's AI capability and our ecosystem to foster this thriving environment and investment and talent to benefit to our society. So at the same time, Australia's been a big leader in responsible AI. We're one of the first countries in the world to have a development of our Australian AI ethics principles in 2019. And you can see the Australian AI ethics principles documented. And, we came up with 8, and it's around human and society, environmental well-being, having human-centered values. And that's something that's very close to my heart, having worked in user experience and those kind of areas. Fairness, privacy protection and security, reliability and safety, transparency and explainability, contestability and accountability. And this has been super exciting. But the next step that we're really looking to do is to kind of take a lot of these challenges and start to think about how we implement them. Because AI has an emerging issue, global issue. So already we're seeing that people are suggesting that AI needs to be fair and ethical for everyone. And Stable Diffusion, for example, is running a court case that as it violates a lot of the rights of artists in what they're doing. Facial recognition has been pulled by Microsoft to only be used by certain people, and people that can align to their ethics principles. So that amazing facial recognition tool that I showed you in the beginning, that was being used by different people, different organizations, and the data just wasn't unbiased enough, and they were getting results that were inaccurate. And so now you have to do a lot more work to be able to use those facial recognition tools to prove that you're going to use them in an ethical way. All the challenges around deep fake, the challenges around news and what's going on with that. And, all this stuff that's happening now with GPT chat. And I like to tell this story, like imagine in the old days when we didn't have cars, and cars emerged, we had to like start thinking about regulations. We had people like they were building the DeLorean and putting all these amazing features into cars, but it didn't become illegal to have airbags or seat belts or licenses or roads or all these things. It was kind of all behind regulation. And so, we're thinking about how do we avoid some of these kind of challenges and problems. And one way that we're thinking about that is to think about a responsible AI network. So in Australia, we've established the world's first cross-ecosystem collaboration aimed at establishing and sharing best practice in responsible AI. So we're bringing together experts and commercial organizations and practitioners so that we can rapidly get ahead of the curve so that we're not retrofitting behind, and share responsible AI best practices so we can lead in AI in a way that benefits businesses and communities. And we're working in 6 key pillars. So that's 6, here we go, around law, standards, principles, governance, leadership, and technology. And this is really going to help us to be leaders in responsible AI. And we're finding that, there is real benefits in doing this. We've recently launched a report which studied a heap of Australian companies, and that we know that there is potentially worth 315 billion in the Australian economy by 2028. And AI could be worth 22 trillion in the global economy by 2030. But what we found in our study is that people that implemented AI had additional revenue. They had over $300,000 of additional revenue realized. And they also found that they had savings of 30% on their existing processes. So there's a real reason to innovate with AI because it can make for competitive advantage. So last week, I was lucky to work with these amazing responsible AI network knowledge partners, where we're looking at helping to uplift the Australian economy in this way. And so we're working with Standards Australia, we're working with the Tech Council, working with Human Technology Institute at UTS. We're working with the Australian Information Institute Association. We're working with CEDA. We're working with Gradient Group, and of course, CSIRO Data 61, who is our national science agency, is doing extensive work in the space of responsible AI, and we're looking at sharing that with all of Australian commercial organisations. At the same time, we're also launching an Australian ecosystem directory. So you can visit the National AI Centre and have a look at some of the work that our AI capabilities, some of the things that we're doing. We've got some amazing companies. This company is amazing. It's called Vapor. They're using computer vision for the inspection of pipes. We don't need to go down and, have people physically inspecting things anymore. We can actually use AI to dramatically improve that and really improve our infrastructure. We also have people like University of New South Wales with a business AI lab and a range of other startups that you can find within this directory. And this is the first of its kind in Australia. So we're super excited to be able to bring that to the Australian community. So I'd like to thank you. If you want to connect with me, you want to find out more about responsible AI, my name is Rita Rigo. I'm available on LinkedIn. You can also visit the National AI Centre website. That's available at csiro.au/NAIC. Then you can look at some of our reports and start to look at some of our content. And I really look forward to being part of this new responsible AI uplift that's going to make such a big impact to our world. Thank you very much.
Bye.